진을 예쁘게 쳐놓긴 했는데
이거 준이 얻어. 준이.
자,
많이 뺐어요.
워리어스. 스코어도 자 이거 오케이가 순식간에 녹을 수 있습니다.
이거 스코어가 판을 깔아줬거든요.
워리어스.
본인들의 점수가
Jumper lontaran hit ke bahagian hadapan, tapi itulah dia Free Fire yang ditunggu dengan begitu sabar sekali oleh Rain. Mungkin akan meranapkan impian Team Secret. Team Secret terkeluar di tempat yang ke-8 dengan kini telah boleh diketahui. pun cuba untuk masuk daripada bahagian belakang, tapi datang boleh gangguan daripada Jumper.
In the wrong direction, Zaxir aiming out for the grenade. Can he get the whole team wide here for Gig Fan?
Oh, that's Rule number 2, here we have it.
Looking out really tough for you, Hog, getting 70k. MR5 is down as well, that is unique.
Close one there by Fluke. Ooh, another one coming in from Damru. Can he finish off Fluke? Fluke now 50% health. Fluke is actually being shot at.
Oh,
Where is he gonna go? Oh no! Fluke! Fluke! Man, he goes.
much early on as compared to Yango Galacticos moving into the corner of the container, and Tamio gets taken down.
Hello, di manakah QB berada? Bombs bakal saja.
Bahkan ada sebuah ledakan, ada sebuah bagi yang juga loncat tadi kita melihat. Dan itu dia Genesis Dogma memulangkan semua pemain dari V Gaming. โลแกนโดนความเก่าครับแล้วนี่เรียบร้อยครับเป็นทางด้านโลแกนครับที่ค่อนข้างที่จะเก่ากว่านะช็อตนี้แล้วมียายขาชิ้นต้องครับต้องปั๊มวงเหนียนเป็น CPTR กิ๊กแฟมโดนหนีสุดแล้วดึงตอนนี้เก็บโอกี้ไปแล้วเหลือแค่ตรงแล้วโดนไฟ2เลยมิลาต้องใจเย็นน้องรักมีเรื่องซูเปอร์มาจอกเช็คชื่อครับโอ้โหเอาได้เล่นมาปอนล่างเลยไฟหนอนแล้วเป็นเครียดแล้วก่อนหน้านี้โดนคล้องจากไกลๆขอแค่เม็ดเดียวพอขอแค่เม็ดเดียวล่วงไปโอ้จังหวะนี้3 ปอมเป็นเกมได้ไม่ทำได้แต่เพื่อนเขามาเทได้เหมือนกันแล้วไม่เอานอนแบบนี้เรียบร้อยเลยเป็น4-2 แต้ม
Ada kedudukan yang cantik. Kita lihatkan Team Secret di bahagian high ground tersebut, tapi Nerpeko dengan satu pemanduan yang begitu.
Oh ya, mungkin dia memang mungkin achievement pula. Bom Malaysia punya rumah
daripada tim EVOS.
Referees, they had to lock horns, and that's why they witnessed the bloodbath with Marshall.
Door here very shortly. Marshall on the front lines looking to make the breach here. Nice volley.
They were kind of stuck in that position. So look at this, what's going on, Yola?
Oh my lord, he's been knocked out from elsewhere, maybe from the backlines, and on top he's definitely going to capitalize upon it, but instead gets weighted off right back. There you go, Lord. Prestige, does he have his headphones on? Because now the push is definitely coming on towards him, and Honest in really dicey position. Honest and Prestige, 2 players surviving, does have the SKS.
Quick scope, there you have it. Some bold action for you.
Oh man, I'm looking at the minimap too, and it looks like they're going to be clashing with DRS. I don't know how long they'll be able to survive.
goes around the shack. Can he get the second knock? Because Stormwood Esports action is going to be the amount of action right now as Pika comes in from behind and gets a burst kill on Mercy. And there you have it, LIT led Esports down to one man.
コリアのダウンキルを取っています。 BC 戦でさらにドーナツ SG も変わる動き。東側のエリアを自分たちのものにします。安全地帯は南側に。
マークには届きませんでしたね、小池さん。うわー、これ2投目マークに刺さった。これを皮切りに一気に行くのはリジェクトです。マークを一気に潰しに行きます。デュエロサラ。さあユナイト3名になった。対してそのこうするかのように時計回りですね。時計回りで回っていくのがユナイト
なので、このラピスが落ちると一気にリジェクトも危ないので、ここ耐えなくちゃいけないですね。
ラピス耐えれるか。もう味方が来ている。車両でアタック。
Play around that vision. The damage is good, but iShots falls. A 1-1, and it's Stalwart to snatch.
He is getting hounded and he needs to somehow stay alive. The UMP comes out. He spots one.
What? Two?
Double knock coming in from AJ. He's got to finish him off as well. Jumper. This nade could be everything. He's going to
beautiful.
Is he going to find anyone? Yes, he is indeed. But shot actually from the sidelines, getting a knock. Now it's all down to attacker. The 1 versus 2. The lone standing member, and they know exactly where he is. And that is going to be Team Secret.
Suppress this line, but more nades continue to go through. Jimmy in danger now. A beautiful nade to the back finds the flush, and King goes low as well. 2 players from Reject swelling over the hillside. 1 goes down, but is traded evenly with Jimmy. King now up to bat, looks for the shots, but not going to find it. Has to go for the weapon swap, and the drop shot is good. Nova taken down by Reject. Going and Nox going back and forth as nades start to fly on our main screen as well. DRS pressuring the Infinities with nades. Someone outside my window is unhappy about the Infinities taking the nades as well. The horns are blaring and the nades are fragging on out. Nox coming through thick and fast. The Infinities down to 1. iShots low. They're so low. Advantage. Looks for the shot. Not going to be able to get the damage back into the smoke. Needs the reload. Gets it off and moves through the smoke now, trying to play around that vision. The damage is good, but iShots falls. A 1-1, and it's Stalwart to snatch it away from Team Secret right at the
I saw the first light, the first steps. Now I see much more. I capture Earth in all its beauty. I see action. I see drama. And I see it in the finest detail. Moments of inspiration. And the first steps. I am the 1+9.
PUBG Mobile fans around the world, welcome to the 2021 PUBG Mobile Global Championship. To the top teams across all regions, we have a message for you. The Middle East, you have proven your worth. Now, make your formidable debut on the PMGC stage. South Korea, forget the past. This year, show the world you've ascended. Remind the world of South Korea's raw talent. Japan, you came so close last year. But what doesn't kill you only makes you stronger. Bring it back better than ever. The Americas, you're the alpha dogs that dominated the West. Now, lead the pack on the world stage. Southeast Asia, you took down so many strong teams on your journey to the top. It's time for a comeback on the global stage. Europe, it's now or never. Push your limits and surprise us all. This is the moment to create your legacy. South Asia, you were the dark horse of 2020. Amaze those who would underestimate you again. China, you carry the crown of last year's PMGC. Now, with everyone's eyes on you once more, Can you secure back-to-back victories? PMGC needs a champion. The world needs a champion. Who will stand victorious in the end? Who will be next to glory?
Hello, PUBG Mobile fans. It's almost time to bring together the world's top teams for the PUBG Mobile Global Championship 2021. This year's PMGC has a total prize pool of $6 million for teams and players, and tons of great rewards for our fans as well. PMGC will consist of 2 stages, League and Grand Finals. The League phase will last from November 30th to December 24th. During the League phase, teams from the Americas and Europe will compete in the West League, while teams from Asia and the Middle East will compete in the East League. Each league, 20 teams will compete on Tuesdays and Wednesdays for 16 slots to compete on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday in that week's Super Weekend. The total Super Weekend scores over the first 3 weeks will determine which 16 teams will compete in the PMGC League Finals during the final week. The top 9 teams from the East League Finals, the top 6 teams from the West League Finals, and a special invited team will advance to the PMGC Grand Finals. The PMGC Grand Finals, which will take place on January 21st, 22nd, and 23rd, will determine the PMGC 2021 Global Champions. Who will be the next to glory? Don't miss a single minute of exciting PMGC action.
What's up? We're back with the PUBG Mobile Global Championship 2021 East League, and it is finally the final day here of our very first Super Weekend. It's our first of 3, and gentlemen, it is going to be an interesting one where we've had some teams have a massive step up yesterday, and some teams unfortunately not live up to the hype that we saw when it came to the league stage. I'm Jason Kaplan, still your host here, and joined by 2 handsome gentlemen who are looking phenomenal. Hair on point, everything on point for them. No zits to be seen. We got Maxman and Kalaris here to help break down all the action across today. First of all, Maxman, actually no, I'm sorry, Maxman, I have to go to the other end of the desk here.
Fair enough.
Kalaris, you weren't with us yesterday, Kalaris. What was your take on day 2 of the Super Weekend, man?
Topsy-turvy, really, isn't it? And when you look at the results and how they've been coming in, you've got a lot of those teams that didn't really have the easiest league stage up at the top now, flying away with it, whereas some of the teams that were up at the top of the league stage down towards the bottom. I think that, again, some of these circles have been very hard to play for these teams, and I think that's why we're seeing some of this variance right now.
Okay, well, on that note about the zones being so hard to play, I mean, maybe I'm just too amateur at this, but Maxman, in my opinion, I feel like a team should be able to play any zone, shifting in your favor or against your favor. What's your thoughts?
Exactly. I mean, we were talking about it with Tarzan quite a bit during the games, and we were saying, like, these hardships, they're not fun. It goes east, north, south, it is all over the place. But, of course, if you're a team that can respond to these kind of hard circle shifts, you'll be in a good situation. And I think one of the teams yesterday, especially that dealt really well, especially on Erangel, for these hard circle shifts was Team Secret. And they're the second top best team yesterday in terms of points gained. So I want to see more of potentially Team Secret, and I want to see more teams trying to adapt to these hard circle shifts.
Get a little bit worried, Maxman. It's like you got the Maxman blessing now. It used to be the Kalaris blessing, but like the teams you keep talking about seem to step up when you call for it. Stalwart in league stage, Team Secret here, the Super Weekend. And as you guys can see, if you didn't miss or if you didn't join any of the days here so far, it is a 3-week-long event with a weekday section on Tuesday and Wednesdays. Will be 5 matches a day, and teams will play at a total of 8 matches in total. And out of the 20 teams, top 16 will advance into our Super Weekends. Now, these points are important. Every single point you get to Super Weekend will stick around into our league finals. And at the end of our 3 Super Weekends, our top 16 teams will go into those league finals, where it will be across 4 days, 6 matches a day, until we have our top 9 teams. Now, those 9 teams go into the global finals with 6 teams from the West and 1 special invite going out to India. We're not sure exactly how they're going to be inviting a team, what team it's going to be, but I can tell you what is going to be awesome to have India back here in the global stage. And I mean, I actually don't know what to expect out of these teams. We got to see at World League, actually, Kalaris. I mean, you were there hosting it back with like Orange Rock and the likes of them. We got to see the power of India. We haven't seen it in a long time, but I'm excited to see them come back in full force.
Yeah, definitely. They were dealt a rough hand, but now you can tell that how hungry they have been to get back on the world stage. And I think, when you're kind of checking in with their Instagrams, when you're seeing exactly, how excited they are for the opportunity once again, I'm very much looking forward to seeing them back.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
$6
we
million
were doing World
as well.
League. We were doing World League last year, right? And if we don't have the cast to say Patse Headshot Bolte when the team from India is actually going to be playing, I'm going to be genuinely surprised. So we better see it.
Well, now I'm a little bit sad I missed out on this because I was doing the West League in that one. I don't even know what that means.
Imagine doing West.
Imagine doing West.
Hey, I'm back here on East now. But you can see it's going to be $6 million in total across PMGC. For instance, the winner here of the entire league stage super weekends and the league finals coming up later on in the month, they get $362,500. Like, there's a lot of money in the lines when it comes to just the league stages alone, but also in the finals as well. We're not sure exactly how the prize pool is going to break down there, but I'm almost assuming first place is going to be getting over $1 million. I don't know if you guys agree with me on that one, but it kind of makes sense.
I mean, if you win the league stage plus also the grand finals, then yes, 100%, Jason. My math isn't on point, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be over $1 million. And I can tell you, that's a lot of 1+s. So you definitely want to win.
That is a lot of 1+s, indeed. We can see here the teams that did make it into the Super Weekend. Now, Kalaris, we got to talk about your opinion on what happened yesterday a little bit, but what about some teams necessarily that you really focused on of like, wow, they really stepped up or maybe got a little bit lucky with how the zones did shift in their favor?
I mean, yeah, I don't want to kind of stray towards the luck factor because, as you say, you've got to work with whatever circles you are dealt, right? And that can materialize not only in like, okay, we're going to go for the win, or the circle shifted away from us, let's just go for kill points whilst we're trying to attempt to get towards these circles, right? And I think that, when you look at the Infinity's Secret 4 rivals, what they were able to put up yesterday was nothing short of spectacular. I was definitely impressed by the Infinity's, not consistency per se, but their highs. I mean, if you look at their past 4 games, second place, 8 kills, 10th place, then a first place, then a 10th place. But even in some of those 10th places, they're still able to get a few kills and kind of find those consolation moments when maybe those circles are not going the way. So I like what the Infinity was able to put up yesterday.
And on that note, I mean, if you look back at every match they've had so far, they had let's just go over like the kills, right? Round 1, 9 kills, second place. Round 2, 10 kills, second place. They had a 4th place with only 1 elimination, but then you go on later on, they get a 7th place with 8 eliminations. They get another second place with 8 eliminations. Like, they're consistently, when they place high, it seems, getting up a lot of elims. So it seems like the positions they're taking early on in these zones are working out heavily in their favor.
Yeah, I mean, the good thing too is that even when they do have a bad game, they're able to pick themselves up right off the bat on the next game that happens just after, so it's great to see. And I think the main reason why you're seeing Infinity do so well right now, you can see on the screen, 119 points. This team is fragging out big time. But you have Newsy, which is basically somewhat scouting for the team. I say somewhat because when he sees you, he doesn't say, oh, there's information, there's a player there. He just instantly takes you down. He doesn't care about giving information. The information he wants to give to his team is, oh, I just got 4 kills. That's what he's going to try and go for. And it's been working out so far amazingly. So 119, they were super consistent. They got their first chicken dinner yesterday. If they can even start building even more of a gap between first and second, like, they're going to look so golden entering the second Super Weekend.
And actually, Jason, just to add to that to the very end here, I think Infinity could be even higher if they'd have rounded out that situation on the second game of day 1 against Stalwart Esports, where I felt like Infinity absolutely had that in the bag, but it's just the fact that sometimes Stalwart Esports looks insane and is able to really clutch out. So Infinity could be even, 25, 30 points ahead of some of the competition if they were just a little bit more careful.
So you're saying they could be on S2G's level over in West with like 170 points so far accrued from the first 2 days. I mean, that team right now from Turkey is dominating West, which is kind of unexpected considering you have the likes of there. But as you can see here, TJB, the bottom of the table. But we need to remind people at home, again, yeah, you get 40, 50, maybe 60 points in the first Super Weekend. It's still good. It means you have a 60-point buffer against any new teams that come into the Super Weekend in the next week. If you don't requalify, you have a little bit of buffer to play with. If you didn't qualify the first weekend, you're consistently having to catch up. You have to requalify, you have to qualify both Super Weekends, and you have to really gain on those teams or hope one of those teams above you doesn't requalify in another weekend. So it's really important to just get as many points as possible. And yeah, TJB, you're sitting on 39, but you know what? It's not that big of a deal. You still have another 5 matches today to show up. And of course, 3 Erangels once again, a Miramar and a Sanhok thrown in here. And Sanhok, funny enough, has been, if I'm not mistaken, one of the consistent maps out of the Infinity here with a 4th place and a 1st place finish.
Yeah.
Yeah, they've been doing really well on this type of map, and especially I love how Mela is the one typically I see with some of the team, especially Mela's the one trying to get a lot of information this time around with Newsy, so they're able to set themselves up in really strong compounds, even if the circle is a hard shift, and we talked about that just a few seconds ago, how important it is to be able to adapt to the kind of circles, and Infinity is one of those that can do it really well, but don't forget, when you look at Sanhok, the teams that tend to do really well as of recent times are the Chinese teams, and we have another Sanhok today. Tong Jiabao got a little bit close, not enough kills on that quarry finish. I want to see Tong Jiabao get a strong result, potentially even a win on Sanhok. I think that's the map where they can try and build even more of a lead against the teams that haven't qualified here.
I mean, to be fair, Max, and this is no BM, but I just want to see them have a good finish finally in the Super Weekend. They've had one third place, and that's it. They had 2 eliminations off the back of that. So come on, TJB, we know you've got what it takes. Just like our sponsor here of OnePlus, our sponsor of the PMGC, with its flagship performance and immersive 120Hz display and hyper-touch technology made specifically for gamers. The OnePlus 9 and 9 Pro are your best shot to climb the leaderboards. And maybe TJB need to cop some of those, because climbing the leaderboards is something they're looking to do today here, guys.
Yeah, definitely so, definitely so. And another team that actually, I'd be remiss if we didn't bring them up before we actually get into the first game, considering what they were able to put up yesterday, was Rejects. Technically, yesterday, they got #1 out of the whole lobby, which I think is fantastic. You saw Julia as well as Divine really putting up big numbers. And I think considering what they put up in day #1 wasn't quite that spectacular. And I think, you know, some people have some expectations, Max, for this team, considering I think their rise throughout maybe the last year and a half or so.
Yeah, I mean, throughout the past year and a half, we've been hyping up the Japanese region as a whole to see if they can potentially improve before hitting this global event, which we saw in the league stage. They did really well, and they were able to get themselves some actually really good games on Miramar, but we were asking, can they do more than get some good games on Miramar? Got himself a win yesterday on Miramar, and they also got a win on Erangel. And that's what makes me really happy, right, is that they can perform on other maps than Miramar. If they can just, even now, remain consistent, because they tend to have a really good game then a bad game. If they just get a few extra kills every game, even the bad performances will just allow them to be super comfortable in the rankings. I mean, they already are, but it could be even better, I think. This team has improved just so much throughout the past year.
Yeah, and I'm so glad you actually both mentioned that, you know, point out Reject and the improvement over the last year. You look at a lot of teams who are returning from last year, who, like, for instance, Nova. I mean, I guess they don't really put too much effort into Super Weekends as long as they're, you know, into our top 16 to make it into the league finals. But this team, I mean, Bluebees, like, they've had, like, with 2 or 3 players returning from that same lineup, they've kind of really got into that hyperbolic time chamber over this last year and come back into PMGC, into the Super Weekends where they struggled previously and improved on it. And to be honest, like, for me, that makes them one of my favorite teams out there, to just come back, continue to improve, really grind out that year, and come back with a vengeance and potentially put Japan on the map here in this world stage.
Yeah, and it shows, right? I mean, quite honestly, when we were looking at Bluebees and some of those international, but kind of big events, they were effectively, for a lot of the lobby, were kind of cannon fodder. If you all of a sudden realize you kind of taken one of their positions and like knocked one and then been able to push on it, you're like, oh, okay, we can take this position quite confidently. I do think back in the day when, you know, systems were a little bit different. But now I think their aggression looks good. As Max says, their Miramar looks terrifying. Now, if they can continue to round things out the way they have done in Erangel, which is such a focal point when it comes to Battlegrounds, then the sky could be the limit. Do I think that they're going to be #1 or #2 at the end of this? Not just yet, but I do think, you know, a top 5 could easily be there here for Rejects.
Yeah, it could definitely be possible for them. I mean, another team that we've seen improve heavily, especially Jason, you were talking about this team quite a bit yesterday, was DRS, a team from Nepal that we were saying, you know, last year they were a very stubborn team, not willing to make big changes. But man, this time around, sure, they still drop in that position versus MS Chonburi. They're still somewhat taking a fight from time to time, but they're trying to be a lot more passive in those early skirmishes. And now they got 3 second places in a row at the end of yesterday's games. Like,
crazy.
DRS, they are looking super good right now. This is a completely different team from last season. I mean, we had questions, right, Kalaris, after the Global Esports to us to, can they perform during PMGC? For me, they answered the question. Yes, they are here to compete. They're here to go for the trophy, and they've been doing great yesterday, but I want to see more from them today, hopefully.
And we have to remember that teams like DRS, like 4 Rivals as well, they're the only teams in top 5 who don't, actually, the only teams in top 8. No, in top 9. I'm double checking this, and I'm like, oh my gosh, it goes even further. The only team in top 9 without a chicken dinner. These 2 teams, and yet they're sitting in 3rd and 4th place. I think that's a true testament to how strong these teams are.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we saw some of that consistency even come through when it came to the league play as well. So very, very impressive stuff by them. I think that what is important to take away from this leaderboard, though, Jason, is the fact that because we're in topsy-turvy land right now and you've got so many big names down towards the bottom, I don't think it really tells the tale of the tape here. I think that a lot of these teams could easily push up down towards the bottom, because look at the big names that are down there right now. It's nuts that they haven't been able to put up more numbers here, I think.
I mean, you're also going to keep in mind that you have teams such as FaZe and BTR that did not qualify. And the point lead is so far about 39 points for TJP, 46 for also Cryptix, 46 also for Enigma Galaxy. Those are point leads that can very easily be closed up upon. So you've got to be careful. Not only do you got to try and have a good third day, but you need to make sure you re-qualify to the next Super Weekend.
That's a good point. Jason, yesterday, or the day before even, I asked you, do I think TJB is a second place team? Jason asked me, do I think that they're a 16th place team? Quick.
Cloris, I got a question here for you. Now, you might need to really mull this one over and think about it really quickly. TJB, right? Coming in from China. Do you think they're a 16th place team?
No, absolutely not. I think that they got a little bit unlucky and unfortuitous with some of their circles. I think some of the aggression from some of the other teams is now paying off against a team like TJB, but they're still able to put up more numbers.
Let me jump in here then. Enigma Galaxy, same thing?
Oh, absolutely. 14th place? No, get out of here. They're not that bad at all. Like, they're going to be able to push up as well. I believe, Jason, that if we get maybe some more circle shifts toward the center, maybe some of these teams will have a better time.
Yeah, and obviously you can see we are just about 50 seconds away until we're going to be heading into the first match of the day, and it's time to finally bring in our commentators for that first match. It's going to be none other than John Allen and Blank to take us away here. Go ahead, gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Jason. Yeah, we're very happy to be here to take this one away, as you so rightly put it. We're going to be heading into Erangel for our first game, and hopefully Pubgmobile will show us that they aren't that 16th place team here today.
Yeah, I mean, for Pubgmobile, there's been a few times where the boys have been unlucky, I would say that, but I do think that, you know, this is the one time I might disagree with Colaris, you know, like, yes, there might not be a 16th place team, but I do think that, yeah, a bit of that unluckiness, not sure. I mean, Sanhok in particular, they went to that compound towards Quarry. Yes, they got the central, and then they just don't move, and then the circle comes towards them. As soon as it moves away from them, they looked lost, and like their ability to move around was just very slow. And there was a clear win condition there for them, John, which was, you know, sweep on that western side, move up towards the position of the Infinity and try and take them down, but they just sat in the grass, got Molotov, got pushed out, and I think that really speaks to the Infinity because they're using their utility so well in these end moments to suffocate teams and make sure that they have the best chance of winning in the end of it. Again, also Newsy doing incredible work for this team from the Infinity. He's had some very clutch moments so far, even winning out against DRS yesterday on Sanhok versus AJ. I do think today DRS, they're kind of owed that chicken dinner though, right? They were so close so many times yesterday. I think now is the time.
Actually getting gotten out by the Infinity in one or two of those circumstances as well. DRS still yet to claim that chicken dinner, but they still should be happy with the points they've managed to accrue so far, having been able to get so far up the tables, get up into 4th place, 98 points so far in 10 games, almost at that 10-point average. This is a very good place for them to stand in, right? This is a really solid point. And Jason mentioned yesterday, if he was going to ask me to get like a predicted bubble, the difficulty is if you don't know how many teams or which teams are going to be qualifying for which Super Weekends, it becomes very, very difficult as to whether that bubble is going to be on a team that has 15 games or has 30 games. It's most likely to be one of the two, but it's still very difficult to predict. But 98 points is pretty solid in this first Super Weekend, and they have another day's games left to play.
Exactly. And I think that, you know, realistically, at the moment, most teams, what they should be more focused on, rather than hitting like a specific point margin, is just getting as many points as possible. You want to be able to build up that buffer just in case you miss out on one of those Super Weekends. It does happen to some of these teams. And I think that even more than that, if BTR can turn things around, if FaZe can turn something around, you know, one of these teams, they might be dropping down to not go into the next Super Weekend. We know how good of a team FaZe is. So there could potentially be a sneaky team in here that they'll overtake and forced down to watch next Super Weekend instead. So I think that's the worrying thing at the moment, is that I don't think there's anyone in this lobby, including all 20, that is a bad team. Particularly, I do think there's teams in here that are vying for a chance to be in the next Super Weekend, and they're not going to make that league play easy. So get as many points as possible on board. I have been quite happy with Deadeye guys. Now I'm looking for a bit more of improvement. I think 59 points, it's okay, and just scraping by to get into the Super Weekend, that's an all right result. But they're not really showing me that they're a finals team. So BTR, FaZe Clan, they could just as easily, with how close it was with BTR not getting in, get into that next Super Weekend, and potentially Deadeye guys, they don't.
I mean, this is the thing as well. We've seen teams from the bottom of those league play days come all the way towards the top, right? It's the Infinity qualified in 15th place, Team Secret 14th place, right? These two teams now sit first and second in these Super Weekend games. So even if they're only just qualifying, it absolutely can be a shift in momentum from these days to days. So hopefully we'll see more from some of the teams we're not seeing today. But we're only going to see stuff from the teams we are seeing today. I mean, I feel like that's pretty self-evident, but I'm going to say it.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll allow that. We're not going to get any sneaky beavers coming in to this lobby here. They won't be shifting their weight from that league play watching room and moving into the actual playing room instead. But you're right, though. The Infinity, Team Secret, massive momentum shift from both these teams. I think specifically from Team Secret, it's a great example of what can happen over a few days, given the chance, which is that, they're so much quicker on these rotates, so much faster overall, and they're looking for those central spots in the game, and I think that's a massive change for them. I think they just had to realize that, yes, they can go toe-to-toe with a lot of these guys in the lobby. They don't have to, float around towards that north side of the map so much anymore. It's something that they do over here on Erangel, where they have that Kameshki split over towards Stalber. They also do it over towards Miramar and Torhamada. So, those are locations where you can't really just sit around and twiddle your thumbs. You do have to make it into the circle fairly quickly with a good plan ahead of you. And I think Team Secret's changed that, and I'm glad to see that confidence coming through. Nova on our screen, 10th place, 69 points. We expected a lot more coming through from Nova. Jimmy obviously doing a ridiculous amount of work for this team at the moment. The rest of the guys not really stepping up as much as I would have hoped them to. I think Order had a much better run last time I saw him, and I would like to see a little bit more out of that guy so far, but it does feel like he's getting caught out a few times and not able to unleash the beast that we know that is Nova Order.
They're right on that boundary as well. For the southeast circle that's falling over the majority of Sosnovka military base and over towards, including even Milta Power. Interesting drop spot. Infinity going up to Zaki. They normally drop over on that C block on military base, but this time around they go right up to the northwest. I mean, the plane path was fairly northern, so maybe they didn't want to go all the way far down that way in the vehicles, get some loot early. But they're playing right outside, so we'll see if they can change up that strategy and make it work for themselves to get down to this southeast circle.
I do think it's a smart secondary drop spot here. Unfortunately, it doesn't really work out for them the way they wanted it to with this circle. And I think that's purely the only reason we're seeing Stalwart down towards Nova at the moment is because they waited to drop out the plane down towards Shelter, Milta side, pick up some vehicles and head down towards Nova past Genesis Dogma. And I think that extra time in the plane afforded them time to realize, where is that circle going to drop? What do we do with it? Instead, the Infinity has to make a snap decision depending on the plane path, which is not really viable, heading towards Sosnovka, head toward Zark instead. So all in all, two smart decisions from both these teams. I just think Stalwart had a little bit more time to make their decision. Not to say that the Infinities was any worse, it just hasn't had that same look in terms of the circle. Because who thinks that this circle's coming through? It's very, very much down towards the southeast. We've been expecting like northern shifts up towards River. This time we're going to move away from that over towards the east side of the map now.
See where it does drop in the end. I mean, it's potential for a military-based finish, but it feels unlikely given this circle shift. You have to feel that it's going to be on that mainland. A little bit of a scuffle breaking out the hillside from Jabal, taking fire from Enigma Galaxy. Trying to suppress that ridge line as well. Jabal just trying to leave this position out to the west of Pachinki. The attacker repositioning that. They are skirting around.
These guys are now in for a little bit of a test here. They've sat down, they've sharpened the pencils, and they've got to figure out how they're going to make towards the center of this circle, because they dropped towards Hospital. And I do think that this is a good time now for us to see just how Tongjabao does rotate, because we know they like center, but they're almost certainly going to be forced to play towards the edge side for the majority of the game now. If they go down early, you know, that's going to be pretty much a good confirmation for me of how they rotate and do they have the chance to make it happen. Purely because, you know, without this ability to immediately take center and then just hole up for the majority of the game, Tongjabao is going to be an awkward scenario now. 39 points, it is pretty diabolical considering they have the center of the circle so many times and not able to control that. So Tongjabao, we'll keep an eye on this game. I think this rotate underneath Pachinki over towards the coastal side on those roads is going to be very, very important. We'll see what they make happen, but I don't think we're going to see any crazy shifts in terms of momentum or movement towards that second circle.
4 rivals making their way to the north side of Potato Hill right now. 3rd place in our tournament overall with the tied kill lead win. 15 kills back in the league play on the Greek Infinity team. We've been doing a lot of work in these circles. And it feels like I haven't been paying attention as much to them as maybe I should have done, because I feel like they have exceeded my expectations for them. Maybe you have a different view on that, but they absolutely have shot up those rankings, and to be in the conversation there, I think is an excellent achievement.
Yeah, it really is for the time being. Both these teams, well, this team in particular, doing very, very well so far, and I think it is a surprise. It is a change to the paradigm that we've seen so far for most PMGCs. So it's exciting for me because I think that, again, you know, the guys talked about on the BTR phase being in that bottom 20, like, that's crazy to me already. So PMGC East cracking up to be one of the most exciting tournaments of the year, if not the most exciting tournament of the year. You know, imagine being in West, as Max says. But to be fair, over there, you know, you've got that one team in S2G just completely flying out of control. We're not seeing that here at East. You know, we've got a much more level playing field. And I think I would prefer that, though. Big congrats to S2G. You guys are killing it.
Yeah, and they're gouging out the points for sort of the middle of the tables. What that means that is here we have, as you say, that flatter distribution of points across the lobby, which in fact is going to make it harder. Oh, okay, hang on a minute. Tongjabao, I'll come back to that in a minute. Taking on a team from the same region, 628 right now. Sunan is going to go down. I think they're not even going to try and get this player back up. Can they get an answer? Not really. They don't really have the angles. Tongjabao, they pick up the point.
So that's a pretty decent start, and again, this is being able to be quick with your rotations, get into position, and I think for STE losing Dao Shi now, not the best of things in the world for them. Tongjabao, this is great news for them, and I think that being able to take these compounds is good. I do think it's a product almost of 628's playstyle though, which is very lax at times.
There you go, 2 players from Tongjabao rocking on forward. The attacker goes low, the spray down's good onto 1, and the second as well. 2 players fall. Now 33Z maybe looking to try and come in, look for a flush here, but thinks better of it. Last player standing for 628, just want to get out of dodge, get away from there. Try and keep towards the top side of these tables. Currently 6th place, 88 points.
I do like that from 33Z. Jumps out the car and is like, I'm going to get you all. And he's like, actually, my entire team's dead, I'm going to leave. For Tongjabao, that's great. This is really, really good news. I'm glad we've set up this storyline beforehand because now we get to see how they're going to make this happen. Again, like I said, rotating down from Hospital, not easy through Gatka, open fields, but they found their way a little bit further into the circle here. Second shift as well, looking for this compound. This is good news for Tongjabao. Again, they still have to force their way further into the circle, but 3 kills onto STE, who are currently sat in 6th place with 88 points. It's good stuff.
I mean, they can only be attacking teams above them on the tables, right? So there's no other way about it. Nars currently in that 16th place. Team Secret, oh, they lose 1. MS Chamburi able to find that flush. Jasper low, but not going down just yet either. So no answer. Team Secret trying to push in from this north side, and it's a difficult road ahead of them. They haven't lost the player just yet. It's just a down, so they could potentially get this res. It looks like they are looking for it.
I think this is where Team Secret, like their difference in ideas have changed, which is specifically like they know if they want location, they need to fight for it. especially coming from the northern side. There's no way you get through because most teams are going to rotate safely over that northern edge of the circle. With Team Secret adding into the mix there, it becomes a little bit difficult for them. But they've realized that, you know what, we have to crunch on for these zones. iShot's pop. We'll find him. He's done.
Out in the open as well. There's no way you're getting back to that, unfortunately, especially if Team Secret have the angle. I mean, there's a smoke blooming, so maybe they're going to try and make that push, but there's very little cover here. And MS Jonburi suffering now on what looks like a pretty solid start to a fight for them. The circle shifts out to the eastern side, and it is confirmed to be on the mainland. Stalwart have moved off from that military island. Teams are now moving east towards this next circle.
Genesis Dogma tried to hold them out earlier on, but now Stalwart really getting a lot of dividends for that push they made towards Novo. They've got looted up, they'll be heavily ready to go. And now they can kind of move towards that eastern side of the map, which is very uncontested at the moment.
Rico Infinity team going straight towards the center as well, to the north side of Farm. The fight from Nova as they push into Reject. This time around, Reject not going to be able to hold this one out. They're not going to be able to take down Jimmy this time. Jimmy takes the building back.
Looking to hold on to this one for the time being. And I think Nova, yeah, we did need to see a big improvement from this team. Sat in 10th place at the moment. Like, this is the team that we're all got our eyes on a lot of the time. But I think we're starting to see new names that we definitely need to keep more up to date with. I think the Infinity, Team Secret, both these teams just always on it when it comes to all the tournaments around the world. And I think that they've been grinding very hard. And Team Secret's been so close to the top so many times. They've breathed that fresh air of sitting on top of the throne, but never quite sat on it. So it is now time for these kind of teams to really take their rightful place.
What about they're going over the West Bridge onto Military Island? They're going to try and swing round behind Stalwart, I imagine, either that or re-up their vehicles and go on the south coast. But this is an interesting move from them. It's something that we haven't really seen from them before.
I think it's a great move as well, though, because, you know, with that playing path, it moves up towards the northern side. I think most teams would expect a lot of action towards the western side of the map. They've realized that themselves, trying to push through towards Pachinki, that it's heavily contested. Let's just head through where Stalwart moved. So I think that, yes, they might come into contact with Stalwart, who are currently holding buildings just down towards the south side of Milta. So they do have eyes on those bridges. The Infinity's already sending out wide to maybe gatekeep that position, but this is a smart rotation from Tongjibao. It does circumvent a lot of the issues on that western side. Your only issue is it's now zone 3, so you don't really have a lot of time to be dallying around on Sosnovka. You do just need to make it into that circle.
Yeah, crossing the bridge. I mean, there's only one player from the Infinities there, and it's more for info gathering purposes, right? And maybe you'll see Tongjibao stop off there, although it's outside of the circle currently. You can see just the edge of that Infinity Circle, and Tongjibao, I imagine, are going to intrude on that southern side of it in just a moment. Next circle does go down south as well, so this just increases the value of Tongjibao's next rotation.
It does, yeah. Now, because if how their ability to come through, they'd have to move too much further as well. Tongjibao, this is a smart rotate from them. What I don't want to see is them come through looking hot and then fizzle out as they push into the circle, because they've been afforded a lot of agency now within the game. And if they can make it work, great. But I still don't see them on the map. Hopefully we can check back in with them later.
A little bit
Team
of a
Secret, though?
Scuffle here on the south side, though, because Team Infinity's push in to try and crash on Enigma Galaxy. 3 players up on the wall. Reject get eliminated in the meantime. And there are a couple of teams trying to make their way ahead. That was Genesis Dogma taking them down right in the center. As the central compounds here are incredibly valuable. Reject find out all about it. There's teams there already playing.
Yeah, this is a very, very good compound to hold. And I think that it is one that can hold a lot of teams as well. So we're going to get some nice fights coming through. 4 rivals all down on their bellies, trying to make their way in, but still on the western side. They will have to contend with teams like Cryptics, who will be moving on afterwards. Nova is having none of it, though. Nades in hand, smokes out to the side to deny some sight lines. But 4 rivals, they're taking knocks all over the place. Nice nade. Might start to make things a bit more difficult for them. And Nova's got a beautiful split going on. Jimmy does go down. That's another.
Gets flushed as well, so will be fully eliminated there. QC1 around the side, saves himself from the bullets flying on out. now there's only one player for the 4 rivals left, and that's going to be quickly dealt with. Unfortunately, Order does take a knock in the meantime. Has to crawl back inside, not entirely sure where that one came from. In the meantime as well, on the southwestern edge, Infinities took out a player from Nigma Galaxy. They took themselves a compound on the southwest.
Yeah, I don't know how the hell the Xavier Duck saw that from all the way on the northern side of the map, but he will flush out the final player through from 4 rivals. Start to make their way in. Team Secret, they've swung all the way on this eastern side down towards Milta. Nice rotate here. You know, they've fought for that northern edge a little bit, but now they can decide to themselves, you know, we're going to take a bit of a more position towards that east side, stay safe, stay comfy. We'll play out the rest of the game a little bit longer. We don't really too many fights where we get to that end game. We've got no utility. We saw before how those smokes that they threw over on the 5th game on Erangel were so strong in allowing them to win that game.
Xavier have the compound on the north, and they're trying to stop MS Jonbury from moving on through. Pubgmobile lost 2 players on their southern rotation. Unfortunately, Team Secret kind of pushed into their area as well. Stalwart were a little bit in the way. And a lot of these teams now on the outskirts of this circle, but the central set of compounds is so hotly contested. You can see 4 teams really close to each other there on the minimap.
Pubgmobile's down to 2 players.
Yeah.
So something terribly wrong happened whilst they were rotating. I'm not sure what, but they've only got 2 in. Now it's a case of being able to hold out for a little bit longer. You know, you've made that rotate, you've found a position in the circle. Now you're looking for maybe a top 8 placing with those 2 players, or trying to sneak in towards the end. Again, though, like 14 teams, 48 alive. If you're just 2 guys here and Stalwart is just ahead of you, it's a bit rough. They've got a 2-2 split going on. You can see it there. They control a large amount of the land. Nice shift, though, for Pubgmobile, but they will still have to fight through Stalwart, who have been looking pretty good. Yesterday was a bit of an anomaly for them. Hopefully today they can readjust, rewrite themselves in this leaderboard.
Oh, Godtani moves up towards Pubgmobile. Shaka thinks better of it. Back in the buggy. Nigma Galaxy want to have their turn as Godtani takes a turn and tail there. 2 players up to the wall, and Attacker goes down to a nade. A massive crash coming through from Nigma Galaxy is in the shed. 1 player stands tall. Lord looking to try and take care of it, but Bamboo with a death nade is good. Looking for it and looking for more as well. Nigma Galaxy think twice about it. Not going to go down to the nade and even might get this res. But in comes another team. It's the Deadeyes guys as they saddle on up to the fight, and they're going to be the ones to take down Pubgmobile. It was well fought, but not to happen in the end. 6 points for Pubgmobile on the game.
Yeah, I mean, that was a great nade from Bamboo, but again, that rotate just did not work out for them. Not sure where they lost those 2 of the members, but like I said, that Circle 3, it does tick fairly hard, and if you don't have the meds to make it happen, you are going to come into the circle looking a little bit worse for wear there. Deadeye guys take the shack. It's not great. It's not the greatest of positions, but Stalwart's still holding on to this fantastic compound at the moment. Nova get the short end of the stick towards the center of the circle as we head down towards the south side, but they'll have Rico Infinity Team looking at them. They'll have Genesis Dogma looking at them.
Team Secret very close to Xavier right now. Sprays some DRS with oversight on the fight. Rabbiz low hits the deck, but Jumper's the first to fall in the scuffle. Has to go down behind that buggy. Look at their health. Oh, it's on Xavier. They're so low, but they're staying alive and they can get these heals off Plank.
Yeah, I mean, Pika along the way from STE's taking shots towards this fight. That's why Xavier went quite low there. IKD5 tries to move out wide, so does Fredo. So Team Secret just using these smokes to advantage to reposition and re-angle themselves in this fight. It's smart. It adds a little bit of chaos to the mix. There's so much fighting going on at the moment. DRS trying to come up against Xavier. Team Secret saved by this team for the time being, but again, there's still shots ringing out all over the map.
God, what a bloody hillside that's going to be on the northeast, as well as on the south side. Cryptic's struggling. MS Jonbury maybe looking to push up towards Nova. It's all popping off now. Infinities. They had 1 player go down there. Mela flushed out as well. They have got a little opening in that side of the circle. Genesis Dogma, they're taking shots time and time again.
They've got a very, very good post to play for at the moment. I think Genesis Dogma has surprised me a lot throughout these games. I think they're quite a difficult team to play against, and they tend to really be able to hold down for their areas. They've got great teamwork. Rico Infinity Team trying to hold down a shack as teams push in towards them, but it's Stalwart taking down the Infinity in the meantime.
Rico Infinity Team. One gets dropped out in the field, and they're looking to shut them down. They will be able to do so. Rico Infinity Team guard out Nova. What a shift to Infinities. As now they have Cryo Compound, Team Secret. They can have a long road ahead of them. With a player down, that's going to slow them really quite dramatically. Unfortunately, not for much longer, as they do just straight up lose that player. It's Xavier holding them in a death grip on the northeast.
I think for Team Secret now, Rabbids has already moved forward, so this is potentially a time to clear out these remaining players from the Xavier. They've lost one on Team Secret so far, so again, there's time against both these teams where Rabbids already in the circle, but he goes down. Slight issue now going forward.
Push is not really coming through just yet. It's Deadeye's guys who had that shack. Trying to play this edge, but there are only two. All up. Full four. Gonna have to push on through. Team Secret now in a last chance fight. iShots wins one, but can't find the second. Bredo looking for retribution, but he's gonna lose this teammate no matter what. And across the way, gonna be spoiled there. Team Secret eliminated. Deadeye's guys continue to try and move, but Stalwart just spraying into this smoke, forcing them to hit the deck.
I mean, Deadeye guys didn't have the greatest position overall towards that shack, but they were closer to the circle. And Stalwart's kind of held them out for a long time. They take shots backwards and forwards, but with the man advantage that Stalwart currently have now, they're looking much stronger, moving out towards the northern side, knowing there's a lot of chaos over towards there, so they could potentially move through. But Genesis Dogma, now they need to hold back Rico Infinity. Already Boom's going down.
And getting flushed out as well. A nade being cooked by Satar, but needs to be a little bit careful there. Stops the players pushing into the building with the nade dropped down, but isolated to the top floor. Has to hop out. Misses the Molotov. Pretty crucially there as we hop on board with the southeastern fight as well as that crash happens over on the northern side, but we're back with it. And Us goes down, and a nice hold for Genesis Dogma, but it is only going to go that far. They lose an Us, but they claim the northern compound.
Rico Infinity coming back into it, seeing a lot of these names that we weren't too sure about yesterday who had fallen off slightly. Rico Infinity team Stalwart, but now down to a three-way fight, I would say, between Stalwart, the Infinity, as well as Rico Infinity team. I believe that, you know what, Love probably not going to be in this circle for too much longer. Rico Infinity looks towards Stalwart, gets some nice sprays down towards them. All they've got is a tree.
Not really going to do too much there. The wood splintering at their face, but it is providing sanctuary for now. Stalwart need to hold, and the sprays are good. Top takes a tickle. Crawls behind the vehicle, and Rico Infinity team more than likely going to have to leave their high ground positions. Can Stalwart weather the storm? The circle shifts out a little bit towards them, but there's an off angle as well. Deadeye's guys find the shots that they're looking for, and Stalwart again just going so low. One player for Deadeye's guys remains.
This is good for Deadeye guys. I mean, this would be a nice ending for them if they get that third place after that little squad wipe onto Tong Jiao. Good stuff. Newsy takes shots towards Stalwart too, so they're looking for that second place at the moment, but Newsy and God Tunny, arguably the best players here on the Infinity to round out this game for them. You know, this is the chance that they needed. Rico Infinity down to 3, and they've lost Anas, who I would say is their best player. So struggling just a little bit, but I do still think that Rico Infinity team are a very strong team, but when you're up against God Tunny and Newsy, anything can happen.
And of course, they do have the numbers advantage right now, as you say, but they have lost Anas in this scenario. The question is, how much control can they exert over this next circle? Not too much ground in front of them to use as cover. And so a lot of angles still remain as a threat.
Get that circle, move towards Rico Infinity team, so teams have to move up towards their side. Top as well in this circle. We've got some huge names towards the end of this game who we're starting to get to know. It's great to see, you know, you want to see these reoccurring names. You want to see these players who are absolute powerhouses, have massive impact. But Love saddles up into third place, 8 total limits for SDE, so they're not too bothered about that. That's still a good result for this game in 4th place.
Certainly have done a lot of work here. Deadeye's guys, I mean, Love alone has just really played spoiler to them on this push. There are about 3 of them behind that tree, and I think most of those points went over Deadeye's guys. Infinity, they move forwards. Rico Infinity team got the full information as to where they pushed. You see those nades continue to just prove bothersome, but the nades out towards Love also coming through from Infinity.
Surely they've heard those shots coming that way. They've been ringing in their ears, popping their eardrums, and now the Infinity wants to put an end to it by taking the life of Love. See if they can make it happen, but right now most teams just edging their way forward. That buggy is going to be really useful. Both of the Infinity have vehicles available towards them. One goes down. This is disaster for the Infinity.
GodTiny with a nade right on his face as well. Takes a little bit of damage, but stays alive. That one's a little bit too short.
Love.
Allowing for potential for the heal. And in comes Love. Looking to play spoiler to 2 teams on the flank, and it's good. It's going to come from Rico Infinity team, but Deadeye's guys ladder up into second place. I think it would be a little bit too much to us, but he starts out well. SK Tong goes down, and there's the point gathered as well. Not taking any damage, has quite a few meds, but the nade is on point. It's a little bit long, brings him down to half HP there, but swings out wide, spray into the grass. Maybe a little bit too big for your boots there, I'm afraid, but the first aid starting to pop.
Love is having a time of it this game. That's all the same for Love and War here, but he's on the battlefield versus Rico Infinity team. See if they can get anything done. The smokes are being dropped down by Rico Infinity team now. 1v2, definitely a doable experience for Love, but not an experience that I would want to go through personally.
And Rico Infinity team have control of the circle. They know exactly where Love is, suppressing that ridge line. It's dangerous. It's dangerous if you aren't able to get these refrags, and especially playing behind that smoke, you won't have the sight lines. The Prestige.
I think it's actually good for Prestigo to drop that smoke because it means he can play viably standing up, which is going to give him a better angle looking down towards Love. As he crests this hill, it's going to be awkward. Nade comes over the top, he can't take damage from it. That's the main thing.
He managed to avoid. Just putting snakes in the grass right now. Does he know he's there? He's dropped the backpack, knows there's a player on the side of the smoke, but as soon as he takes a shot, he's going down here to the off angle. Look at that. Oh, it's been spotted. There's no way he survives that. Okay, Rico Infinity team take down the snake in the grass and claim themselves the chicken dinner from the northern side of the circle. It's Rico Infinity team.
Still Love, great game for Deadeye guys there. You gotta believe in the Deadeyes, as they would say, with that ending. And I think that he did a fantastic amount of work there, getting second place, getting a bunch of kills as well. It's beautiful stuff coming through. But I do think Rico Infinity team, that's a return to form there for me. Performing exceptionally well in those final moments. I love Prestigo's position as well, like teasing him around the smoke whilst you've got one forward outpost. So he has to move over towards that side to see him. But as soon as he moves out that wide, he's out in the plains, and YW can quickly and swiftly execute Love.
Yeah, very, very good stuff coming through. I felt like the Infinity had a tricky spot to play with, and the fact that they'd lost a couple of players earlier, maybe they could have exerted more control with more, but it was really well played in those final circles by Rico Infinity team. I can't really fault them there. I really love when GodTiny rolled up to the shack, saw players inside, and then saw maybe some other players coming in as well from other teams, and just turned around and left. I felt like that was one of my favorite moments in that game. He rolled up to the shack with Nova in it. Tongjabao in it, sorry.
Yeah, well,
okay,
I think
that's where they lost some players there, Tongjabao.
They lost one here, and then I think they had 3 going down towards Sosnovka. But I do think that, you know, it's an interesting game. Tongjabao able to make that smart rotate. Losing one though is never good, and then only finding a shack to play around. And we all know that the way shacks work is if you're first to the shack, that is the worst position you can be in, because it's just going to be a case of people zooming to the shack, killing the other squad. Someone else comes to the shack, they kill that squad. And when there's not really many other places to go, that's usually what happens. Deadeye guys get the better of it though. Slightly further in towards the circle. Stalwarts take a northerly push towards it with the 4 players they have, but get torn apart by a lot of other teams that were looking their way.
Spray downs from compound to compound. I mean, those central compounds did end up being very, very pivotal in the farm compounds. Certainly those positions worked out very well. And yeah, here's the first crash. You can see GodTiny just fleeing in the background there, coming on through. I think it was Nigma Galaxy to go in first, who did go down, and then it was Deadeye's guys who came in second to clean up the pieces.
I do think that Rico Infinity, despite all this, they held their own. There's so many times in these highlights we're seeing players of theirs getting knocked, but they had nothing of it. Frankie, though, coming in, taking down DRS. You know, the Napoli team, not having the best times during this game, but yesterday was a perfect result for them, coming to 4th place overall, but that will have changed, I believe, after the end of this game. The Infinity once again towards the top side. I think even if it was like a slightly rough game for them towards the end, still getting that 3rd place is ridiculously good. They're continuing to be towards the top of the rankings and continuing to be that familiar face for me and you, John, towards the end of the game, which is always a very, very, very good sign of a strong team.
A couple of unfortunate off angles there getting exploited against the Infinity. But as you say, a very, very strong team. They are rightfully at the top of the tables right now, certainly on the best form. PMGBao did not have that display of a non-60. I mean, to be fair, they had some pretty solid rotations, but they did get cut short. So maybe there's a glimmer of hope, but it wasn't to be in that Erangel. We're going to head back to the analyst desk.
Maybe it'll be coming up in another Erangel, John, obviously, as you mentioned with TJB, but there's so many teams we got to be talking about here. I'm going to start things off talking about the Infinity, actually. I'm going to just throw you guys a curveball. They pick up a ton of eliminations yet again, showing some consistency when it matters here in the Super Weekend. This team has been able to put on a clinic here and continue to lengthen that lead against every other team in the lobby.
Yeah. I mean, they dropped Zarki on this one, and Kalaris and me were having a conversation in the green room while watching this game. How important is it to have those secondary or even third drop locations to play from? You had a very northern plane path. They typically like to drop in military base itself. That plane path is not going to cut it, so you've got to drop for Zarki. And it worked out great. They have a really good entry point to the western side too. And as always, as we know what Infinity like to do, they scout out. And if they spot you even just for a split second, that's an easy kill. And they just fragged out big time once again here.
Yeah, and just kind of the nomadic nature of how they were able to get towards these circles, I think is impressive in itself. When we're looking at their drop there in Zarki, as Max is mentioning, aside from I think it was Genesis Dogma as well as Stalwart Esports, every other team is a barrier to their entry for these later circles. So to be able to get in a spot like this and yet 20 points, I think is very impressive. Shows great adaptability here, considering a problem here that they have to solve.
Well, speaking of problems that need to be solved, someone needs to figure out how to take down the Infinity, getting themselves 20 points in this last match with 10 eliminations. Rico Infinity, though, getting themselves 12 eliminations with 27 points total. And Dead Eyes, guys, I kind of want to focus on them a little bit, obviously, because they did place second. But this team, we obviously saw just barely qualify off of 1 point. They beat out Bigatron in placement points, which is how they got here. But they've definitely turned the tides of their fate. I mean, they're looking up higher in the rankings, which is phenomenal for them. But one thing I am seeing lacking is I feel like we're not really seeing them ever frag out. And for me, that does worry me a little bit. I think their highest elimination game so far has been 7, and that was back in round 7 on a Miramar yesterday. I'm seeing a little bit of lacking of that potential out of the Maxmen.
Yeah, but I would say in terms of their fragging power, they have significantly improved in that aspect from the league play into this first Super Weekend, because in the league play, of course, you might be a little bit stressed out to not make it into a Super Weekend. They were not willing to take fights. At least now, it's not always working out for them, but they're at least trying to go for the pushes. I mean, here they just crashed in that shack, or the Gitun, as I like to call it, onto Tongjaba. It was very impressive. So I think that they are slowly but surely changing their mentality. It takes time to change your mindset of a more potentially passive team into a very aggressive team. They're trying to make it work out, and he actually did at the end. So yeah, it's good change from Dead Eyes, guys.
Yeah, Kalaris, you made this sound perfect. 1,122 damage from Prestigio. I feel like we've seen Prestige quite a few times now, whether it's a head-to-head, whether it's an MVP. I mean, he is such a standout player.
Yeah, I think this team has really been grinding. You can see it from them. I mean, we covered them Global Esports Tour, and they're into this as well. Like, they've been looking really, really nice. And I think what's super impressive about their campaign here in this game is their ability to push on Genesis Dogma the way they did. That opened up the game for them here. I mean, there are moments where Genesis Dogma's a little bit too split. Satar, it was a bit far away, so it kind of made this 3-1 split thing occur for Genesis Dogma. But Rico Infinity, and that's pushing up in a car, the other 3 pushing up to a position where they can then split that 3 into a 2. It was a strong divide and conquer tactic here, Max, that Rico Infinity's team executed beautifully.
I mean, on the other side of the spectrum here for this head-to-head, we're looking at Turulov, and for the guys talking about them wanting to take fights. Turulov, solo at the end of that game, not only was able to pick up kills on Stalwart, able to pick up kills on Infinity, he was able to go from 4th to 2nd in just a matter of seconds. Was a great usage of that utility, especially the grenades were really on point from Turulov. So, hey, we talk about it many times, Jason, talking about the clutch factor of some of those individual players, and Turulov, despite not always being the one clutching out for the side of Dead Eyes, this game was very impressive from Turulov. So I want to see more from him, especially for the side of Dead Eyes.
And I think it's like the first time we've even seen anyone from Dead Eyes guys make it into a head-to-head, make it into an MVP at all. I believe so.
I think so, yeah.
Think back. And that kind of shows that we haven't really seen that standout player yet from the team. We haven't seen them be able to get a performance to allow them to have a standout player. But considering he has 60% of his team's contribution, really shows he is doing a lot of work when it comes to these individual matches. But you can see our overall rankings now, and we do have 32 points. The Infinity able to lengthen that lead quite heavily, and Team Secret behind them with 107. Not a bad lead, and not a bad amount of points to be built up for them. I mean, that should ideally be kind of a buffer zone that if they don't requalify for one of the Super Weekends, I almost want to say they should for sure still be safe.
Yeah. They're even trying things out. Infinity understood that we are now looking so comfortable, we can allow ourselves to go for a secondary drop location in Zaki, potentially try some rotations that if we were in a more tricky position, we wouldn't try in the first place. So I'm really happy to see that coming out from Infinity. But I still, Jason, I've yet to see a chicken dinner from 4 Rivals.
Yeah.
I'm not getting angry, but I want to see it. I want to see it eventually because they're really consistent. If they can just change how they approach the late game just a small amount and they get wins, like they could catch up to Infinity, I would say, pretty swiftly.
Before we change the subject here, Jason, just to quickly hit on the Infinity again as well, they are rapidly approaching, even though there are 3 Super Weekends to be able to get yourself into that finals later on down the line, 139 points is rapidly approaching what I would consider to be a safe zone for the finals. And they've got more games in hand today here in this Super Weekend. So I think it's extremely impressive for them here to start things off, Jason.
I do want to bring up, though, one more topic about Rick Infinity is the fact that they have 3 chicken dinners, but they only have 48 eliminations. You look at 4 Rivals who have 51 eliminations, 0 chicken dinners. You have Team Secret at 51 eliminations, 0 chicken dinners. You have the Infinity at 66 eliminations with 1 chicken dinner. That does kind of worry me about potentially their frag potential yet again. And I know maybe I've been a little bit harsh. I understand that. But for me, I've always said when it comes to PUBG Mobile is that like nice marriage, a nice synergy between placement points and elimination points.
It's fair, though, as you say, because, I mean, as much as I've been impressed by some of the moves that Rico Infinity have made, not only in the league play, but also now here in the Super Weekend, when we see something like them pushing onto Genesis Dogma here, there have been highs, the 3 chicken dinners, but there have been significant lows as well. A few 15th place here, a few 14th places with 0 kills, an 11th place with 0 kills. If you are going down in some of those spots where you're in the double digits kind of elimination spots, you still want a few kills here and there, a few eliminations here and there to kind of smooth out those curves for sure.
Yeah, and obviously, you know, being consistent, getting like consistent points is definitely going to favor you better in these marathon events. Whereas when you get to these sprint, 3-4 day finals, that's when you want to be able to have those high highs and potentially eliminate those low lows if it is possible. But as we just saw, I mean, Prestige was the MVP. Maybe you at home want to vote for him in the fan favorite vote as your favorite player so far in the event. We still have it going on currently until the 27th of December, and there's some limited time rewards you guys can get for yourselves with various pink level permanent items as well. So make sure you guys are voting as much as possible for your teams, for your players, and you guys know you still have some time to do just that. But Maximin, it's coming down time to your part of the show here where you get to flourish. What do you have to break down for us here?
It's my moment now, Jason. We'll see how it's going to
Get out of here,
boys.
Oh, no.
No, we really touched upon them quite a bit yesterday. We even had a recap segment dedicated to Team Secret, and we're going to have to talk about them once again because, as we know, Kalaris, we're having too many hardships in a row. And we talked about adaptability to these hardships, and one team that does it best and has shown it in the Super Weekend is definitely Team Secret. So they typically like to go for their Stalbert Kameshki drop location, which there's not a big chance of you being contested trying to get an entry point to the circle, but boom, instantly first circle, a hardship down to the more southern side of the map, and they're just holding on to the very northern eastern edge because not many teams drop there except for MS Chonburi, except for also DRS to drop Yaznai, and then tend to try and rotate a lot quicker now. And then this next circle, even further down south, they're just going to go for the wide rotate east, which I say was the play that allowed them to try and get access to that late game.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, eventually here, we're going to see them wide out to the circle here. You can see it. And this is the most important part of them trying to get something done. They know because that circle is shifted south pretty hard, there's going to be a barrier to entry for them up towards the north. I mean, there was Xavier holding out some of the best compounds, in my opinion, south of Shelter. They eventually collided with those guys, but it goes to show that, I mean, if they would have tried to enter from the north, I think they would have been killed a lot earlier in this game, Max.
Yeah, there was just too many teams. I think we had Genesis Dogma, Nova, and Rick Infinity in farm itself, and they were just fully stacked as a 4-man team. So you do not want to try and breach those early on. Unfortunately, they had that clash versus Xavier, which is, I believe, the fight we're going to be seeing here, which in the first place, I would say, Kalaris, they did not even really have the advantage. Xavier had that big overview position, having a lot of information of where Team Secret were playing from. It did get a little bit tricky, especially being spotted out by Stalwart, which is definitely not something you want, but it was a pretty good attempt. Though, moving on to the late stage of the game, actually towards the final play, I really enjoyed how especially Rick Infinity Prestige played around those smokes when it was down to that 1v2 between themselves and True Love, and that smoke just gave all the information they really needed to spot out that final player.
Yeah, and they have good information aside from that as well, do Rico Infinity. When you have man-made cover like the cars and stuff like that, where are you going to nade? Where are you going to nade? I'll tell you where. Right behind the cars. It's sometimes, you know, I kind of give props to people that are able to make car forts and things like that, but sometimes you are giving yourself away very easily if you're sat right behind cars. People know exactly where to hit those nades at. And Rico Infinity executed this perfectly after they'd already executed a great push against Genesis Dogma.
I mean, even he tried to put some smokes behind the tree. Sorry, yeah.
Like, I'm just curious, like, aren't you kind of playing like a numbers game there, just kind of hoping that the enemy team doesn't have any grenades left to allow you to play that position? I mean, you would assume most teams really don't have any left towards these final zones.
Potentially. I think that for some of the teams coming in from the south, you have to anticipate, though, that some of the teams in the north that are going from compound to compound, generally, a lot of those fights end very, very quickly if they're having to breach on, which means a lot of the utility from a team that's about to die, maybe they still have half left. So usually you're kind of using utility to pick up more utility when you're actually pushing through those spots. So thankfully for Eco Infinity, they did execute in that fashion.
And Maxpan, poor Bigatron, sitting there watching the match saying, oh, please, just let us in this match. Just get center on farm. We want to be there for that. We want to get some points. But they obviously have to look forward to the next week in league play to get into the Super Weekend. But you guys at home, you know, we have tons of goodies still to give away for you all. Not to mention the fan where you get permanent items. You also have the treasure box currently still in the esports center where you just kind of watch within there or watch within YouTube, and you get a token you can redeem for permanent items. And of course, over the course of this event, there'll be even more boxes for you to pick up for more permanent goodies. So make sure you guys are checking that out while you do have some time. As you can see, we have about 8 to 9 minutes until the next match does kick off, so maybe you have time just there. But with Miramar coming up next, gentlemen, Reject, can you do it again? It's your time. We got to see them, well, not really much on Erangel there, as they got 0 points, but again, high hopes for this team going forward.
Yeah, I would say that they're just looking as the favorite team. When you come down to a Miramar game, they're looking like a very clear favorite. So we'll see if they can try and get themselves another good game onto that map. That would be great to see. But there's other teams that I would like to see some good results potentially from. I would like to see, and seeing how they were playing yesterday, 4 rivals play a really strong Miramar. I would like to potentially see them secure themselves a chicken dinner. I think they get a little bit too confident, especially towards the end of the game, and they don't expect teams to be late to rotate into the circle itself. And I think that kind of assumption they make can sometimes hurt them. That's what hurt them heavily, actually, in their fight versus Dead Eyes guys yesterday. So I still want to see it, Jason. I want to see your 4 rivals win because they've been extremely consistent currently, the top team without a singular chicken dinner. So they got to get one eventually. Come on.
I think they're living that, was it Class 2 Athletics life from last year at PMGC, where they were like top 3 with 0 chicken dinners, or I guess big if you're watching PMPL Western Europe. It is a bit of a struggle to close out matches, but I guess the upside is you don't get $1,000 per chicken dinner here in PMGC. You don't have to worry about that. It's just about the points, and obviously you get a bigger prize at the very end of the rainbow when you do get there, if you can get there, obviously. But with Miramar coming up next, I am curious to see which teams again will continue to show up. I hate to say it, but Enigma Galaxy, like, come on, guys. I want to see a little bit more. You were so surprising to us in league play, but we're just consistently seeing you at the bottom of the table right now. And Colors, I mean, I don't want to put you on the spot, but I really don't know what's going wrong for them.
Yeah, I haven't been able to fully extrapolate it either, if I'm perfectly honest here. And I think Miramar is not exactly the best opportunity for them to put things back on the board either. When we were thinking about that league play, when I was looking at them, Erangel was definitely where they shone, which is kind of thankful for them that we are playing so much Erangel here, but it's not really materializing just yet. So for Miramar, there were some slow choices made, which could have materialized in even more points for them in that league play. But yeah, we'll see coming into this one.
Or Max, maybe another a top 1v2 against Team Secret at the very end of Miramar as well as that we've had before. I'm actually like really impressed that we've been able to see star players, but not just in one match, but just to consistently see those players standing out, which is so difficult to do against the caliber teams we do have. But with Miramar coming up next, we do have a little bit of time until then, so we got to head to that short break. And on the other side of that break, we'll be kicking off directly into match 2 in just a few.
PUBG Mobile fans around the world, welcome to the 2021 PUBG Mobile Global Championship. To the top teams across all regions, we have a message for you. The Middle East, you have proven your worth. Now, make your formidable debut on the PMGC stage. South Korea, forget the past. This year, show the world you've ascended. Remind the world of South Korea's raw talent. Japan. You came so close last year. But what doesn't kill you only makes you stronger. Bring it back better than ever. The Americans. You're the alpha dogs that dominated the West. Now, lead the pack on the world stage. Southeast Asia. You took down so many strong teams on your journey to the top. It's time for a comeback on the global stage. Europe, it's now or never. Push your limits and surprise us all. This is the moment to create your legacy. South Asia. You were the dark horse of 2020. Amaze those who would underestimate you again. China. You carry the crown of last year's PMGC. Now, with everyone's eyes on you once more, can you secure back-to-back victories? PMGC needs a champion. The world needs a champion. Who will stand victorious in the end? Who will be next to glory?
Danny, ready for abstract.
Rasanya ya seneng banget sih.
É uma sensação incrível. Nossa. Tu aprende a ter amor pelo próximo. É algo assim. Perdi, velho.
Но когда закончил, уже ни о чем не мечтаю, просто живу одним днем. У меня просто цель выиграть чемпионат мира.
他现在的责任很重，因为他现在是作为中国和平精英的形象代表之一。
Gimana kalau lu tahu lu ngebuat kesalahan terus bikin mood tim jadi agak down ya? Pastinya kesal sama diri sendiri juga sih. Banyak lah, gede pasti itu pressure-nya.
Fazia parte da Loops, um time brasileiro também de PUBG Mobile. E meu time acabou sendo desclassificado da final. A Alpha 7 me deu todo o apoio possível, né, naquele momento difícil.
Я уверен, что команда в нашей в текущей форме готова stать чемпионами. И мы идем за этим.
Yang pasti gue belum puas karena semua player, semua tim pasti mau yang terbaik dan juara itu cuma satu, yaitu juara satu.
在 PMGC 夺得冠军后，只有2个方向可以走，要么是继续保持胜利，或者是其他队伍击败你。
I feel like if you're not one of those who have participated in these big past events, then you're gonna crack under that pressure. Or maybe, again, you turn out to be a diamond and you turn out to get into PMGC and win the whole thing and make a dynasty of your own.
Rasanya ya
Showtime.
Play around that vision. The damage is good, but eye shots falls. A one, and it's Stalwart to snatch.
He is getting hounded and he needs to somehow stay alive. The UMP comes out. He spots one. Spots
one,
two. Double knock coming in from AJ. He's going to finish him off as well. Jumper. This nade could be everything. He's going to
Beautiful.
Is he going to find anyone? Yes, he is indeed. But shot actually from the sidelines. Getting a knock. Now it's all down to attacker. The 1 versus 2. The lone standing member. And they know exactly where he is. And that is going to be Team Secret.
Suppress this line, but more nades continue to go through. Jimmy in danger now. A beautiful nade to the back finds the flush, and King goes low as well. 2 players from Reject swelling over the hillside. 1 goes down, but is traded evenly with Jimmy. King now up to bat, looks for the shots, but not going to find it. Has to go for the weapon swap, and the drop shot is good. Nova taken down by Reject. Going and Nox going back and forth as nades start to fly on our main screen as well. DRS pressuring the Infinities with nades. Someone outside my window is unhappy about the Infinities taking the nades as well. The horns are blaring and the nades are fragging on out. Nox coming through thick and fast. The Infinities down to 1. Eye shots low.
They're so low.
Advantage. Looks for the shots. Not going to be able to get the damage back into the smoke. Needs the reload. Gets it off and moves through the smoke now, trying to play around that vision. The damage is good, but eye shots falls. A 1-1, and it's Stalwart to snatch it away from Team Secret right at the
Kiri.
Watch out.
コリアのダウンキルを取っています。 BCXL さらにドーナツ SG もかかる動き。東側のエリアを自分たちのものにします。安全地帯は南側に。
マークには届きませんでしたね、小池さん。うわー、2投目マークに刺さった。これを皮切りに一気に行くのはリジェクトです。マークを一気に潰しに行きます。デュエロサラ。さあユナイト3名になった。対してそのこうするかのように時計回りですね。時計回りで回っていくのがユナイト
なので、このラピスが落ちると一気にリジェクトも危ないので、ここ耐えなくちゃいけないですね。
ラピス耐えれるか。もう味方が来ている。車両でアタック。
Setiap saat chicken dinner.
goes around the shack. Can he get the second knock? Because Normal Esports action is going to be the amount of action right now as Pika comes in from behind and gets a burst kill on Mercy. And there you have it, LIT led Esports down to one man.
I saw the first light, the first steps. Now I see much more. I capture Earth in all its beauty. I see action. I see drama. And I see it in the finest detail. Moments of inspiration. And the first steps. I am the 1+9.
PUBG Mobile fans around the world, welcome to the 2021 PUBG Mobile Global Championship. To the top teams across all regions, we have a message for you. The Middle East. You have proven your worth. Now, make your formidable debut on the PMGC stage. South Korea, forget the past. This year, show the world you've ascended. Remind the world of South Korea's raw talent. Japan, you came so close last year. But what doesn't kill you only makes you stronger. Bring it back better than ever. The Americans, you're the alpha dogs that dominated the West. Now, lead the pack on the world stage. Southeast Asia, you took down so many strong teams on your journey to the top. It's time for a comeback on the global stage. Europe, it's now or never. Push your limits and surprise us all. This is the moment to create your legacy. South Asia, you were the dark horse of 2020. Amaze those who would underestimate you again. China, you carry the crown of last year's PMGC. Now, with everyone's eyes on you once more, can you secure back-to-back victories? PMGC needs a champion. The world needs a champion. Who will stand victorious in the end? Who will be next to glory?
Who's going to be next to glory? Well, we're not going to find out today. We still have a little bit of time before we can get into the PMGC Grand Finals kicking off in January with 9 teams from this East Conference, 6 from the West, and 1 invited team from India. But one thing I can guarantee you, it is going to be a hell of an event and a hell of a final as well, as Nova look to defend that title of being the world champions. But speaking of Nova, before they can even get to that stage, they're kind of sitting in the middle of the pack here overall within our standings. But you know what? Middle of the pack is fine. As long as when it comes into that final event, you lead the pack like Usain Bolt in the 100-meter sprint. Speaking of Usain Bolt and speed, Maxman, we're going into Miramar next. Ooh, I want to get a prediction out of you really quickly of who you think is going to take this one. Or maybe not a prediction who's going to win, but what do you expect to see?
I mean, we're going to have hardships. I think we have a bunch of those already.
That's a cop-out prediction.
Wow.
No, I mean, if I have to do a prediction, I mean, we still got the big teams that we can talk about. I mentioned 4 rivals. You can talk about Reject, right? I want to still see the comeback now on this final day of the first Super Weekend for some of the teams at the bottom. And one of the teams that we haven't talked too much about because they've kind of been invisible this first Super Weekend is Cryptics. And they actually got pretty close to the late game yesterday's Miramar game. So if they can try and catch up a little bit, potentially even overtake Nemo Galaxy, overtake MS Chonburi, and even maybe Genesis Dogma, this might be the map for them to make that happen. So I want to see something from Cryptics because they have some good macro, but where they struggle is fights. And Miramar might be a map where they're able to actually make it somewhat work in their favor.
Yeah, and Colaris, I feel like if you are Cryptics here, I mean, you've kind of got nothing to lose to try to change things up. I feel like a lot of the teams actually towards the bottom of the table, like, you don't really get punished for trying to mix things up and figure out, like, how you can play against these teams, because clearly what they've been doing so far isn't working too well.
No, definitely. I think you need to take a lesson from some of the other teams in the lobby here, that throughout this week, we've seen adaptability to some of these circle tendencies that have come along. If you're looking at Team Secret, Max already explained it in a previous segment. The wide wrap is an answer to what we're seeing with these hard shifts. Likewise, TJB, an answer to their hard shift woes was going south into Military Island and coming up through that way to avoid the barrier of teams that are coming up against you. And It doesn't, those lessons don't exist only on Erangel. They can exist here on Miramar as well. And just to answer what you asked Max in terms of what you think is going to be happening on Miramar, Infinity have got second in 2 Miramars so far here in the Super Weekend, in both of them. And there's only been 2 Miramars. I want an Infinity win after those 2 second places here, because they've looked great on Miramar so far.
I thought you were going to say you're hoping for a second place again to see some consistency. But you know what?
Actually, yes,
that's
I
fair.
agree. 3 seconds.
I would have third place.
They've had 3 second place finishes, a first place, and a 4th place so far within our. Actually, well, I guess they've had 4 second place finishes from the last match as well. They are really showing some consistency when it comes to getting. Sorry, it's 3rd place, getting like really good results. Definitely a lot better than the other teams out there. But you know what I want to see? I want to see DRS win. I want to see Nepal come out on top for once. I mean, 3 second place finishes in a row. Now, I'm not going to judge their previous Miramar, where they finished, I believe it was 10th place with 1 elimination. But you know what? I want to see them finally get that win under their belt. I feel like for them, and for 4 Rivals, Max Band, it's important to show to yourselves and to your fans that you can close out a match.
I appreciate trying to cater to me saying 4 Rivals. I appreciate it, Jason. But yeah, we want to see these teams actually prove to us that they can not only get to the late game. I mean, we had 3 second places in a row from DRS, but I want to see especially kills coming out from DRS, because they get to that late game sometimes, but they don't always get those big kill games. So DRS, I mean, if they can get a win and a lot of kills, man, hey, hell yeah, awesome. They could potentially make it into top 3. So let's see how it's going to go down.
I think that's actually been something that's kind of interesting, is that when we do see a lot of these wins, we're typically not seeing your 10, 15, potentially even higher, that elim kind of records. But I feel like that's just kind of a testament to the caliber of the lobby, and not many people staying alive towards the very end of the zones. But I believe this next match is ready to go. I believe we're going to be hopping into Miramar in just a second, and we have 2 handsome gentlemen, as ever, to bring you all that action. It's John Allen and Blank yet again. No, it's not you, Kalaris. It's them too. Oh, sad.
Thank you very much, Jason. I don't know where those handsome gentlemen went, but it's me and Blank here now to cover this Miramar game.
It's me now.
Into the action fairly soon. The playing path pretty central on this map, Blank.
Yeah, very central indeed. Not too many alterations from the norm here. Most teams get to where they want to go. Xavier now dropping nice and early down towards Impala. Genesis Dogma. Goodness me. I think Xavier probably well miffed off with Genesis Dogma at this point in time, just basically ruining the majority of their Miramar so far. But Kalaris, I don't often disagree with Kalaris, and I'm not going to disagree with him here. The Infinity, they can definitely go for a chicken dinner. I would say come off the back of that game as well. God Tunny, the boys, they're warmed up, they're ready to go. They've been in the gym, they've had their 10-minute walk before slamming those weights, and now it's time to drop into Miramar and make a splash.
I too know what you do in a gym. Infinity gonna be gonna be dropping down a little bit further south, down south of Picado, almost all the way out towards Chumacera. I mean, they haven't even finished to drop down just yet. The circle drops up north, and so they are going to go for a Hacienda-centered circle in these next couple of minutes. Blank, I was looking at the numbers during that break, and I know I said it's difficult to predict, so I did some fairly naive predictions based on what has happened in other regions Super Weekends and where that bubble has sort of been. And my conclusion is that bubble can be anywhere from about 150 to 190. So I'm looking at 200 points as that golden number of safety in these Super Weekends. That is a really cute parachute.
I don't know, man. I feel like that's a dead inside duck right there. It's like, it's got the face I make when, I've made a bad play or I've made a bad point. I'm like, oh.
Or when you've forgotten to let the cat in, or...
Yeah, exactly. I'm just trapped outside and it's meowing, scratching at the door. But I always let it back in again. Don't you worry, guys. It's only out there for 2 seconds, man, because it tries to escape. And I have to usher it back inside, as Cryptics will have to usher themselves a win here on this map. But so far, Cryptics, they've just been a little bit lackluster at the moment, John. Not seeing a massive amount of things coming out from them. 14th for the place at the moment, 49 points. Tongjabao, they've grabbed themselves some more points on the board, 46 now. So a little bit better than last game, but they're moving up. They're moving on up. The Infinity, we can see them down towards Chumacera at the moment, hanging around towards that silo, towards the city itself. They have a pretty decent rotational path coming into this one, past Picado up towards Monte Nuevo. Very clean, very easy. You know, you're not having to crunch those wheels, crunch those tires over all that uneven terrain. Here, they're going to be just okay, basically on the racing track up towards the center of the circle. 628 round power grid, another very, very strong bit. We're on board with Tong Jabao at the moment, who are out towards El Azahar. Forward scout that's moved down towards the mountainside of Junkyard, getting some scouting done nice and early. I'll see what they can do.
Infinity just spreading out. Not one to... Los Leones is probably the closest area of this map right now. In terms of contestation, but I'm expecting that we're going to see a little bit of silence to start things off. Actually, towards Hacienda as well, fairly central into this circle. There's a couple of teams who could potentially come into conflict, but Miramar is such a big map that they're pretty far away already. I think 628 have one of their players, 33Z, close to Stalwart, and maybe that could prove to be troublesome.
Be just a little troublesome for them, but right now Stalwart just looking up towards their position, so that's already actually a big thing for us to consider here, is that Stalwart know that there is a team around them. 33Z is watching down them from afar with his binoculars, making sure he keeps tabs on that team, and it's a team to definitely keep tabs on. They are extremely strong, very, very scary. Down towards 6th place, 96 points at the moment. I do personally think they should be further up on the leaderboard, and I will stick to that. Okay, 33's there. That's an accidental shot right there. I do that sometimes, you know, my thumb is feeling a little bit cheeky, a little bit too much on the trigger, and I'm like, bang! I'm like, oh, damn. I've given away my position. I need to rotate 5,000 meters now.
Those breeze blocks insulted his family. Can't be having that. Just got to pop a shot in him.
Shut up! Don't you say that about my team.
Don't you say that about me. Ah. Ralph clambering up the side there in the buggy. A little bit of oversight onto... so I think that's a play from DRS. Mafia Ninja. In danger that he does not know. Potentially coming a cropper soon.
You know, see what happens to Mafia Ninja down there. I think he should be fine, but you do see Ralph up top. He's very split off of his team. Again, another big scouting point here for them. I think this is really, really good looking from a lot of teams at the moment, is that they are definitely getting their scouting done nice and early. I think we don't see that enough too many times. I think that was another level 3 vest there, which will be very nicely donated to another player from that team. Reject, on the other hand, down towards the very, very south side of the map, underneath MS Chumbury. They'll be hanging around there for the time being. I imagine it won't be until a little while longer that they move up towards the map. I mean, second circle shift probably would be best for them. They're waiting for teams to move on out, and then they can head on in.
The teams around Hacienda are getting a little bit closer to each other. 4 rivals right now. One of those teams, as Nova start to crunch into the middle as well. So it is getting more busy right in the middle of this circle, Blank.
It is, yeah. Now, one thing to take note, considering you said you got that golden number of 200. So you got the 200 there, looking at that one. The Infinity sat with 139 points. Guys are blasting out of control at the moment, but they certainly have control over many teams over in this lobby. And the thing is though, we do still have 4 more matches to go, including this one today. Final day of the first Super Weekend, which has been fantastic to watch. It's been very entertaining. But in that moment, you know, there is a definite capability, considering we have high hopes for them here on Miramar, that they can hit up towards that top number at 200. You know, easily, I reckon they could hit 180 today if they continue that kind of performance we've seen from them. They've been extremely consistent. I would say that, like, they're a team like Stalwart. They have very, very good aggression. They've got some great fraggers on the team. I think Stalwart has just had a little less of that consistency that we're seeing from the Infinity. And, you know, we say that all the time, and we're going to continue saying it. And there's nothing you can do about it. I'm sorry. But it is important.
It certainly is. I mean, they have been pretty dominant. I mean, Infinity at the moment is sat, I think, over a 13-point average on their 11 games that they've played. So if they can keep up that average, you're right, they should be able to break over that 180 mark towards the end of the day fairly easily. But the question is, can they keep that up for 4 games straight, right? Is it just sort of some of the flukes coming in from either yesterday or today? But by all accounts, it feels like it's not a fluke. They have a second place, a fourth place, another second place. 2 of those are in Miramar, by the way, and the first place coming into this lobby. The interesting thing is that when they haven't got those top spots, they've gone out in 13th, in 15th, in 7th for one of them, but then 10th and 10th again. So it's very much an all or nothing feel right now.
Well, that's fine though, as long as you're able to do it. There's a similar approach that Pubgmobile took as well, which is like get center, try and get those big points, blast out, but they weren't able to keep that kind of momentum up. This is how the Infinity wants to play it, which is big game, break game. Big game, break game, big game. That's exactly, I'm happy with it. It works out just fantastically for them so far. Perhaps when we get to those finals, they can't really afford to have those little off games now and again. We need to even out those numbers. Pubgmobile taking shots over towards Xavier at the moment. They're both like crunched around Cruz de Valle down towards that south side and water treatment at the moment. Pubgmobile a little bit split off. With a 2-2 split at the moment. Players towards the north and the south, so Xavier towards the middle. It's always a little bit dangerous. I feel like we've had a shift in momentum here, John, from Vikendi time to Miramar time. 9 minutes, we've only just seen our first knock here. It's taken a little while.
Well, hang on a minute, because with those first couple of knocks, look at who's not at the bottom of the tables anymore, Blank.
Oh my lord, Pubgmobile!
They've broken the tie.
Let's go!
They are no longer 16th place team. That title goes to Nick McGalaxy, who from League Play, again, another team that we would not have expected to be down this far. I'm really enjoying the momentum shifts that we're seeing here in the PMGC East League. Happy Ninja. Oh no, he's spotted. How has Ralph not hit those? I mean, I feel like you have to hit those. I feel like you have to hit those sitting ducks.
Yeah, he literally was just crouched there. Ralph did a very similar thing to what was going on the other side of the map, and I think this is the great ability to hold down these mountainsides from Enigma Galaxy again. In 16th place, not something we expected, considering coming off the league play, like you said, they were hot. They looked good. They were in the frying pan, and they were making some great sense coming through into this game. You know, I'm just a little bit frustrated that, you know, we've not been served that dinner as of yet from Enigma Galaxy. They've laid the table, but nothing's on the plate.
Still, during my adventures into some numbers as well, it seemed that most of the teams that finished in 16th place during league plays of this format had played 2 super weekends. And if you're looking at around 150 to 190 as that sort of bubble, you're looking at around 75 to 80, well, even up towards 95 points to be able to get in 1 week for these teams. So there is still chances, but they're looking to flag just a little bit for Pubgmobile and Enigma Galaxy, as well as some of the teams a little bit further up. But it's a difficult spot for them. They definitely need to do more than we're seeing from them right now if they want to qualify, if they're only going to get into 2 super weekends.
Yep, that's for sure. It's a struggle bus right now, and it's about putting up those numbers. I think Deadeye guys, they understood the assignment. They were like, you know, this might be one of our 2 super weekends if we're struggling so hard to make it into them. Let's make it at least count here. 10th place with 76 points. You know, it's definitely not what I expected. And I know that's kind of harsh, but to be fair, it's also impressed me, right? I think being able to have a turnaround like that is great. I think a lot of those points are definitely down to Turulov, because he has been one hell of a player for this team. You know, a lot of times putting the team on his back just a tiny bit. But Miramar is definitely where they struggle, I would say. You know, they get themselves into scenarios where, you know, they've made some decent rotations, and then those rotations grind to a devastating stop there. And then they kind of struggle to find their way out of some awkward scenarios. So I would hope that doesn't happen here in this game. Already through to Zone 2. 12 minutes on the clock with only 2 teams... Two players, going down. So it's a bit of a weird one. Next circle pops still on our screen down towards Power Grid Saint Martin. So a lot of those massive hillsides around here, John, to play around. So interesting little ending zone for us.
Certainly is. I mean, there's that main feature of the road on the north side that a lot of teams are going to have to cross. Fortunately, the circle is big enough that there's quite a few crossing positions right now, and there's not too many roads within the circle other than that. So barring a shift up to the north in the next circle, it feels like a fairly decent circle for consistent players coming through.
Yeah, and this is kind of where I wish I could draw on the map for you guys at home, but if you just look over to, well, if you looked over towards the eastern side, down towards Picado and the right side of San Martin ridge sides, that area is basically just a rotational area. It's not very playable. It's on a massive downslope. Like, you'll have to get up it, but most likely Nova, Deadeye guys, they're going to be holding you out. So it's a bit awkward to play in now, especially down towards Picado side. So there is a fair little chunk, almost a banana shaped here, that is not the greatest. It's somewhere to go if you have nowhere else to, but it's not going to afford you much opportunities towards that late game. Rico Infinity team, though, holding in Power Grid. Again, I love these teams that hold on the outer edges of Power Grid. Getting stuck inside Power Grid is never the best thing in the world. 33Z, though, hits some crackers across the map, which will slam into action as he drops down.
Genesis Dogma have themselves a fight as well with Reject, who already have lost a player, and it looks like they're pretty likely to lose yet another if Tatar lands some of these shots finally. Sarah just crawling down the hillside. I've no idea how he's done it, but he stayed alive for now, despite being there on the hillside.
Yeah, another boys are coming in. You got Divine coming around the corner to pick up Sarah, and I think if there's anyone you want to pick up in that situation, if you are Reject, it is Sarah. This guy has incredible pop-off potential for that team, creating a lot of the opportunities for them. They're gonna leave him alone.
Seems
help him. Help him.
They know that Genesis Dogma are going to be swinging in. Reject also on the outside of the circle. Maybe it's a tempo thing. Maybe they just aren't willing to. Tongjiabao looking to guard out Team Secret, but at the moment it's not going very well. Bamboo already having fallen. Spreader repositions. Attacker close by. We'll know of this spot, but shots are raining in from across the way. The rest of Team Secret answering. Gets in the vehicle. I'm not sure about that choice there, Attacker. Certainly very, very dangerous, and Team Secret get another knock.
Again, this is the fast-paced Team Secret that we like to see. They've got a lot of angles all around the map at the moment, sir. One of the last remaining of the Manhan, but Manhan go extremely low there. How is he not? Oh, he's in the blue zone. Okay, so he dies there. That's fine. That's fine. But yeah, interesting play from Team Secret. It's one of those ones that can go very much backwards on you if you're not careful, but they have a lot of land that they're currently controlling. ID5 down, though, so Team Secret, only with the 3 players, will be going on forward. They have a player in front who's holding them out. Now Team Secret just need to regroup.
Try and get to this next circle as well as it shifts very central. Again, Rico Infinity team in Power Grid, going to be fairly safe in their position and not having to move. It's good news for them. Teams on the north going to have to shift down past this road now.
I will say that the teams in this lobby are currently putting a lot of stock in the northern side. We're talking El Azahar, Torre Armada, La Coperia. But the Infinity down towards Chumacera, they usually have a very smooth path into the circle. But one player's gone a little bit too wide there. Newsy gets taken down. Not the best of guys to be being removed from your team. So Infinity down to 3 now. But again, on Miramar, if you can hold those angles, you can certainly play with 3, and they're right inside the circle.
You can see on the bottom right-hand side of your screen as well, 4 rivals and Stalwart trying to clash between them on the northern side of this circle. Fairly heavy-hitting fight right now, but it seems like Stalwart have come off the worst for it. 3 players down, and it's just Top. He was able to clutch it out on Miramar before, against so many players moving through, but this time abandoned by the rest of his team, or rather he's abandoning the rest of his team. Knows that it's not worth it to go forwards and try and get these reses.
No, I mean, Peak is certainly going down as well there. 4 rivals just don't show their face. There was a brief opportunity for Top to add to that fight, but the off angle doesn't strike true in that situation. Unfortunate stuff, 4 rivals just move away in the buggy. Top not able to do anything about it.
Goes in for round 2. The spray's not quite landing though. 4 rivals going to be moving straight past 628 as well. Over the roadside, trying to get through, and is again just get a sail straight past. Top not quite able to land the shots, but here's where you crash. Here's where it all comes tumbling down, and the 4 rivals lose 2 players who have moved forwards.
Yeah, Yu Yang was able to give a lot of information onto this push, so 628 were very ready. He's towards the backside. There's still some players from 4 rivals coming into the circle. Sunan going to pick up 33Z, you can see down towards your bottom right there, that is Genesis Dogma versus the remaining players of Reject. Molotovs all over the place. Hillside's on fire.
DRS burning down 628. Look at that. No chance. Daoshi in the open. AJ gets the shots that they want. Very, very low. That gets the heal off 33Z as well. And in the meantime, Reject, hang on a minute. The bot right outside of your screen's just been able to pull it off. Genesis Dogma getting eliminated there. Oh, no, wait. They still have booms. Just the flush is coming through. But 2 players from Reject have stayed strong on the southeast.
Yeah, I was well confused by that situation. It just felt like both teams kind of just went into a full-on standoff, just rat-a-tarring at one another. No real skill, no real strategy, just basically hold down the fire button and then hope to God that your bullets hit true. Enigma Galaxy moving to Rico Infinity's position. Again, they're holding on the outside like I'd like to see. Now, Rico Infinity team need to deal with them. There's a really nice ridge side just in front of them that Enigma Galaxy can start to play around. Let's see what they do about it, but they're starting to swing. This is very patient, very well played. You know, they're playing these sight lines to their advantage.
The good news as well is that they're playing with their backs to the blue. They know there's not going to be too many teams behind them. It makes these ridge lines a lot safer for them to push up. The difficulty is that DRS might have sideswipe sight lines. With a shift down south, they are going to have to move further than this. Enigma Galaxy might just call off this push here, given the circle shift.
Yeah, you can just swing down, like you said, on that western side and stay out of sight of Rico Infinity team. I think for the Infinity, though, a bit of an awkward scenario here with Nova coming into the circle, with Cryptix on their western side. They have to fight as a 2 versus 4 onto Cryptix. Not easily done, but done before.
Mela taking a tumble as well. Cryptix doing so much work against the Infinity. I think that's them down to 1 as well. DRS trying to roll past 628. 2 of them are down. Nima on the forefront as well. Picks up these points, picks up these flushes, brings them up to 5 total. And another from the top. It's Yu Yang to look for the flush onto AJ. Will find it's a retribution found, but only 1 player for 628 remains.
Yeah, DRS is a real force at the moment. You know, there's a unit just moving through the map, and I think DRS has really struck us as a very much improved team here. No longer as of old. I think that, you know, there were some teams that we mentioned on the desk with cannon fodder. I would say more or less DRS were a nuisance, but now they're more than that. They're like a hornet the size of a dog.
That is a scary prospect. I do not enjoy that image that you've just conjured in my mind blank. Oh god, shivers all around. Cryptix taking nades from the top. It's Enigma Galaxy to try and contest that. They did skirt around the side after getting a knock. The nades from El Chapo starting to come back as well. Enigma Galaxy have met a little bit of resistance. The nades not quite doing too much there. Moving forwards and separating Rico Infinity team from Cryptix. That might prove to be difficult for them. Freak does go down, and there's another nade to seal the deal. Enigma Galaxy down to 3. Because the response is not quite as powerful here. Cryptix still on 4.
Enigma Galaxy just trying to make their way around this position. We saw final member of the Infinity going down towards Nova side. We're in the middle of the map at the moment. Enigma Galaxy need to make this fight work. They want to stay with a chance in the standings. With Hamodi going down, now just Lord. Really have to bring it together. And be Lord of the land here.
Pixels away from seeing Lord as well, but gonna get shot out, looking for the challenge. Lord finds 1 with the Groza, swaps the weapons, turns it on towards Marshall, but can't quite find the second. 2 players down for Cryptix, but they stay. There's all 4 alive for now, and Asto has other ideas. Enigma Galaxy, they drew the fight out of Rico Infinity team, and now 3 players low for Cryptix. But Xavier, again, chiming on in as Rabbit's last standing for the squad.
Prestigo going down there, most likely won't come out again. You know, he was more information gathering prospects for them. Very well played, though, overall, to Rico Infinity team to third party this fight. They knew that a team had rolled up on them earlier, so they were keeping tabs on that one with the next circle shift as well. They're in a beautiful spot. They do need to get rid of these final remaining members from Cryptix so they can completely control this northwest side. And with them down to 2 now, it's looking a lot better for them. Deadeye guys, once again, towards these final circles. They're right on the edge, though, and removing themselves from this scenario is going to be very, very difficult. It's going to take precision to get them sails out of this one.
On top, very low, needs to get some healing done before the blue zone pushes him in, because it's just about to start closing. And right up top, it's not likely going to be able to drop it. Reiji
walks into the crosshairs and does get flushed out by Marshall. Unfortunate on this hillside. It is now just Divine for the squad. Nova across the way, maybe taking shots, and that's going to be it for On Top. There's no way you get those reses. There has to be no way that you can find that. There's potential, though. Shiku on the front line. Does get flushed on out.
Yeah, this position on the map is where you go to die. I mean, there's no real opportunity to move around without putting yourself out in the open. Nova, though, doing a fantastic job of staying in this game, even if they are just two with QCL as well as your boy Jimmy. MSC, Divine doesn't spot the player. Oh, actually hits him. Jasper goes down, and QCL looking towards the players. Rico Infinity team gets two, and now Jimmy needs to heal up and support his homie.
There's no way, though. It's just too far away. There's so much open ground in front of you. There's no possible chance that you can think to push for that. Certainly not in the time frame. But now that things are quieted down, maybe there's a little bit of an opening. Deadeye's guy is pushing forwards, and Jimmy is on the bead. MS Chonburi with 3 players alive. One of them has been knocked. Deadeye's guys fought closely with it. Players laying down, trying to sneak their way through as we're down to 16 from 8.
Jimmy now with the last man standing buff on board with him. There's always very, very strong Rico Infinity team. Synchronized action as SK Ton and Nanas get back up to 70% HP apiece. But Jimmy just trying to move around these hillsides, get back up to full HP here. 11 alive, 6 teams. You know, there's a big opportunity to ladder up here. Divine from Reject will go down, now down to just 5. MSC Chonburi. These guys are looking really good here on Miramar, and I think they've been having a better day today.
Rico Infinity team dispatch of Jimmy. Nova will leave the battle for now. 4 teams remain. MS Chonburi. Oh, their forward player down. Booms from Genesis Dogma. Actually in not a terrible spot here, Black.
Yeah, no, he has the divot to play around. He has a vehicle in front of them, so it's difficult for MS Chonburi to actually know he is here. And with so many players going down low, now is a great chance for Genesis Dogma's Booms to strike out, potentially get towards that 3rd place spot. Deadeye guys, once again, that was an almost unwinnable situation for them, but they've managed to extract themselves bit by bit here and get into the circle. So the next one shifts across, and Rico Infinity team might be on for the back-to-back.
Having a great position in this circle. 7 kills as well so far on the game. 3 players alive. You have to wonder how this firing line can be dispatched off, but that's a good start.
What?
Goes low, and he rattles off plenty more towards the ridgeline as well. And Anas now taking a little bit of flack, and all of a sudden it's gone topsy-turvy. 2 players from Deadeye's guys moving in like a bulldozer from the east.
It's me and Rico Infinity. All I can do here is just attempt not to be crushed under the power of Frag Boy. It looks like MS Chonburi is trying to move away, but Genesis Dogman takes a few shots. Frag Boy, low on HP, hasn't healed as of yet. SK Ton just trying to play around these edges. Now finally, Frag Boy's going to heal up after they've gathered so much ground. And goodness me, Rico Infinity team taking the full force of the Deadeyes.
They are moving straight on through Anas low, and Booms now in the fight of his life for this circle, trying to move with MS Chonburi, but unfortunately there's sharks in the water. Not going to work out for them this time though, as Booms gets the best end of the fight. Booms suppressed again though, as the lines look good. SK Ton getting knocked in the meantime, and Deadeye's guys down to 1 as SK Ton leaves Anas. Lone Soldier, Lone Ranger, MS Chonburi, they're down to 1, and it's Love to stand tall. 3 teams remain, and Booms is still in the fight. It's a 1v1v1 flank, and out in the open ground, Booms gets cut down in his prime, and Love now up top with 1 chance to seal the deal. The nade could be good here. Pop standing between him and the chicken dinner. Maybe look to reposition for the fight, but the nade dunks down, and it is Love to stand tall. The man, the myth, the legend. He is going to win out the day, and Deadeye's guys take Miramar.
Deadeye guys, cool guys, don't look at explosions as they throw across that grenade. He just walks away from it. He knew he had that win. You know, coming off the back of that last one, where it's so bloody close towards the end for Love, this time he was not about to let that chicken dinner get away from him. He steals the play off the table of MS Chonburi. Rico Infinity team as well. I don't think any of these 2 teams expected anyone else to be winning this one, and then he's down to MS Chonburi. Leaving Deadeye guys alone and letting them get away with that spot where you have to move out into open ground, you know, comes back to bite them in the end. That is what happens when you push a creature like Deadeye guys into a corner. It's going to bite back.
Absolutely. I mean, it was it was really quite the thing, right? They pushed through and took down 2 layers of Rico Infinity Team's defenses on that surge into the circle. And the south side was sort of chock-a-block. They couldn't really do too much. They were busy dealing with Booms, who managed to get all the way up into third. A really nice result for Genesis Dogma there. And all credit to those guys. I think Rico Infinity Team played that very well. They let it slip at the end, but absolutely phenomenal play coming in from the Eastern push.
I think for Rico Infinity Team, it's such an annoying moment for them because if you're thinking about it from their side and you're looking at those games in retrospect, like they were so focused on keeping MS Chumbury at bay, but they didn't realistically have to. Considering that Booms is in the backline there for MS Chumbury, they were almost trapped in that fight with him because he was going to be keeping clawing them back over to that side of the map. So Rico Infinity Team could have, and I suppose should have, turned around and taken that fight with Deadeye guys instead, just the full 3-man force, whilst Booms kept them under control. Tong Jabal, they get a nasty whistler to the head there at the beginning of the game, and Team Secret, desperately trying to make their way in, but couldn't make it happen.
They, Tong Jabal did actually manage to jump up over Enigma Galaxy, and I think they might have managed to stay there with the results they were able to get, but it's still like 1 point in it. They're still down in the mid-40s. It's not going to be a great result for them, and yet again, they're falling short of the mark when it comes to these Super Weekend games. Really going to rely on having to, if this is their performance in Super Weekends, they're going to have to rely on qualifying for all 3 to be in with a chance of qualifying for the finals.
Yeah, I mean, this is ridiculous stuff coming through. I think that it's overall just a very fantastic play from Rico Infinity Team to get to this top spot again. I think for them though, like it's just about clawing back those points that perhaps they're missing out in few other games where they know they can win them. And now come off the back of a first place into a second place, beautiful stuff. Deadeye guys though, I am so happy with the way they've been playing. Coming from rags to riches almost over here. And it's all down to Turulufsa. Honestly, that guy alone on Deadeye guys is just unbelievable at times. Like his play style is so aggressive, so unpredictable. Watching him play is magic.
I mean, they did qualify on the bubble for this Super Weekend as well. 41 points, 16th place. And having a great game here as well. They are looking good. They have absolutely stepped up their gameplay, and I'm hoping to see that transition more to the league play stages as well.
I think that 100% could happen there, John, purely because you get that confidence booster. You come into this, you're playing against the top 16 from league play. You're like, you know what? We can do this. This is good stuff. And I think that maybe there are some nerves coming to the biggest tournament of the year. But now they should have been gone. These guys are good and they should know that.
Absolutely phenomenal stuff from the Deadeyes guys, the Bulldozers from the east side push. Let's head back over to the analyst desk.
As Blank said, a perfect way to encapsulate the very end. Cool guys, don't look at explosions. As Turu loved, close things out for Deadeyes guys, being consistent here in day 3 of our first Super Weekend, and not to mention getting themselves a chicken dinner from a team who barely qualified for this Super Weekend, winning out by 1 placement point against Bigatron. They've definitely put themselves on the map, but I think any nerves they had coming into the Super Weekend seem to have disappeared off the bat, Max.
I mean, to say it easily, Jason, they dropped Picado, which is significantly proven to be the best compound in the entirety of Miramar. That's what I have to say. I mean, it's my theory.
Statistically,
away drop there. But it was very easy for them. You have a very easy entry point on a very central circle, so you can pick and choose whichever position you want, and they just went for the culminating point above the rest of the map. They had all the information in the world, and any team that was coming their way were just basically walking into a death trap. So it would have been cool to maybe see a little bit more elims from this team, but nonetheless, they're able to get themselves 20 points when, as you said, Jason, they just barely qualified in the Super Weekend in the first place. Like, they've drastically changed from what we saw at the first few games of this week.
Yeah, and then looking down the line here, I mean, MS Chumbury, we got to talk about that just a little bit here. I'm not sure if we're going to dive into it too heavily later on, but the fact, of course, that Booms keeps them alive, gets even some more eliminations towards the end, gets them 18 points in general. For a team who's down towards the bottom of the leaderboard right now, these are much needed points.
MS Chumbury was over in that compound, sat in a very central position for quite a while, eventually kind of having the circle shift away from them. I think it's fine for them to be able to get themselves some points, but Booms, as you mentioned on Genesis Dogma, the craziness of the rotation that they had. I mean, we're going to break that down later on, Max. That's going to be, I don't even know what to say about that right now because I'm all afluster.
Yeah, there's a lot to say though. I would say, Colossus, about the nasty whistler that was thrown in the way of Ting Zhao Bao in that one. It's a very interesting one. Yeah, Ting Zhao Bao just not able to find themselves a good entry point. They tried to get in, I believe, around Acid El Patron and that weird clash versus Team Secret. That they were definitely on point in terms of their positioning. So Ting Zhao Bao had a really hard time trying to find those entry points.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
Star Wars, Jason, we're not seeing them. They're struggling once again. No, I don't like seeing this. I hyped the team up, and now I think the curse is delayed now. I think that's how it's working. I have very high ping.
I disagree. I think it's just because you haven't been talking them up like you did in league play where they really stood out. I think you need to get behind them a little bit more, and that maybe we'll fix what's going wrong. But speaking of fixing what's going wrong, DRS, I just want to point them out as well. On the front page, we saw 8 eliminations, 1 ranking point. I mean, there's a lot of talk about frag potential, frag power. DRS is one of those teams who the highest elimination game they've had so far was 8, and that was back in, or sorry, no, it was 9 back in round 3 of the Super Weekend, which is over on an Erangel, and they finished 3rd place overall. But it's good to see that they can pick up these eliminations, and we'll put that on hold for now. As you can see, Fragboy coming through out of Deadeye's guys with 837 damage with 2 eliminations. I mean, he is the MVP of the match statistically, but to love at the end with the nade, I think that has our MVP in our hearts.
It was that was good to watch. That was definitely good to watch. He was so confident about the throw and about the execution of that yeah, you don't need to look at it, don't need to do anything with it. But I think that for Deadeye's guys, I think we spoke in the previous segment, right, about like, we would like to see more frags coming their way when they're able to get these placement points on the board. There is something to be said about just playing this style of slightly more passive play, waiting for an opportunity to strike towards the end, trying to keep as many alive, and trying to find your spot. If they don't think that they can, go toe-to-toe with some of the best fraggers in the world on every single occasion, then look for an alternate path. And right now, I feel like that's kind of where Deadeye's guys is right now.
Especially towards the end of that game, I would say, because a lot of teams were already fighting to try and move out of Power Grid. You have Rick Infinity, you had also the side of Nova, you had also Cryptix. The full big portion of that game had a very strong position after taking that fight towards the side, I believe it was of Enigma Galaxy, but they just waited for those fights to happen, and then they spotted out the terrain and knew exactly where the position was going to be to actually secure the win. It was a little bit of a high ground position up northwest, and they just sent Turillov over there instantly, so they knew that they were going for the game-winning play and instantly were able to get it. But yeah, we've seen also Rick Infinity, we've seen a few of their players consistently making it towards the top, like 6 elims right now for YWZ. You've got to make these names a little bit easier for me right now.
Well, just as a point here about YWZ, he is actually one of their subs that they came in from Nasrat, who was playing against them in their region for quite a long time. So it's really cool to see how not only how this team has gelled from the 4, but also how they're utilizing the guys that they've brought in from, because I think they have 2 subs right now. They have YWZ and they also have D7H from Oztec Warriors. So it's cool to see kind of this roster forming around itself here.
Well, it's good to see, to be completely honest, a lot of regions stepping up here in PMGC. I mean, we talked a lot about MENA when it came to league play, and now we're seeing Nepal really step up because DRS have been playing well. Deadeye's guys we saw, they're able to play well. And speaking of Deadeye's guys, able to make it into the front page. This was the bottom of the table team in league play at 41 points, and now they're sitting at 96 on the likes of Reject, 1 point behind Stalwart Esports. I mean, this is a very strong start. I believe it was John who said, I think it was like around 150 to 190 was kind of his general prediction of where you expect to be safe to get into the finals.
Yeah.
And right now, Deadeye's guys have been able to make a large chunk of that already be accomplished.
Fun fact, 5 of these teams were the bottom side of the league play tables. So there has been big shifts here coming into this Super Weekend, and we're, on the tail end of it now, and they're really looking good. Some of the teams down towards the bottom, though, who were up at the top of the table, they need to gain more traction, man. There's things that they're falling aside. I mean, Taejong Bao that find themselves in the fights really early on, Max, and somehow just losing out really swiftly into these games. They are better than this.
Yeah, I remember watching PL and also PC, and this team is a team that loves to go for these big early game widespreads to just maximize the information input that they get. But the thing is, if you're unsure of where teams drop, how they rotate, you're having a big chance of you losing, even if it's just 1 player, 2 players. And that means your chances of making it to the late game are instantly cut down by, I would say, about half, even potentially more. So it can get a bit tricky for them. I think that they need to review how teams drop and how they rotate, because we talked about this a lot of times, right? Teams have adapted heavily entering the Super Weekend, and even on a day-per-day basis, teams have improved a lot. So some drops have changed, rotation have changed. They need to redo their research and make sure they can adapt a little bit more in the early game, because Dongjabao is a team that with how they play, there's a big risk of losing players very early, and that just hurts them in the long run.
You know, feel free to call me out here, but I'm going to give you the way I'm looking at this. I think, I like how Clarus is like ready. He's like, okay, I'm going to call you out. I'm going to listen.
Get you.
There's a reason in my head to never perform super well in league play, because you don't want people to keep their eye out for you. You don't want people's attention being brought up like, oh, Dongjabao, they're playing really well. Okay, let's look into what they're doing. Because it kind of forces you then to change your style a little bit and to also continue to improve even further than you would have to do for a team who you don't expect a lot out of, like maybe Deadeye's guys, because they came through 16 plays. I feel like it's actually a detriment to do exceptionally well in league play, because teams are going to be looking out for you a lot more, look into your rotations more, and look to punish you a lot more.
Maybe. It depends on your style. It really does. It's hard to be like, no. Oh yes. Because the thing is that it is, one, it's the best kind of practice you're ever going to get for a lobby like this, especially if you're anticipating the majority of this 16 to then eventually be in that final, right? You're also analyzing exactly how all the teams are moving around you. But you're right, there is that element of like painting a target on your back and then people being like, okay, what are these notable tendencies that these teams are using? For example, if a team is constantly rotating wide or rotating in the blue, you know that you're more likely to, if you're playing edge on a certain location, you're more likely to run into them and kind of maybe hold them out on certain angles, right? So yeah, there are some of those things.
I would even add on top of it, right? If you found a playstyle that works really well for you in, I don't know, your own respective region, and you want to stick to that playstyle, that's completely fine. But entering into the Super Weekend, you maybe want to test it out and see if that playstyle works specifically. And I think that I would say you just want to try hard as much as you can to see if it does work, and you want to be able to bring those adjustments before entering the finals. So I would say just play as good as you can. I don't think it's worth hiding anything. I don't think teams are going to be 10,000 IQ about it. But I mean, yeah, there's different playstyles, seems how teams approach it.
Okay, well, as you guys saw down there below us as well, the fan favorite vote is still going on until the 27th of December. You can guys get your various pink level permanent items. Just go ahead and check it out in the Esports Center. I know Max has already done that. What did you actually decide to pick, Max?
For my fan favorite, I mean, I went for Pika. I told you, Jason, every day. I'm choosing Pika. I'm never changing from Pika. He's the man, the myth, the Pikachu. I don't know. Yeah.
Perfect.
Excellent. Max, what do you got for us next?
Okay, now you're putting him on the spot. I'm solo now. Thank you very much, Jason. Appreciate it. No, we had some, as we talked about this game, we had some teams that played really well on their high ground position. We had Deadeye's guys, such and such, but there's no one. There's no one on the map right now. They just disappeared. But especially it was Genesis Dogma here. We were talking about Clarus, and you especially brought up how their entry point north of Picado to go into Reject, to after that go into almost MS Chonburi, and even there was another team, I believe it was Deadeye's guys, was very tricky. I think that what we need to see a little bit more of Genesis Dogma is being able to read the map terrain a little bit more and valid entry points, because here, that position you're going to see enter in from is just so hard to execute, almost impossible to make it out as a 4-man.
Yeah, so they, from this position, move probably a little west and then start moving straight north from here, which for me is insane. But, I mean, they try and do it. So, obviously, we know these hills as kind of that natural barrier that are difficult to breach anyway. They lose, what, like 3 upon moving through here. Reject's eventually able to deal with them. Now, my usual, and then you just send it middle and try and play for the overall position down towards the end. They actually, the Booms survived quite a long time. You know, good for him, but it's not the winning play, I feel like, to make those rotations across that natural barrier of the hills. What I thought they were going to do and anticipated was go west and maybe backfill on where Infinity was. 1, you maybe get a few kills off the back of it. 2, I think it probably leaves you in better stead to get 3 or 2 into that position to try and play out the rest of the game, as opposed to 1, luckily, against Reject's position.
And what I've also spotted out for Genesis Dogma is that they, compared to other teams, it seems like they take a lot less time to scout, and that lack of information is why they make decisions like pushing into Reject when they literally have no information of what's currently happening, and maybe go for a rotation like that. Because if you see Genesis Dogma where Booms were as a, I'm speaking a 2-man even, or just a 3-man, 4-man, that could have been them taking himself a win here, which is desperately needed from this team right now. But I'm gonna, at the end, we're gonna see the frag eventually coming out from Churla, but man, this guy's clutching it today. It's amazing to see from this guy.
I was going to say some of those sprays were really good coming out from Deadeye's guys here, considering the kind of position and exactly how much they could see there. Booms, obviously, as we were mentioning before, he did manage to get a lot of placement points after the bit of catastrophe that went down in the hill, so that's great for him. But yeah, Deadeye's guys, I love the fact that they wrapped to the high ground here in this circle. It could have been very easy for them to just kind of go from that straight east side and go through to the middle. I mean, it's kind of the, in inverted commas, lazier play, but it leaves you so vulnerable. So to take the high ground in the north and then play from there against these teams that are kind of scrapping out down towards the bottom, it's the perfect play for Deadeye's guys to, well, walk away from the explosion and not look at it.
There you go. He did the thing.
He did the thing, wow.
He did the thing, wow.
Yeah, but again, a needed win out of them to get some confidence within the team to continue to perform like they've been doing. As we saw, they're into the top page now in 8th place and have been able to build up a lot of points over the course of these last, I'd say, day today and yesterday, to be perfectly honest. And by the way, Max, I asked you earlier, who'd you pick for the fan favorite vote? But I'm curious when we get to the treasure box we have going on that you guys at home can earn by watching within the Esports Center or here on YouTube. What did you pick for that?
So I didn't go for the parachute. I already have the PMC 2019 parachute. That's an OG one. I'm not using another one. The pan is pretty cool. So I haven't got enough points yet. Okay. But when I do, Jason, I'm going for the pan. It's a pretty sick one.
I went pan.
All right. Yeah, I mean, you got to go pan, right? Exactly. That's the whole point. You throw it for them so they have the skin for that split second till they equip it. But obviously, you guys can get that as well for yourselves to be more treasure boxes as we do go on to the rest of PMGC too. So make sure you keep your guys' eye out. And I'm sure a lot of you out there probably have more points than Max Man because he's busy working on the shows. He can't watch the show and play and do the show at the same time. Or I don't know, maybe he's that talented.
I have it on the side. I'm watching also myself. I'm very egotistical, I have the impression. I'm watching myself also while I'm working. I don't know. I'm having it. I'm farming the points.
What you guys don't realize is behind his monitor, he has a mirror so he can see himself. He has a tablet next to him so he can watch himself. And then he also has the feed we have to see ourselves live as well at the exact same time.
My wallpaper is a picture of myself. That's how far I'm going.
Didn't you get yourself painted in like a regal chair holding like a scepter? I'm pretty sure you did. I think
I have a drawing for myself. I'll show it later, but you'll see. I
know what drawing that is.
Yeah.
It's got my twin Mason in mine, actually, with his blue eyes. But we can see now coming up next will be Erangel as our third match of the day. Only 3 matches left to go here, actually, in our very first Super Weekend before we get back into League play, where it's just going to be 2 days long. And at the start of the day, we did have Rico Infinity take the win. Again, Rico Infinity getting very far here in match 2 as well. And we're really seeing some like strong consistency. And I keep saying that C word, but again, I feel like to be consistent against teams of this caliber is so hard to do. And yet we're seeing teams break through. We're seeing that consistency come through. And well, I see your ring light mostly, but that is, okay, I'm not gonna lie.
That looks like me, come on.
You don't look that French, but the picture looks very French.
I like this. This is my twin brother, actually. I've lost contact. I don't know where he is. I lost him. Please find him.
Do you have this on display at every single moment, Max? Is this just like next to...
No, it's behind a curtain because I'm scared looking at it. I have the impression I'm going to be haunted. But yeah, it's behind a curtain normally.
I see mine over there as well. Maybe I'll bring that out. But you know what we're going to do for now while we try to scrub that image from our brain of Max's brother. We're going to head to a short break. And we come back, we will be heading to our third match of the day.
PUBG Mobile fans around the world, welcome to the 2021 PUBG Mobile Global Championship. To the top teams across all regions, we have a message for you. The Middle East. You have proven your worth. Now, make your formidable debut on the PMGC stage. South Korea, forget the past. This year, show the world you've ascended. Remind the world of South Korea's raw talent. Japan, you came so close last year. But what doesn't kill you only makes you stronger. Bring it back better than ever. The Americans, you're the alpha dogs that dominated the West. Now, lead the pack on the world stage. Southeast Asia, You took down so many strong teams on your journey to the top. It's time for a comeback on the global stage. Europe, it's now or never. Push your limits and surprise us all. This is the moment to create your legacy. South Asia, you were the dark horse of 2020. Amaze those who would underestimate you again. China, you carry the crown of last year's PMGC. Now, with everyone's eyes on you once more, can you secure back-to-back victories? PMGC needs a champion. The world needs a champion. Who will stand victorious in the end? Who will be next to glory?
Showtime. Rasanya ya seneng banget sih.
É uma sensação incrível. Nossa. Tu aprende a ter amor pelo próximo. É algo assim. Perdi, velho.
Но когда закончил, уже ни о чем не мечтаю, просто живу одним днем. У меня просто цель выиграть чемпионат мира.
他现在的责任很重，因为他现在是作为中国和平精英的形象代表之一。
Gimana kalau lu tahu lu ngebuat kesalahan terus bikin mood tim jadi agak down ya? Pastinya kesal sama diri sendiri juga sih. Banyak lah, gede pasti itu pressure-nya.
Fazia parte da Loops, um time brasileiro também de PUBG Mobile. Meu time acabou sendo desclassificado da final. A Alpha 7 me deu todo o apoio possível, né, naquele momento difícil.
Я уверен, что команда в нашей текущей форме готова стать чемпионами. И мы идем за этим.
Yang pasti gue belum puas karena semua player, semua tim pasti mau yang terbaik dan juara itu cuma satu, yaitu juara satu.
在 PMGC 夺得冠军后，只有2个方向可以走，要么是继续保持胜利，或者是其他队伍击败你。
I feel like if you're not one of those who have participated in these big past events, then you're gonna crack under that pressure. Or maybe, again, you turn out to be a diamond and you turn out to get into PMGC and win the whole thing and make a dynasty of your own.
goes around the shack. Can he get the second knock? Because Dolwood Esports action is going to be the amount of action right now as Pika comes in from behind and gets a first kill on Mercy. And there you have it, LIT led Esports down to one man.
Setiap saat, chicken dinner.
I saw the first light, the first steps. Now I see much more. I capture Earth in all its beauty. I see action. I see drama. And I see it in the finest detail. Moments of inspiration. And the first steps. I am the 1+9.
Welcome back, everyone, here to PMGC 2021 East League as we're into our third match of our third day of our first Super Weekend. Max, don't get confused with the numbers. There's no math involved. Don't worry too much. Jason Kaplan joined here with Maxman and Klaus as well. But before we can fully hop into our next match, I want to remind you guys about OnePlus, our official sponsor here of the PMGC. And you know why? Because with the flagship performance and the immersive 120Hz display and hyper-touch technology made specifically for gamers, the OnePlus 9 and 9 Pro are your best shot to climb the leaderboards. No, Maxman, you can't reach to the screen and grab one yourself. I saw you trying right there. You're not, also not Sitar. You're not the magician. You're not making the phone float with your hand.
I thought, man, I can make coins disappear. I think that's as far as I go, unfortunately. It entertains like 5-year-olds, but yeah.
I know Blake is very good at making money disappear, but when we do head into our next match, I don't know, no one will get what that means, and I'm not even sure I fully know what that means either. I want to get some predictions out of you two, but not about who's going to win. First team, who's going out? Maxman first.
Oh, okay. First team is going out on this game.
Okay, no predictions out of you. Okay, just Dogma. Klaus, you don't need to do a prediction because you're just 100% right all the time, and I don't want you to curse any of these teams out there. But let's head to our commentators, though, for the first time today. We got Pyramid Blade yet again here to cover all the action.
Well, there we go. Thank you for that, Jason. Listen, before we get into the game, Imperium, I kind of want to know how Blank makes money disappear, because that seems like a very particular skill set.
It is, you know, in the words of Liam Neeson, having a very particular set of skills, dangerous ones. Obviously not going down that route, but yeah, indeed. Man, coming into this game, we've had a hell of a start over the two games so far between Erangel and Miramar. Deadeye's guys, we have to take a bit of time to talk about them because they've been very impressive, capping that second game off with the glorious chicken dinner. To give a bit of perspective as well, day one of this Super Weekend Blood, they got a total of 27 points. Day two, they got a total of 32 points. In the two games alone today so far, they've got 37 points. So the improvement from the South Asian team has been massive already in this day three.
And it's speaking of improvement, you can't forget how they managed to somehow miraculously qualify for the Super Weekend, right? They barely had any points. They had to sit out the final couple of games where, like, it's looking very unlikely, and they got through just by the skin of their teeth, and they have delivered top 8 already, and we still have a few more games remaining here in final day of the first Super Weekend. I'm just taking a look. I mean, we were talking about this in the virtual green room. We're looking at the top 8, and we're like, damn. We're top 3, sure, they're the SCA teams. We got Infinity, we go, it's a mixture of the MENA and SCA teams, but we got Rico Infinity, we got Infinity, Team Secret, and then if you go down a little bit lower, you have 4 rivals, but then South Asia, DRS, Deadeye's guys, and Stalwart Esports all in the top 8.
Yeah, it is so close, and that's where the excitement of this global championship really comes into play, because there's very little difference in really the skill set of these teams. Yes, some teams are struggling more than others at the moment, but it doesn't deny the fact that the skill set at this level of gameplay is amazing to see. Satar from Genesis Dogma, though, a little bit on his own in this farm area. Now, the plane pass was quite heavily up on the kind of northern side, so Genesis Dogma getting cleanly to Milta is something they were always going to find difficult. I thought they might have dropped a little bit earlier and dropped around the Pavka area. However, I think the reason why they didn't do that is because the Xavier normally go for kind of a 2-2 split between prison and shelter, and they were uncertain. So I don't hold this against Genesis Dogma, but let's see if they can turn anything around against Stalwart.
Oh, action with a very quick knock and a finish, but unfortunately he's not quite able to confirm the kill. And that's going to be Genesis Dogma getting the knock and the finish, but the cavalry has arrived. Unfortunately, about 15 seconds late, but we all know how Stalwart Esports like to play. They are aware that Genesis Dogma really haven't had the chance to loot up a lot, the other three members. They made a mad dash to save their teammates. So now Scry going to be leading the charge, but look at the position from Boom, just lying prone. He's going to show himself though, but instantly taken up by Scry. They're not checking behind them, and they might just get mowed out by Daybot. Daybot! A double! That is massive from Daybot, and now it's all on top. 1 versus 3. The res has already taken place on the one member knocked earlier for Genesis Dogma, and Top has a lot of work to do. That AK-47 is dealing a lot of damage, but it will not be enough. Stalwart Esports bid us goodbye in the very first few minutes of the game. What a play, what a wipe from Genesis Dogma.
What's the #1 rule, Blair, when you cross the road? When you go to cross the road, what's the #1 rule?
You look left and you look right.
Exactly. They didn't look both directions. They only looked one direction, and they kind of paid the price. It's unfortunate, but that's a really big risk when you're kind of walking out of that warehouse. You just have absolutely no visibility, and again they committed to that one direction only, and it was a backstab double knock that came out from Daybot. Very well controlled, very well played from Genesis Dogma. They were quick to react off the back of the initial knock, so they deserved that team fight win, and they come out on top. And hey, look, Genesis Dogma, they're a team that have, you know, so far in the Super Weekend played okay, but they haven't really hit the notes that we know they can. They've shown tiny flashes, but it hasn't been that kind of executed plays that we know they can't pull out. Any decent result that's come out from them, it's been more solo achievement. It's been more kind of like, okay, getting the best out of a bad situation. But once again, in today's games, they've gotten a 9-point game with 3 kills and a 13-point game with 3 kills. I still need to see that team-wide game from them, that team-wide performance of 4 players alive in Phase 7 with, you know, to possibly get a chicken dinner. But for now, I think the evolution is there based on how they performed in this first Super Weekend alone.
For sure, I think you hit the nail on the head on all the points you made over there. For me personally, Genesis Dogma are for me, they're the leader of the middle of the pack, kind of. They're not even top 10 right now. And the reason I say that is because they always seem to be ever present. You know, they're always there. Every game you look at, Miramar, Sanhok, Erangel, you name it, Genesis Dogma will be involved in some crucial fight going up against some of the top dogs. And many of the times they do seem to come out on top, but they haven't had that one big pop-off game that the teams on the tippity top of the table have had thus far, right? Now, if they can have that like a 25 average, not average, like, 25-point game. Look at how much they have right now, 85. They're going to be, you know, just alongside Rico Infinity, only behind Infinity, who are just way ahead of everyone else. But if you discount Infinity, they'd be top 3 right now just with one big game. And here's the thing, it's going to happen at one point. Maybe not today, but it is going to happen eventually, and that is when teams are going to start to pay a little bit more attention to this particular lineup.
Paying attention to this Phase 1 circle, Blur, it is precariously close to Military Island. Yeah, it's at a big risk to coastal line of the mainland is going to be a big focus for these teams. So Genesis Dogma dropped down by farm. They're already near a good position. Stalwart obviously didn't go to Novo. They ended up being squad wiped. So Genesis Dogma already know that there's no team on that eastern side bridge area. They should have an idea that Infinity are in military base. Reject are already making their rotation to the coastal line of the mainland. They've been very proactive on these rotations in the early parts of the game. It's a big part of why Reject got 2 chicken dinners yesterday, for example. So I'm really happy with that play, with that rotation from Reject in the early parts of this game. Nigma still being in Pachinki. I'm really not happy with how long it takes for them to move out of Pachinki. I think they're losing a lot of opportunity to get controlling positions, to get in a more proactive spot, to get more information, to build into the mid parts of the game. And you can see, for example, Nova rotating around them, Tongja Bao rotating close to them. Enigma, you need to clear out a bit quicker from the massive city of Pachinki.
Right now, the two teams, bottom of the table, who were incredible in the league stage, might be going up against each other here. Long's aware of where the potential of a couple of players nearby. Hamodi is going to try and use an opportunity to strike. Unfortunately, his bullets will whiz past Longs, and so will the nade. But now the jig is up. They know where a couple of members of Enigma Galaxy are. Of course, Lord lying in wait behind a tree. Hamodi with a fadeaway nade, able to deal a bit of damage and a bit of a standoff here. Now, considering both the teams are very comfortably located inside of the play zone, I'm expecting a full-out fight here.
Freak does have a solid angle to play with. I really love the wraparound from H-Sir going into the field down on the bottom of the hill behind a hay bale to get an off angle. It's a really good position to suppress the 2 members of Nigma that were on the side of the hill. A fantastic observation. And there you go. H-Sir gets knocked. Tongja about playing that very smoothly, but in comes Hamodi to try and go for the revive. Freak is automatically trying to wrap around, but where is the 4th player from Enigma Galaxy, right? You know, where is that 4th player?
In Pachinki.
You ask the question of why Enigma are struggling. I can't help but feel this is the prime example why they're struggling.
Oh, they're just getting absolutely wrecked. The trifecta of doom descending upon them, and Rolf, I mean, there's so much you can do. He's gonna just drive on downhill. In the meantime, though, I love this. I love this. I love this from 628. They lay in wait. Infinity's like, well, we've usually had a very comfortable time crossing the bridge thus far. And unfortunately for them, they go up against 628, who are lying in wait. Amazing angles as well. And Infinity, they had absolutely no idea. They've lost a member. There's one in the water, and Uzi and Tunny have to kind of make up their minds as to how they want to approach this. Now, for the time being, they're okay, but eventually they will have to make a move once the 3rd zone comes in.
It's for all the credit we should be and are giving the Infinity justifiably, this mistake is a really poor mistake, because it's not like they needed to move into the mainland in phase 1. It encapsulated a good bit of the military island. They could have waited until the end of phase 2, for example. But they just took it for granted, and sometimes that you're going to get burnt off that, and in this situation they did. Good play from 628 to be aware of that and go for that bridge camp. Moving on, though, to Xavier. You have MS, is it? No, 4 rivals, Alliance, should I say, and even a couple of the Nova players all on Pachinki Hill. Shifu gets caught out.
Oh, he just gets absolutely murdered by 4 rivals. There's so much he can do all alone. That came out of nowhere, and Deadeye's guys, they are in school, like the apartment buildings near school, but I do wonder, like, Shifu must have seen that coming, right? He should have known that there are a multitude of them. They could just be charging on in, and yeah, it was too far away for any of his teammates to help out. But DE, sure, they lose a member, but yeah, you still have 3 alive. You're still pretty comfortable. You're smack in the center of the circle as well. Not exactly smack in the center, but in a very comfortable position. A team, I'm just looking at my map, and a team who would be in a pretty happy position would be Genesis Dogma, because they're towards the farm area. We saw how they looked so very solid early on to get the squad wipe on Starwood Esports, and there is literally no one in that part of the map. That's free real estate, all those for the all theirs for the taking, the entire farm, the entire the eastern side. And if, it's a big if, but if the circle does shift south, they have control of the cliffs as well. This is looking very good for them.
You're right, but I would prefer to see one of them shift a little bit more up north of that eastern side, because the risk around that farm area...
I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, Per, I have to cut you off there. What are 628 up to?
They're hunting. I know. They're hunting.
That's so
they're rabid lions in the jungle preying on the deer or the gazelle or the zebra that's trying to run away in the desert fields of the whatever. I'm not good with geography, but I'm trying to build it up.
I like how you go. The savannah. It's called a Serengeti in Africa. There we go. There we go. And somehow Tunny has managed to avoid the lions. He has jumped into the water alongside Mela. So Infinity, they're still alive. I just love how ludicrous 628 are. Like the bloodlust was just so much. And they could have easily, here's the thing, they could have easily just kept a player behind to gatekeep Infinity, and they could have headed straight into Pachinki. Instead, they go all the way around in order to find Tunny, and they're still looking for him. The poor guy, just let him be.
Now, well, I think they are now better off letting him be, because with the circle shift on phase 3 going up north, that's kind of what I was alluding to with Genesis Dogma, because from that farm area up the hill, you don't really get much information, but now they've reacted extremely quickly as a team to move in through that eastern side of the circle on the edge outside of the Potato Hill, should I say. So good adaptability from Genesis Dogma. The other good thing about this circle shift play is that pretty much all the teams are inside the circle. We have 15 up. 13 of them are now inside the circle of phase 3. So we should see a little bit of a lull for the next 4 to 5 minutes until the next phase pops up.
So I'm still keeping an eye on the minimap. So Tunny, he realizes that he's like, okay, maybe they've left. Maybe I can make my move, my way in. And you have Yu Yang. He's crossing the bridge now. This is hilarious from 628. They really don't want Tunny to stay alive, but we'll get back to it later. Oh, there we go. There we go. It's going to be Daoshi, actually. It was all a ruse. The 2 players left early, but they left a couple behind, and Yu Yang Tunny just pokes his head off the ground. He's like, are they gone? I think they're gone. No, they weren't. No, they were not. So Infinity down to the 1 member, but he is alive. Mela is still alive on the western side of, just the west of Pachinki.
There's a couple of really good splits that are coming out in this circle. MS Chonburi especially, I really like that 2-2 split. They tuned the compound down by the buildings that's opposite of not opposite, but outside of school, and then 2 overlooking Pachinki. DRS as well, they have 1 holding onto the compound in the northeastern edge of the circle, and then the other 3 players are in that compound. It's a small compound, but it's a really good kind of building area outside of Potato Hill. And again, it gives them a lot of area of control for this phase 4 wraparound. And the Xavier, I'm not the biggest fan of this 2-2 split. But now with the next circle shifting up north, they can control Potato Hill on that south edge of the circle and possibly pick off a couple of teams.
I think they're going to regroup as well, right? You can see Raviz and Lamborghini making the way towards the southern side of that particular zone. And that is, of course, going to be skirting the top edge of the Potato Hill. In the meantime, the Deadeye's guys, they are finally going to have to defend their the fortification they've had. Now we have Rico Infinity making the way to the neighboring apartments. You can also hear Nova in the background whizzing past. And can't forget 4 rivals still holding the position right outside the school apartment. So this is interesting. And TJB as well on a bit of a migration. And they are tanking the bullet from 4 rivals as Prestigo. He's got an angle.
not really a massive fan of Rico committing to apartments. I think any team going to apartments on phase 4 is a big risk. It's important that Rico Finny do everything they can to take advantage, as Fragboy does what he can to take advantage, getting a knock on one of the players of Tongja Bao, and they're facing brutal angles on all sides as MS Chambori comes in, and just like that, Tongja Bao down to just a solo player.
The woes do continue. Prestigo trying to find a knock with the Musandagan. Not quite able to get the angle. He's aware of where 4 rivals are as well. And yeah, I think you raise a very good point, Imperium, about going to an apartment, especially with the zone being this tiny. But I guess I don't have too many options here. 3C, what is going on? He's gonna be driving straight into the enemy camp, and he's somehow still alive. A point of HP, 1 point is all that's keeping him alive, and backup has arrived, but they're getting mowed down by Divine and Duello, and Daoshi getting found by Mafia Ninja as well at 6-8. Oh, they come to a very rough end indeed. I do believe they're down to just a one-man standing. Oh no, just 2 players still in contention, but it's not looking pretty at all.
No, a little bit of a desperate rotation from 6-8 in the end. They should have been a little bit more aware of that, I feel, playing on the outside of the circle in the first 3 phases and seeing such a shift up north. You were bound to come into teams on the edge of the circle. It seems like they weren't ready for that fight, so they should have held back a little bit more, and this scramble came through a little bit of uncertainty. And again, they paid the price by being taken out down to 14 teams. The Xavier have done what I thought they were going to do and held on to the south edge of the circle just outside of Potato Hill. Genesis Dogma doing a great job with this spread down on the southeast side. The low ground, they're able to peek up and shoot, and it gives them a lot of exit ability coming into this phase 5. So Genesis Dogma in one of the strongest spots for the late game.
Oh yeah, they've thus far been incredible. How Genesis Dogma with their rotations, knowing the right angles, what to do. Marshall taking a knock onto Nova, who has a little log cabin to work with, and RC reject. Sarah is lonesome. He can't cross on over towards Reiji to get the rest, so it's a bit of an uncomfortable position for him. Smokes are going to bloom. Genesis Dogma are aware that they don't have much cover either. Now for Nova, all 4 still alive inside of that cabin. And taking a look at the zone shift, a few of them don't even have to budge yet. And those 3 teams in those 3 apartment buildings are going to be feeling very comfortable, but eventually, once it shrinks in further, they will have to make a move, and that's when things are going to get exciting for us and terrifying for them.
The rug is definitely going to get pulled from underneath them in the next phase, so it's important that they do everything they can to pick up as many kills coming into this. It's the worst possible shift, being honest, that so many of these teams could have asked for, because there's very little big cover. It's precarious on the angles you hold on to, and it's just every man, woman, and child for themselves. Team Secret are trying to wrap around. They played this north side quite nicely. Now they're getting close to the side of Enigma Galaxy, who are down to 2 players. Roof is Knock Freak is on his own. He goes down.
Yep, a rough end for Enigma Galaxy. Their woes continue, but so Infinity has been knocked out as well very, very early in the game, which is surprising. A couple of the big heavy hitters, but we still, of course, have Genesis Dogma going up against the Xavier, but they're actually having to take fights on 2 fronts. At PRS, they haven't shown themselves yet. They have this compound to work with, all 4 alive, and it's a good position to fight from. But Booms, he could kind of ruin their day. Nade sails in, Gyalzen just peers around the corner, spots him, takes him down, and 1 by 1, Genesis Dogma, they start to fall. They were in such a good position earlier, but now they're down to 2-man squad, albeit they do have 6 kills, top fragging in the
yeah. I don't hold it against them again, because it's really difficult for all of these teams, and now they're going to get put under pressure by Team Secret, as DRS have done a great job of staying inside the circle and pushing Genesis Dogma back. Daybot has knocked Genesis down to just 1 eye shots, pulling it all in. Sarah trying to stay alive. That's a free kill for Gyalzen. Not quite there. Boom. There you go.
Well, not a free kill for him, but a free kill for his team. Mafia Ninja will finally put Sarah out of his misery, and with that we say goodbye to the Japanese side. But Xavier, they have a great angle onto DRS. Kind of silhouetted against the sky. With Nima getting taken down, they're going to be pushing on in. Mafia Ninja trying to make his way downhill, and it looks like they will have to abandon Nima because he is, of course, just the one man remaining. And Lamborghini making very quick work of Nima. A bit of vehicle manslaughter coming in as well as on top with a little bit of a gap there, taking pot shots. But Mafia Ninja, he gets some revenge, but it's just a one knock and a kill. He still has to contend with a multitude of other players as we do finally say goodbye to Genesis Dogma, taken down.
Oh my god. Are you serious? The circle shifted towards apartments.
I can't believe it.
Come on. You
You're
know,
saying,
talk about
you're
being
saying
I
you don't
know,
wanna
I know,
be in
I
an
cast her
apartment.
cursed. I cast her cursed. It's still not good for Rico, but Deadeye's guys are in the best spot. DRS, the solo player, pushes in. T-Secret, just eye shots left alive, able to pull off a first aid, but this is a 1v1.
Mafia is basically going Rambo against the entirety of Team Secret. It's like Rambo 2 or something, or Rambo 3 when, you know, he's in Afghanistan taking on the entire Russian side. He's like, you took my teammates out. I'm gonna just take you guys out one after the other. And he finishes off shot shots as well. Did he just wipe out Team Secret by his lonesome?
Oh, but I think so, but can we talk
That's
about
insane.
3 teams inside one apartment building? 4 rivals, Rico, Infinity, Deadeye's guys. Things are about to get very, very cramped, and people are going to get evicted.
Yeah, people are going to get evicted in a very brutal fashion indeed, Imperium. This is chaos. They all realize they need to make a play right now, and they're looking to lay claim of this particular apartment complex. 4 rivals downstairs, Rico Infinity, and they've managed to push Deadeye's guys all the way on top of the apartments where they can be spotted, they can be sighted out. On top still going to be sticking on around. He's got a Mini 14 looking to get take a couple of pot shots, maybe third party, a few of these teams get a couple of kills, but this battle between Rico Infinity and 4 rivals, they are not friendly neighbors, mind you. But 4 rivals also Abby taking shots at the Xavier in the distance.
Here's the thing, they can all technically coexist with each other, right? They can, you know, form that truce, the alliance. Okay, we're all in the one building together. Let's ignore each other, focus on the teams around us, and then we can finish each other off. So I do kind of appreciate that between 4 rivals and Deadeye's guys specifically.
Bro, like, listen, and Nova are getting harassed by every single team in the server. As finally, Rabbids will be found by Rithrall. Taking down Rabbids, of course, they still have cover. They can deploy a couple of smokes. They can go for the res as well. That cluster of rocks really coming in handy for the side of the Xavier. So for the time being, they're going to be okay. Nova, a couple of reses have come in. They've been able to heal themselves up as well. But where do they even go from there? I have no idea. DRS finally falling though, but Mafia Ninja, oh my, did he extract some sweet revenge from Team Secret?
Yes, he did very well recovered. Cryptics! We can't forget about them. They're in the building opposite or beside where 3 teams lie, so they're in a really good spot. Of course, bearing where the circle goes of kind of peeking off a couple of teams because they can fourth party that from the other building across the way. Beautiful shots as the Xavier. They're now under massive pressure as the circle shifts to the northwest. Still, with these apartment buildings, you know what? I'm done predicting circle shifts. This is crazy.
This is actual insanity. On top, though, finishing off Nova. And I think Nova have been eliminated. There we go. Della's guys taking care of them. And I gotta say, I love how Rico Infinity are not just keeping Xavier pinned down, but they're also ensuring that they're keeping 4 rivals at bay. They're taking fights on multiple fronts as Tang Jiabao and Xavier as well exchanging bullets. And I gotta say, it's looking very grim for both Tang Jiabao as well as Xavier. They're both outside of the zone. And the moment they move out of their cover, they're going to be facing a hail of bullets, not just from Deadeye's guys above, but also from Rico Infinity, and perhaps even. However, for the time being, Cryptics are exchanging a few shots with a couple of teams in the neighboring building. But yeah, right now these 4 teams, they're not going to budge, not really going to be battling each other out. Instead, they're going to be focusing all their attention on Xavier, poor Xavier.
I really feel sorry for them. There's nothing they can do. They don't have any vehicles to work with. They were relying on the circle shifting away from apartments. They've had a damn good game so far, and it's just a matter of time. It's sadistic, like, won't somebody think of the children, blah?
This is... Yeah, this is almost a war crime. There must be something against the Geneva Convention where you can't throw in that amount of lead in the direction of a particular squad. And Frankie Lossman is still trying his best. He's in the blue. They're still shooting at him. Oh, the humanity. Poor the Xavier. And amongst all the commotion, everyone's kind of seemingly forgotten Tang Jiabao. They're going to be tossing in nades as well towards Frankie. Finally, the zone will claim him and the Xavier. Their woes, their miseries. It comes to an end. F's in the chat for DX. That must have sucked.
It really must have. The thing that Tang Jiabao did have to their advantage is they had a little bit of a low ground dip to play with, which they've used certainly to their advantage. But now that the Xavier are out of here, you would have seen in the kill feed, Cryptic's 4 rivals, Rico and Deadeye's guys can now focus on Tang Jiabao. And then the next circle pops up, it'll be a battle between those 4 teams. However, what's good for Tang Jiabao is the circle has shifted finally away from apartment buildings about 3 to 4 circles later than I expected it to.
Yeah, well, they're fortunate with the circle, not very fortunate with the nade. Turulov with a pristine HE getting a knock. A follow-up nade could just seal the deal and wipe out Tang Jiabao from the server, from the game. Oh, well, it's taking care of attacker. Now it's all on Manhan. He's got the bush, he's got a little bit of smoke as well. But as the circle does shrink in, as you pointed out, DE's attention has to be focused on the remaining teams in this apartment.
4 rivals opens a knock onto one of the Cryptics players, El Chapo. Lots of smokes being thrown out by Cryptics as they do have to exit the building.
Here we go. Finally, teams are dropping on down, but DE, they haven't budged yet. They're still on top, even standing in the blue as a bit of a team lead coming in from Rico Infinity, but they're able to get a couple of knocks into 4 rivals as well, and this is the opportunity for Manhan. He's still looking for get those kills. He's not going to be happy only with the top 2 placing. He wants to take them all down, get a little bit of revenge for his team. 4 rivals just spraying blindly through the smoke. This is absolute pandemonium as Senkai, the last man standing. I do believe it is a 1v1 against 4 rivals. Turulov taken down. In the meantime, we're down to the final 3. Not just teams, but 3 players left in the zone. It is going to be Cryptics against Tang Jiabao against all odds. And of course, the final member, Littrol. Nade's going to be lobbed in as Turulov gets taken down. Littrol on a sliver of HP, trying his desperate best to just somehow crawl his way in. But man had the nade a little too deep. He knows where he is. He's got the rock for cover. He's going to try and patch himself up as well. But no, he wants to take the fight. No, he's going to be standing in the smoke. I love this. Repositioning himself. But Littrol, I think he has an idea. He's got an inkling. He's going to crawl in closer.
Oh my
God. You got to switch your weapon anytime soon, son. You need to switch to a gun right now. And he has no idea. He still has no idea where Littrol's going to be coming in from. Both the players have healed up right now. He's making a lot of noise. Littrol sneaking in from the side. He can hear him. He knows where he is. And Manhan just seems to be tunnel vision, and the fact that he's across this little mound has no clue. He's to his left, and it is
oh my God!
He's lying his weight. He's going to line it up, but he gets spotted out, and it is going to be the chicken dinner going the way of TJB somehow. Manhan is able to clutch it out. What a miracle for TJB Imperium. They had no business winning that. How?
I love PUBG Mobile. I'm a little bit speechless. You're kind of right that they had no right to win that game, but when the circles like shift in such a way that catches a lot of teams off guard, because the reason why I said it was going to pull away from apartments, because like 9 times out of 10 it does. And even though you can't predict, you kind of play the percentage game with the circle shifts. And unfortunately, it was like the low percentage situation that happened where it just kept on going towards apartments. And Tang Jiabao put down to 2 players relatively early in the game, or at least early compared to what teams were left. And they just stayed very, very quiet. The circle shifted out of apartments. It was in their favor. They did lose 1, but then the last player was able to wait, prime, and got the final kill. But 4 rivals, they deserve a lot of credit. They helped to take down Rico Infinity. They pretty much got the better of Deadeye's guy despite it being a valiant effort. And Cryptics, there's nothing more he could do as the last player got taken out by Tang Jiabao. So close.
Honestly, I still don't know how Manhunt was able to spin around. And oh man, if I was Rithal, I'm gonna be seething at myself. I'm gonna be furious at myself because he saw him for a full 3 seconds. He had all the time in the world to line up the headshot and get the kill. And yet he somehow didn't find it. And TJB, a well-deserved chicken dinner, considering how grim it looked at one point. They were a two-man squad for what felt like forever, but they're able to turn it around. Just incredible stuff coming up from the Chinese side. And for a team who's been languishing at the very bottom, it must be such a good boost for them.
It's been a struggle bus for them. Let's be straight up honest. And yeah, okay, it might not be the way you want to win a game, but opportunity comes. You take advantage of the opportunity, and Tong Jiabao did that. But this game was full of action right from the offset. We saw the fight between Genesis Dogma and Stalwart right at the start. 6-2-8 hunting down Infinity off a very poor rotation from Team Infinity. And then you had the circle shifting towards Potato Hill. The Xavier played a wonderful game on that south edge of the circle on top of Potato Hill. They got a number of kills. Deadeye's guys, yes, they committed to apartments, I think, on phase 2, and they were able to stay on the roof of that building and also pick off a couple of players. This game was just something different.
I still trying to wrap my head around what we witnessed in the final zone, because everyone just dropped on down, right? There was like, I think I lost count of the number of smokes getting deployed, like some 15, 20 smokes all around. Deadeye's guys dropping from above, Cryptics is dropping down. It just complete, absolute chaos and pandemonium right outside his apartment buildings. But, you know, I love to see how some of this plays went down, because let's be real, I think we lost like 8, 9 players in a span of 10 seconds, something ludicrous like that, right?
Yeah.
It's just madness, man.
It was like a Black Friday sale, right? Where just everything must go, that kind of thing. And credit to DRS as well, specifically Mafia Ninja. I believe it was a 1v3 on the Team Secret overall to grab a couple of extra kill points, so very well played. And here's the thing, because of the very precarious circle shifts, like really awkward circle shifts, I don't think any of these teams played badly, right? I really don't. At least the kind of top 5, top 6 teams, they really made the best of tough situations. They played some fantastic rotations. Like even Team Secret, despite getting 1v3, they were doing such a good job on that north side. They were proactively moving, waiting for the next circle, setting themselves up. It's just one of those things that can happen. Even Nova full sending, like I don't think they did a bad job full sending it where they went. It just happened to be that when the circle shifted away from them, they had like 4 teams looking at them. 4 teams, like nothing they could do. So yeah, tough game, but very entertaining.
Yeah, I mean, commiserations to Dig Xavier. Listen, man, my heart went out to them. But of course, we have the desk of the analyst panel to break everything down. So Jason, take it away.
I don't know what there is to take away from that match, man. Like, apartments, we're like, oh, okay. I mean, everyone in apartments are going to have such a tough time getting out. Clarence, you're talking about this. Then the zone goes back on top of apartments, and we're like, okay, well, now what's going to happen here? And then it shifts away last second as well. I think the perfect way to describe that is madness.
Yeah. How did we start talking about this game, Kalash? Like, oh yeah, not too many hard shifts. This is nice. Like, no, it's not nice. That was not a good finish. But yeah, I mean, it rarely happens to finish around apartment, right, towards school area, apartment area eventually, and they just got stacked on top of each other, and then it ends up going towards Manhan, and he's just able to take it towards... yeah, there's so many things to really break down in a game like this, but it was absolute madness. You rarely see games like this, but, I mean, TJB, they were at the bottom, and the fact they're able to get a win on the game like this is good for them to try and push themselves away from those bottom positions.
Yeah, you understood, and you could see for a lot of those apartment teams, it is absolutely imperative and in their best interests to effectively, in inverted commas, for a while, ally and destroy everything in the field open to you. We saw Nova get absolutely pelted. We saw D Xavier's getting absolutely pelted. And then it was up to TJB to kind of just sneak it and survive as much as they can, even though the teams in the apartments knew that killing everything or eliminating everything in those fields was so important, because once they all have to leave apartments, it is going to be a proper free-for-all there to try and make that happen. And if there is someone in the field, they have a little bit of an advantage towards the end, and you saw TJB converting that.
Yeah, there was, as you mentioned before, there was kind of like a peace treaty going on. At least in one of the complexes, you had Deadeye's guys on the top floor, and you had 4 rivals on the bottom floor, and they're just kind of like, all right, we don't invade each other, we just shoot out every single window possible. And even towards the very end, I mean, there were so many smokes on the ground, so teams could potentially traverse outside of that building and potentially gain ground. But that 1v1 ended off with, I mean, Max, I'm not going to say it was a curse or anything, but 4 rivals just still couldn't close it out.
I want the 4 rivals win. It's not happening yet. We're getting close every time. They got a lot of second places, but yeah, it'll happen, Jason. It'll happen eventually. We'll have to see. Also, we didn't have time to talk about it on the first page, but Cryptics, it was a game stuff. I believe it was the 3rd place in terms of total points they were able to accumulate this game. Like, the teams at the bottom are having a small resurgence. We're not seeing that resurgence though from Enigma Galaxy. They're still not there yet. They're still getting more points than the teams that didn't qualify, so I guess that's a positive aspect of it. But come on, we expect way more from Enigma Galaxy after that great league play, but they're just struggling to perform in any way, shape, or form right now.
Max, look down a little bit more on the leaderboard.
What was what?
Below?
I couldn't hear you.
Look below, Enigma.
I need glasses. I don't know. I told you, Jason. I'm getting my glasses next week. I cannot see when Star will get a bad result. Okay, I can't see it. Impossible. No.
Well, it has been happening a lot, so you should get those glasses ASAP, and I think we'll be seeing those next week, if I'm not mistaken. But we can see Daybot, the MVP here at 752 damage, 4 eliminations. I mean, we kind of went over the first page really quickly, but Deadeye's guys, another 13 points for themselves. They got 5 eliminations there. I just want to bring them up again, because of how important it is and how consistent they've been here in the last few days. Even Rico Infinity team gained 9 points as well. We're seeing some teams really start to ramp up the points and again build a little bit of a buffer going into week 2.
There's a hilarious thing for Rico Infinity team where they had to push across from one apartment to the other, and in doing so, they spent about 12 smokes for something that could have probably been achieved with about 4 or 5. And then if you think about how many smokes eventually ended up in that last field situation, let's add another like 6 or 7 smokes to that situation. It would have been I mean, it was already bonkers. It was already nuts. But if you added even more smokes to that, I don't know, if something different could have occurred. Because the thing is that once everybody drops out of the apartment and the crossfire's going on, it's madness. I haven't seen a finish quite like that in a long time.
Well, I can tell you
I think this is the...
Go ahead.
I was going to add, this is maybe the reason why you want to get 1+9, because you want to be able to display.
You just took my point.
Towards the end.
I was going to say...
point now, Jason.
I was going to say, with its flagship performance, an immersive 120Hz display and hyper-touch technology made specifically for gamers, the OnePlus 9 Pro are your best shot to see or to handle all of the smokes thrown in that last match.
Just have to do me like that. Okay.
Well, I was going to do it, and then, I was like, all right, let Pax talk. But we can see True Love again. Is this like the 3rd time we've seen him as one of the focal players in a match?
In a row.
He's been doing really, really well for himself. Great to see this kind of performance coming out for a team that, as the casters mentioned as well, they weren't having the easiest of times, but 109 points on the board puts them in a great position to strike out down the line to that barrier that, John was theorizing before when they were actually commentating, and we were talking about here on the desk as well. So very, very nice to see.
But I mean, you give a great positive, but I will give a negative here. Their elims are severely lacking compared to the other teams around them. Yes, this might be good enough to get them into top 16 to make it into the league finals, but will it be enough to maintain a top 9 position to get into the PMGC global finals? That's a little bit of a different story.
Yeah, the thing is, that is the weakness right now of Deadeye's guys, is sometimes they have some really good potential entry points to get access to what would be a game-winning position, I would say, most of the time, but they just tend to be a little bit, I wouldn't say scared, but a little bit hesitant, and that hesitancy is what hurts them a lot in the long run. So if they can get just a little bit more kills and more consistency, especially in that kill, those elimination inputs, they could be looking at really golden towards the top, potentially even making in top 3. On the bottom page, we're still seeing the likes of Stalwart. I mean, the 2 SGEs, they're just together for a reason with the same team tag. They are slowly slipping down, which is unfortunate to see.
Let's be fair, though, Max. I mean, Stalwart, they've had a disastrous day today. Yesterday didn't look too great for them either, but they're still sitting on 97 points. That's a very good buffer either way. They're just all about requalifying to the Super Weekends.
By the way, speaking of STE and interesting decisions, what was going on? We were theorizing it, right? There must be a reason. They must have known, A, because it's always Infinity that's there, and it's always them that's going to be coming across the bridge. So either something's happened like out of game, or they know it's just free potential kills. But the chasing all the way over to East Bridge, that was That
Yeah.
was bonkers as well.
I think those are the type of plays where you want to add in the background some Benny Hill music, and
Yeah.
that will just fit the scenario perfectly. It's just, I don't know why, if there was maybe a little bit of trash talk happening in the background, like, we're going to bridge camp you, and then just chase it down.
We're gonna
I think
camp
only
it.
Mela survived it. We're going to, I mean, they did try to break it, Jason, that's for sure, but yeah, it was a weird one, and unfortunately, even with my analyst brain, I cannot analyze that because I don't know why they did it, so yeah, there you go.
I mean, that's the thing. If we can't really talk to the teams, or if they, or if we're not in their position, it's really hard to theorize why they did make those decisions. Because the ability we have like the ability of hindsight, and also to be able to see everything happening in the match, right? We have like the map stream, we can see where every team is going, and obviously we don't know what information teams get and don't get. But either way, I mean, we got to see the great bridge camp. Bridge camp? Bridge camp. Maxman, Klaus, you're normally a host. You keep going. Out of them, able to really apply some pressure to some teams. But again, that's the third match now done, and I'm really impressed yet again with quite a few different teams here. I mean, 4 rivals, again, one of the few teams, them and DRS in top 5, top 4, with 0 chicken dinners, just to bring it up one more time.
Yeah, I started working out recently, Jason. I've got the bridge cramp a few times. I can tell you that one hurts pretty heavily. But yeah, DRS able to push himself up. I mean, you just have DRS, you have 4 rivals right now, are the only 2 teams on that top 8 for top page with 0 chicken dinners. That's still been above 4 teams that got chicken dinners on that first page. So, man, their consistency is staggering right now. I'm really enjoying it. Though, still want to see these 2 teams potentially closed off. It is very similar to Class Digital Athletics from last PMGC. That could just be the extra change in their playstyle that could allow them, of course, into the league stage finals, and of course in the grand finals in January, if they make it, to potentially improve their prize pool by an extra 100,000 or maybe even 200,000 in the grand finals. So those little changes, if they can improve on that specifically, that could be huge for them in the long run.
And you were talking, Jason, about kind of the eliminations coming in for Deadeye's guys who are looking great in the overall standings. But again, where are those eliminations? I think there does still have to be a little bit of concern. There are, I think, 3 or 4 teams kind of on their heels that have a lot of kills that we know can convert to chicken dinners as well. I'm thinking about your Novas. I'm thinking about, I think, some of the STE teams as well, looking in their position where they are. Like, they have decent kill count. So if they just convert 1 chicken dinner, a hero or something like that, get themselves 20-some points on the board, they can easily leapfrog where we're seeing Deadeye's guys right now.
Yeah, I'm actually trying to like place where they would be. I think if we were going off eliminations alone, they'd be around 12th out of the 16 teams, but they're currently sitting up there in 6th. I mean, that is a major discrepancy when it comes to that. But, you know, either way, they still have time to work on it, right? They have time to improve and also time to maybe impress you all at home for a fan favorite vote. It's still going on until the 27th of December. If you guys participate, you can get some permanent items for free yourselves. We know who Max already picked. I'm leaving mine as undecided for now. Max? Yeah, I'm leaving mine undecided for now.
Maybe I'll change eventually. I don't know. Pika, come on. We want to see some kills, homie, please. We need some 1v3 clutches happening.
I need some time to recharge, you know. It needs a little bit of cuddle time with Ash. But let's actually get into our recap here of what we were going to be breaking down, Max. It's going to be D Xavier, I'm guessing?
Yeah, D Xavier actually is the team that we found very interesting from the very start of the game with Kalaris, and we were talking that their team, they are very used to normally playing in the past of this PMGC positions around Milta. They got contested by Genesis Dogma. They like to play school apartment. They like to play shelter. They know no teams drop in that position, so they're feeling super confident from the get-go, and because of that first circle, they just tried to take as much free real estate. But the part that I really enjoyed myself here, Kalaris, is them going for 2-2 split, 2 players on Potato Hill specifically is the culminating point, and you're just getting the information on all the teams that are going to have to rotate around you. And we know that because it went towards apartment, they just had to go downhill, always having the height advantage. It made it very easy for them to get to that late game until the circle got a little bit weird.
No, indeed. It gives them good anchor points, right? The top of Potato Hill, where they were presiding, gives them an opportunity to move north if they want to. The 2 that were down south, actually, that compound that they took with the 2 at the bottom is very strong, and you see Nova very frequently taking that kind of spot in those kinds of circles. So they understand the power of that compound as well. Unfortunately for them, I mean, it kind of shifts north. They have to then kind of traverse through this. And to be frank, this is some of the best cover in these final circles, even though there's not much of it. And we saw what must have been 7 million or 8 million bullets peppered into the smoke position that they were in just by the teams in these apartments. Very difficult for them to survive going into those final circles, but they made the best of what they could.
Yeah, to be completely franky, I would not be sure if you could make it out of that one. Yeah, that was, you know what? That's why am I here? Just to suffer? I don't know, man. But yeah, we had also at the very start of this game, we had some action happening between Genesis Dogma and also Star Wars, which they were completely underlooted, Kalaris. You gave an M16 to potentially one of your top players, Action and Top, and you're not going to fight it back. I mean, yeah, Snickle is coming in with also a shotgun. Like, they're meaning business right now. And Genesis Dogma, throughout this tournament, have been willing to take these fights a little bit more. They feel a lot more confident when it comes down to early skirmishes. So, I mean, that double knock that came out from Daybot instantly put the man advantage in their favor, and they just were able to close it off really well.
Yeah, I think as you pointed out, having an M16 with burst fire, personally I don't like the burst fire. Having that as your primary weapon to try and enter those fights to start things off is really just a suboptimal situation. If Action has any other gun in that spot, I think that he gets that first knock, and then maybe that entire fight goes very, very differently, and you buy enough time for your team to reinforce. But rough stuff there for FTE.
Credit to Daybot, though, the angle he was playing. Like, one of his teammates gets knocked to the other side of the barrier, right? And then the other two come out to look for the other Genesis Dogma players. And he's like, nope, I'm here. Surprise, guys. We have more than one magician on the team, and eliminates quite a few there. But either way, I mean, we do see it all round out. And for you guys at home, as we've been talking about what you guys can win, we obviously have the players trying to play for their prize of the $6 million. You guys at home, well, you can't quite get the $6 million, but what you can get is the treasure box going on. As long as you're watching on YouTube or in the esports center, you will get some points to get you a token to unlock a permanent item for yourselves, and we'll have obviously 2 more happening throughout the rest of PMGC. I don't know exactly when, or maybe I do. Maybe I'm just not telling you. Maybe if you follow me over on Instagram and send me a message, I will tell you. Who knows? But either way, make sure you guys are checking it out in the game as soon as possible. We have 13 minutes till the next match, so you know what? You have time until then. But yeah, gentlemen, I mean, I don't know what else there is to really talk about, because Sanhok's coming up next, and we know how bloody it can get. We know how crazy it can get. But we've also had one team be ever so consistent on Sanhok, which of course is the Infinity.
Yeah, I mean, they will give himself their first win actually throughout this super weekend so far on the map of Sanhok, so they're feeling confident coming into it. But Jason, I want to bring up the team that you've been talking about quite a bit as how they've been so strong coming into this. Hopefully I'm not going to curse them. I haven't cursed anyone right now, so I'm going to allow myself to do it. It would be good to see a DRS win. I mean, they got really close to it yesterday, and it went down to a 1v1. Unfortunately, not able to quite secure and close off the game, but I would love to see a Nepali win here, and this might be the one.
I mean, we finally got a Nepali win before.
We.
I'm just channeling my inner French here really quickly. But we already had out of Dead Eyes, guys. Could we have 2 today in total for Nepal? Well, we'll find out after we come back from a short break.
PUBG Mobile fans around the world, welcome to the 2021 PUBG Mobile Global Championship. To the top teams across all regions, we have a message for you. The Middle East. You have proven your worth. Now, make your formidable debut on the PMGC stage. South Korea, forget the past. This year, show the world you've ascended. Remind the world of South Korea's raw talent. Japan, you came so close last year. But what doesn't kill you only makes you stronger. Bring it back better than ever. The Americans, you're the alpha dogs that dominated the West. Now, lead the pack on the world stage. Southeast Asia, you took down so many strong teams on your journey to the top. It's time for a comeback on the global stage. Europe, it's now or never. Push your limits and surprise us all. This is the moment to create your legacy. South Asia, you were the dark horse of 2020. Amaze those who would underestimate you again. China, you carry the crown of last year's PMGC. Now, with everyone's eyes on you once more, can you secure back-to-back victories? PMGC needs a champion. The world needs a champion. Who will stand victorious in the end? Who will be next to glory?
Setiap saat, chicken dinner.
that vision. The damage is good, but Ice Shots falls. A 1-1, and it's Stalwart to snatch.
He is getting hounded and he needs to somehow stay alive. The UMP comes out. He spots one.
What?
Spots two. Double knock coming in from AJ. He's got to finish him off as well. Jumper. This nade could be everything. He's going to
Beautiful.
Is he going to find anyone? Yes, he is indeed. But shot actually from the sidelines, getting a knock. Now it's all down to attacker. The 1 versus 2. The lone standing member, and they know exactly where he is. And that is going to be Team Secret.
Suppress this line, but more nades continue to go through. Jimmy in danger now. A beautiful nade to the back finds the flush, and King goes low as well. 2 players from Reject swelling over the hillside. 1 goes down, but is traded evenly with Jimmy. King now up to bat, looks for the shots, but not going to find it. Has to go for the weapon swap, and the drop shot is good. Nova taken down by Reject. Going and Nox going back and forth as nades start to fly on our main screen as well. DRS pressuring the Infinities with nades. Someone outside my window is unhappy about the Infinities taking the nades as well. The horns are blaring and the nades are fragging on out. Nox coming through thick and fast. The Infinities down to 1. Ice Shots low.
They're so low.
Advantage. Looks for the shots. Not going to be able to get the
That's
damage
a
back
miss.
into the smoke. Needs the reload. Gets it off and moves through the smoke now, trying to play around that vision. The damage is good, but Ice Shots falls. A 1-1, and it's Stalwart to snatch it away from Team Secret right at the
コリアのダウンキルを取っています。 BCXL さらにドーナツ SG もかかる動き。東側のエリアを自分たちのものにします。安全地帯は南側に。
マークには届きませんでしたね、小池さん。うわー、これ2投目マークに刺さった。これを皮切りに一気に行くのはリジェクトです。マークを一気に潰しに行きます。デュエロサラ。さあユナイト3名になった。対してそのこうするかのように時計回りですね。時計回りで回っていくのがユナイト
なので、このラピスが落ちると一気にリジェクトも危ないので、ここ耐えなくちゃいけないですね。
ラピス耐えれるか。もう味方が来ている。車両でアタック。
Goes around the shack. Can he get the second knock? Because Dolwood Esports action is going to be the amount of action right now as Pika comes in from behind and gets a burst kill on Mercy. And there you have it. LIT led Esports down to 1 man.
Referees, they had to lock horns, and that's why they witnessed a bloodbath. But Marshall
door here very shortly. Marshall on the front lines looking to make the breach here. Nice volley.
They were kind of
stuck in that position. So look at this, what's going on, Yala? Oh my lord, he's been knocked out from elsewhere, maybe from the backlines, and on top, he's definitely gonna capitalize on it, but instead gets traded off right back. There you go, Lord. Prestige, does he have his headphones on? Because now the push is definitely coming on towards him, and Anas really dicey position. Anas and Prestige, 2 players surviving, does have the SKS.
Quick scope, there you have it. Some bold action for you.
Oh man, I'm looking at the minimap too, and it looks like they're going to be clashing with DRS. I don't know how long they'll be able to survive.
Showtime.
I saw the first light, the first steps. Now I see much more. I capture Earth in all its beauty. I see action. I see drama. And I see it in the finest detail. Moments of inspiration. And the first steps. I am the 1+9.
Welcome back to the highlight of the show for me. It is going to be match 4, kicking off on Sanhok here in just a few moments time, and we don't know who's going to win with this one, but one thing that we can guarantee will happen is Papa Blue always wins when it comes to Sanhok. The Blue Zone going to be really punishing quite a few different teams, but when we looked at, I think it was yesterday, no, it was day 1 actually, it was Roof coming in from Enigma Galaxy playing Spoiler, I believe it was, inside the Blue Zone, almost winning that match for his team.
Okay, first off, calm down, Mustache Dave. Second off, yes. True,
I wish I could grow a mustache like he does.
But it's true that's unfortunately the hard reality of Sanhok is that you're always going to have some players potentially sneaking around and having the upper hand because of that surprise factor. So you always got to try and be careful, because we all remember Eye Shots from Team Secret snatching away that win from Bluebees last year in PMGC, and it almost happened again, actually. I believe on yesterday's Sanhok game, he just came in from the blue as Team Secret onto DRS. Got tricky for a second, but yeah, he was going to make sure you clear what's happening behind you, because otherwise just one player could be your demise instantly.
Yeah, and obviously we're going to be seeing a lot of teams playing that strategy. Again, it's the way you should kind of play Sanhok at the moment, with the kind of place you are in the tournament, right? It's about building up points. You don't necessarily need to win Sanhok. Just try to get as many placements as possible. If obviously you get eliminations, that's great. We've already seen TJB, step up Colaris in the last match, able to get a chicken dinner under their belts, able to move up the leaderboard and kind of lengthen their lead against a 16th place team as well. I mean, they're at 68 points and Enigma Galaxy is at 47. A 21-point difference out of 13 matches is quite significant, but it's not possible to come back from.
And there's the potential that Tong Jiaobao can actually do something here on Sanhok as well. If you think about what they were able to do yesterday on Sanhok with the compound that they had northeast of the quarry position, they could easily convert that into not only, you know, moving through the positions and moving forwards into the circles, but also getting themselves a few kills here and there. So maybe it will come to fruition here again on Sanhok.
Speaking of coming to fruition, Maxman's been pretty on point with his blessings so far in his predictions in general.
Yeah.
But I'm going to throw you a different prediction here, Maxman. If it's not going to be Corey, where do you think the zone's going to finish off near?
Wait, how do you say Quarry?
Corey.
Quarry.
What did you call it yesterday?
Quarry.
Oh yeah, it was.
Don't go there.
That was
Okay.
an oat. That was an oat brand for breakfast. That you could say right. But where do you
Okay,
predict
don't
the
I
zone
bring
will
that
finish?
back up? I would like to see a Northwestern Island finish here. I think there's some of the
Yes.
most interesting ones, and I think that especially a team like Reject played the trifecta really well. So if it goes up there, it could be a potential Reject win. We'll have to see.
I want to see the trifecta as well, but I also don't want to see Kalara's people sitting in cars, just shooting the entire time from the rivers and turn it into an underwater battle.
No, indeed. None of that plays. I think one of the teams that I'm looking at here to do all right on Sanhok as well is 4 Rivals. I think that they've had some rougher circles when it comes to Sanhok here, and it's difficult to react to when it comes to it. Jason, what's so funny?
Because we keep saying, all right, 4 Rivals, they're going to win the match. They're finally going to chicken dinner.
If they win when he says it, I am going to be livid. I mean, they better not now.
That's the thing. Like, it's a win-win situation for Kalaris. If they win, it's like, yeah, I'm a genius. If they lose, it's like, all right, well, yeah. I mean, they haven't been able to get chicken dinner just yet. But eventually, we will see it out of DRS. Eventually, we'll see it at 4 Rivals. Will it be this match? Well, only time will tell. I believe the match is ready to go. It's a countdown coming through. So let's throw it back to our commentators of Imperium and Blur once again.
Yeah, not going to waste any time at all getting into this wonderful map of Sanhok for the 3rd time this weekend. There's only one Sanhok game per day in the Super Weekend, so you got to make them count.
Oh, absolutely, and I think it kind of, I don't know what happened there with my setup, but it looks like I was muted for the beginning, but it's okay. It's all right. Imperium more than capable of soloing this if you so wish. I do want to allude to what Odesk mentioned about, you know, DRS, 4 Rivals. They eventually have to get one. I don't know if it's going to be this particular game. Maybe it will, but what I do want to see is Rico Infinity in the Xavier. And Xavier, listen. They must have some vendetta on their minds after getting abused by 5 separate teams in the previous map.
they're coming into this game going, okay, once it's only one other team dropping on us, we can deal with that. We can deal with it. But if it's any more, it's like, no, can't deal with it. So they'll be happy that it's just Rico. Paradise in itself, though, is a pretty difficult city compound area to fight around. There's a lot of hard cover on the walls, and there's only certain ways you can safely get around the resort area, and it might be better for Rico to do what they're doing right now, which is have 1 or 2 on the outside of it and move around that way to try and find an off angle onto one of the Xavier players. So I'm curious how that fight is going to break out. Tongja Bao in the center of the map outside of boot camp in a 4-man split. The phase 1 popped up, and it's very nice for all of these teams because it only touches, it tickles the Northwest and Southwest Islands. It's very much a mainland spot for this first circle.
Indeed, it is. It's a very, very pretty zone if you're one of the players on the island. As for Rico Infinity, though, they have tasted blood. Have got the first knock and finish onto the Xavier. And the Xavier, they've looted up a bit, a decent amount of weapons. I'm not too sure about the utility or the meds or the energy drinks, but they will be legging it. They don't want to go up against a full 4-man squad Rico Infinity this early in the game. A team we do have to touch upon, everyone did talk about as well, you know, Enigma Galaxy, right? They were languishing at the bottom with MS Chonburi and Cryptix and Tang Jiabao all this while, but all these aforementioned teams, they've had that one decent game. They've had that one chicken dinner game or a high fragging couple of games, and they've managed to, you know, just kind of increase the gap between themselves and a 16th place team. And for Enigma Galaxy, a team who impressed us so much in the league stage, Imperium. Like, what needs to change here?
It's a really tough question because
I'm sorry.
I don't think they've because of course they know more than us because they're a team. They will have talked to each other. There's nothing like massively stands out as making big mistakes, but maybe that is part of the problem. Maybe they haven't taken enough risks. Maybe they haven't tested that flex as heavily to find that limit. There's something that isn't going right. Hopefully, and I believe that they'll fix it coming into the second week. But the biggest fear for them in the end of the first Super Weekend is even if they get 20, 30 points in the next 2 games, it still kind of leaves them pretty badly outside the minimum, what I would say calculated minimum, to get 16th at the end of the third Super Weekend. To build upon a little bit of what John brought to the table with his kind of rough calculations, I took 6 PMPL full split league stages, and I did kind of calculations of average points required for the 16th place team that play 2 Super Weekends, and it's roughly 85 points plus or minus 10 per Super Weekend. So you're looking at around 170 or so points required, and that is not good for Nick.
Yeah, it's not good for Sarah either right now. Jimmy gets it done very, very comfortably there. Sarah probably not aware of someone occupying those houses. So despite a couple of early knocks here, it has been a bit of a uncharacteristically quiet start to Sanhok we've had thus far in Imperium. But I want to expound further, or rather I want you to expound further on the point you just made right there. So 80-ish points per game, and these are for the teams who
per weekend.
Per weekend, sorry. And these are for the teams who are going to be playing only the once 2 Super Weekends, right?
Yes.
Here's where things can, and this is something I've noticed, right? Like usually in the first Super Weekend, you have like at least 4 or 5 teams. Like I would say it's an exponential line, but it's more like a linear line where you have like 3-4 teams way at the bottom, 4 or 5 above them, and then you have the teams cracking top 12 to like maybe top 6 who are equal, and then you have the battle for the top 3, top 4, right? Here, sure, you have Infinity way in the top, but if you look at the gradual, it's a linear line, I feel like. And then at the very bottom, you have only one team, and that is Nigma Galaxy, who, as we said, they just need one good game, and they could be catching up with Tongjabao and Cryptics. So overall, for the 4 teams who are sitting this one out, not only do they have to qualify, and this is a point we made yesterday as well, they don't only have to qualify for the next Super Weekend. I mean, there's 100% they need to, but at the same time, there is no easy team that can, push on down beneath them.
Yeah, exactly. I'm so glad you touched upon that. The standard is so high, so there's very few, if any, weak links to punish, to feed off, to get free kills on, so to speak. But this circle is going down, the blue zone is closing in. Reject made more than one mistake in this game so far. In yesterday's Sanhok game, they initially called out Nova. But what did Nova do in this Sanhok game today? They rotated out of Pineland earlier. Why? So they wouldn't get caught out by Reject. That's adaptability personified. Reject paid the price.
And right now, Cryptics is paying the price. A team who managed to get a top 3, top 4 finishing in the previous game, and right now they are getting hounded by multiple teams. And right now, the team who's right at their heels is, of course, Genesis Dogma. Again, now, Genesis Dogma are a team who almost guarantee themselves a team or a squad wipe every single game, right? They always have his middle placings. We saw them completely decimate Strawwood Esports earlier, and now it looks like they're going to be finishing off the 2 remaining members of Cryptics, who did come under fire from other teams as well. I do believe it was Nova who was able to find one nice attempt at the nade from Senkai, but he's got a lot of work to do, and he's getting surrounded. You can see the flank coming in as well. His days are numbered, and he will be quickly put into the ground with the Vector gangland style in the base of the skull. And we say goodbye to Cryptics very early in the game.
Gangnam style or Gangnam style? Whoop.
No, I was saying,
Whoop.
like,
Sorry.
gangland. Gang
Yeah, I know.
let's not confuse the wording.
Okay. I was just trying to, like, bring it back to many years ago. But anyway, Stalwart playing in.
I thought you said the other one. Never mind. I'll get back to you later.
Okay, no, it's cool. It's cool. Tongja Bao, their player getting knocked. We also saw in the kill feed Stalwart onto one of the Nova players. So Stalwart being quite active in this game so far. And when we looked at the PMPL South Asia, to me, one of the biggest kind of power plays for Stalwart was Sanhok. This map specifically, they always seem to perform quite highly because they're a very aggressive team, so they took the map under their control. They are finding it much tougher in this PMGC, of course, because the standard is that little bit higher. Teams are more aggressive. But again, this is the final day of the first Super Weekend, and it does seem like they're adapting, moving out of boot camp a little bit earlier. They needed to on this phase 1, coming into this phase 2, and they've been able to get a knock into one of the Nova players.
And I think one of the most impressive things about Stalwart Esports compared to all the heavy-hitting teams we have over here, like we've seen some rags to riches and riches to rags stories overall for a lot of these teams, right? You look at TJB, you look at Enigma Galaxy, Tippity top of the league stage, Deadeye's guys barely scraping their way through and looking fantastic right now. Stalwart Esports, sure they're not in the top 8, but what's the difference between top 4, fourth place and Stalwart Esports? It's
exactly
measly, exactly 17 points, and they placed in the top 5, top 4, I believe, during the league stage as well. They have been consistency personified, and I think that's one thing you have to give credit to the Mongolian side. As DRS, another team very consistent with their placings. Right now placed 415 points to the name, all 4 alive. You can't forget Mafia Ninja getting the brilliant 1 versus 3, and this time around he's got everyone in his team alive. But look at the nades getting lobbed in, all 3 nades timed perfectly together, but Mafia Ninja will evacuate the premises.
I forgot to tag Jumper in my Instagram story yesterday when I tagged the whole
It's okay, Mafia Ninja's tagging
which
you,
I
right?
apologize for. But yeah, Mafia Ninja hasn't forgotten to tag Jumper up. But Fredo's gonna, of course, repay that with a kill of his own. Mafia Ninja called out, and that kind of makes me think, why are Gyalzin and AJ just inside that shack when one of your teammates is being proactive? You kind of got to build on that. You kind of got to pick on that. I know Nima is a little bit further away, but to me, that's a little bit of disconnection, uncoordination from DRS. Get in the same playstyle, the same mindset. Otherwise, things like that happen.
For sure, it is a bit of a little bit of a head scratcher from DRS there. I mean, if they're going to commit to the fight, just leaving Mafia Ninja alone, no one really stepping out of that shelter. So I guess it was more like, all right, you get a kill, it's fine. And also, they're a team who can operate well in a 3-man unit as well, right? But yeah, look at how far they are from each other. Now. It is Sanhok, so the distances can be a bit misleading, but
true.
I'm confused. Nima, he's legging it.
Coming into the end of phase 2, one thing the teams have to consider is if we see a massive shift down south and Quarry comes into play, it's not a good area to play around.
It's a fun area to watch, though.
Of course. oh boy, it is. Genesis Dogma right on that western side. They do have Reject in front of them, but one of the Genesis players is kind of coexisting with, or very near one of the Reject players. So I like that. Again, proactivity from Genesis Dogma. It's part of what's made them overall pretty consistent.
Genesis Dogma, really, I would love for them to have a nice, tasty chicken dinner, but right now, we have to focus on this fight we see in front of us, ourselves. It is going to be Team Secret trying to hunt down DRS, but DRS, they waited for the fight to come to their doorstep, and it's taking them down. 2 members knocked down, bleeding out in the open for Secret. There's not much the other 2 members can do from above, apart from, just a couple of shots knocking at the door of the huts rather, that DRS have called home. The problem with DRS is, for them to kind of escape from them, the doorway is a death trap. So Team Secret could keep them pinned down. So they're going to be deploying quite a few smokes. Now, if that is just a ruse, or they're going to try and take advantage of it right now, I'm not too sure, because they are very close to the zone. There is no rush for them to make a play. But AJ, oh, never mind. That's a delayed kill feed, as Jumper will bleed out to his death. But What are they gonna do right
Well, to me, I disagree with there's no rush because this is Sanhok.
Oh,
13 minutes in phase 3. The circle shifted away. Their rotation around the ban area is pretty solid for a team to pull off. So, in my opinion, one of these teams need to clear the fight as quickly as possible. It seems like DRS do have the advantage. The shift down south does put the North Painan Hill pretty confidently in the direction of MS Chambori, maybe Nova, but Nova have the comfort of buildings you can see on your screen. Well, Rico and Tongja Bao, they're fighting quite heavily against each other. Just on the north side, as Rico and Finny have 2 players knocked.
Infinity, just a one-man standing right now, and Anas is very, very far away from Prestigo. Perez might be just a faint wish. And Nova, they did get peppered by a number of bullets from Strawwood Esports, but they have managed to not just keep all 4 members alive, but also, you know, kind of find themselves a bit of cover as well. A number of these teams are just down to a one-man squad, right? You have 4 rivals, we have Rico Infinity, and even Secret down to a 2-man squad, but the majority of them, the rest of them, they're pretty intact. Sure, Tongja Bao, the Xavier, you know, Reject, DRS, they've lost a man. But it's been one of the quiet starts, so to speak, when it comes to Sanhok, at least in our experience thus far in this PMGC. And I gotta ask, usually when they have so many players left alive, as I like to say, you know, it is gonna be Big Daddy Blue is gonna claim the majority of them at the end.
Big Daddy Blue, that's I like that. Big Daddy Blue. I can't help but feel that's a little bit more aggressive than Papa Blue, or a little bit more dangerous like Big Daddy Blue. Yeah, you're dead right. That dam is going to break, and as you get into phase 4, phase 5, where it does shift quicker, teams get closer together, players are maybe a little bit afraid of pushing forward. Indeed, that blue zone is going to start to do its job. Infinity and Newsy takes a couple of shots towards DRS, but that's a lovely nade by Nima to find Newsy with the knockdown. Where is the rest of Infinity? Why were you taking shots, Newsy, when the rest of your team aren't there to support you? You're a player down. Not really the most intelligent move.
Yeah, not looking good. And Anis will be finished off. Rico Infinity coming to a rough end here. 6-8. They're not looking as bloodthirsty as they did in the previous map, though. They're a little bit more composed, and oh boy, look at that zone, Imperium. Look, you said it. Like, for teams, it's very uncomfortable. For someone like me, someone like you, who enjoys watching the pandemonium, the chaos, and players struggling to find some footing, it is definitely looking like it's going to be a treat.
If Tongja Bao can get rid of the Xavier, this could be a very strong result. Off the back of a chicken dinner, I'd like to see that momentum secured for the Chinese side, who've had a big struggle bus in the Super Weekend so far. Reject dead center. They did lose a player early on, but still 3-man strong. And Genesis Dogma, a little bit similar to Tongja Bao. Not as much of a high ground, but they are in a very strong position, having buildings to their advantage.
Lord getting caught out in rotation, and yeah, Deadeye's guys, they're just getting whittled down here. Nova are collapsing on their position, and Fragboy lying prone inside that hut. But Powerboy and Jimmy grouping up together. Despite the fact that Nova, well, it's going to be QCL actually with a nade, lovely nade there to find Fragboy, and Deadeye's guys just down to the 1 member left alive. Now Logan, you can see him trying to make his way in. He's running along the blue, and considering how much damage being dealt there, I'm a little surprised he's not going to be just pushing on in, which is a bit curious, as Fragboy's going to be bleeding out, and I can't even see his teammate anywhere nearby.
Yeah, he's a little bit more in the west, so I can't see him joining into this chaos anytime soon. I find it interesting that Tongja Bao gave up the hillside outside of Quarry to commit to the compound. I respect it because I think it's possibly a little bit stronger in preparation for the late game, but I thought they might hold on to the hill to pick up that elevated position, maybe keep 1 player on the hill at least, but they've committed to what they want to coming into the circle as the 2 STEs start the battle.
The battle of the STEs. Who's going to be on top? We're going to be finding out as Pika has been knocked down. As Cry at top as well, both taking quite a bit of damage. And I love this from Daoshi. He's being very, very, very brave indeed. Out in the open. Cry could use that little bit of over-eagerness to be a problem, but somehow he gets the knock. 2 knocks back-to-back. As Stalwart Esports, they are falling by the wayside. A trade does take place from top, but he is now the one man left standing, and not for much more longer. Stalwart Esports, they get obliterated.
Just like Nigma Galaxy, they go down at the hands of MS Chonburi. They push in, they crash the perfect time for MS Chonburi, and they being the kind of dark horses, Chonburi, of this day 3. They've picked up some solid results. They've stepped themselves up in the overall standings. Yeah, okay, they're not looking maybe as good as what we know they're capable of, but for a team turning things around, they certainly are.
I like that from shots. He was just lying in wait, very quiet, almost gets the knock, but great spacing coming in from Infinity. Trade very effectively, very efficiently. 11 teams, 33 left alive. D Xavier, they're going to be making their way. And once again, it's going to be Tang Jiabao and D Xavier next to each other. Unfortunately, D Xavier getting caught between a rock and a hard place called DRS and Tang Jiabao. And they're going to find their first. They're going to claim their first victim will TJB. And meantime, Nova now, they're trying to cross on in, but almost, it looks like in a span of a heartbeat, 3 members get knocked down instantaneously by MS Chonburi.
Perfect.
And Nova just have 1 man standing. Paraboy in the distance.
Bish bash bosh. Chonburi go, okay, will we crash in? No. What's in front of us? Let's focus on what's behind us. And Nova paid a price, but the battle is still ongoing as a blue is throwing itself inside the likes of Tang Jiabao and Xavier, the last player from Xavier, trying to heal up. DRS is going to try and pick up a couple of kills. Shall the opportunity arise? Rabis is healing up.
Oh, that got very close. He needs to make a move right now. It's oh, TJB, they got taken down. Rab is just lying in wait, waiting for someone to take the shot, and he's going to be found out. Wow. Actually, the zone which takes care of TJB, the play zone here.
Beautiful.
Papa Blue, whatever you want to call it, is the inevitable wall of death coming in and claiming its victims. We're down to the final 7 teams. The Xavier Rab is still somehow alive in the blue. Infinity with 1 member as well. I take his name, and he falls. Infinity also having just 1 member standing alongside Deadeye's guys, but MS Chonburi have looked incredible thus far. 6 kills, 4 alive, and alongside Genesis Dogma, a fantastic opportunity for these 3 teams alongside DRS to claim a chicken dinner.
Is this going to be the big Genesis Dogma performance that we see? The big Genesis Dogma chicken dinner? I really hope so. They certainly put themselves in that position. Deadeye's guys go down. MS Chonburi suffer 1 casualty. Reject finally have to move out, and they get taken down or put down to just 1 player. Divine trying to stay out of trouble.
Eventually, this bullet's going to perforate that car and pass on through. An aid's going to be lobbed in as well. Oh, Divine. Woo! He tried his best, but inevitably he will fall. DRS, a chicken dinner? Add question mark? I'm not sure. Ponzai finds 1. NC2 finds a 2nd. And DRS from a 3-man squad, they're down to just Galden standing. He can still go for the reses though, but Ponzai is going to spot on AJ out in the open. The blue will claim him. Unfortunate for Ponzai, but they know where the 2nd knock is as well. And they know Galden's nearby. Galden waiting patiently, waiting for MS Chonburi to get a little too over-eager, and he will find 1. NC2 aware of his position as well, but they have to remember, Genesis Dogma, they're just waiting for all this commotion to subside before they swoop in and try and claim the chicken dinner.
It's a 3-way dance, but DRS are down to just 1. That kind of gives them a little bit of an advantage because he can stay a bit more quiet. Genesis Dogma and MS Chonburi are probably going to focus more heavily on each other. Booms knocked, Ponzai knocked. MS Chonburi have the advantage of the circle. There is a 4th team that's healing up. I'm honestly not quite sure who it is. Let's see if they can get a better position.
I can't even see them on my map, honestly. But here we go. Genesis Dogma. Ducking and weaving around. Jasper, 1 man standing, 1 nade. He could at least find 1, but Galden striking from outside in the blue, and he might just have done MS Chonburi a massive favor. 3 alive, but Jasper is the only person inside of the circle. He might just have won it.
Wait,
where is Infinity? I can't even see them. Oh, there we go.
There you go. Can Snickle pull off a team secret? Can he grab the final 2 kills from the blue?
No.
They have to make a move. He does have a number of first aids, but yeah, they do know where he is.
Nice attempt there. Like if he managed to toss in a nade and get the chicken dinner from out in the blue, I would have probably have torn my vocal cords. But MS Chonburi, there we go. The other Thai team getting a very well-deserved chicken dinner. I think they got like 10 kills at the end over there, but that could have easily gone either way. Being helped out by Gyalzin, because Genesis Dogma, they waited perfectly. The timing was great, but from out from the blue, Gyalzin somehow, with his last dying breath, he strikes.
Yeah, and it's a big game for MS Chonburi, because again, we alluded to the fact that they had a really hard start in the Super Weekend. They weren't really looking good. They were making a lot of mistakes. They were playing in a disconnected way. I know Jasper, their IGL, he has a lot of experience in PUBG Mobile. He played back in the 2019 PMCO prelims in Berlin when he was with Purple Mood, and I think he's really used that experience to gather the team to turn this day 3 around. In day 1 of the Super Weekend, for example, they got 17 points. In day 2 of the Super Weekend, they got 31 points. And leading into this game alone, before this chicken dinner, they had a total of 27 points. So add on top of what they got in this game 4, and it has been a solid improvement from MS Chonburi.
Absolutely, and gotta feel a bit for Genesis Dogma though. Like, this is the one team we've kept touching upon, right? But like, they are due a chicken dinner. At some point, they need to find one, and it looked like this was the game. Everything was set up from there for them, and then Gyalzin says, "Yeah, not gonna happen today."
Did you know? Fun fact: Genesis Dogma have had no 0-point games in the Super Weekend number 1. That's how kind of like, and that's why, like, when you touch upon them always kind of being there, always kind of, always just showing up in some way, shape, or form. It's like the friend that you don't want, but just constantly hangs around. If you don't have that friend, you probably are that friend. So Genesis Dogma, it's a justified big result. Unfortunately, not the chicken dinner, but I'm glad you highlighted them in this game. A big team performance.
Absolutely, like a great showing overall coming out from them. I think a lot of the teams are going to be reasonably happy with the way this one played out. Enigma Galaxy, again, their woes do continue. I really would love them to kind of, if not get a chicken dinner, at least have a big final game. Because coming up next, it is going to be the final game of the first Super Weekend, right? So for a lot of these teams, especially teams way the bottom, middle of the pack, or even an Infinity, they want to solidify the position, ensure that heading to the second Super Weekend, they're not going to be too worried about some of these teams catching up. But you know what? We're out of time here. We're going to be going straight to the desk to break down what was a pretty interesting map of Sanhok.
No, you guys aren't out of time. Don't worry, you can take it back. Blend and Pyram gonna break down the last match. We'll see you guys in a few. No, I hope production was like, oh no, what do we do? No, we're gonna break down the last match. And honestly, these last 2 matches today so far have pretty much just been a battle from the bottom to the top, right? We've had TJB take a victory in the last match. We now had MS Chonburi, 2 teams who desperately needed to start picking up some points to move up that leaderboard, and more importantly, to create a bigger buffer if they fail to requalify, or even if they requalify, keeping a buffer between them and the new teams who might potentially get through. So a very good finish out of MS Chonburi, but we were a little bit critical about the compound they were playing from as well, right?
Yeah, it's a compound that's, I mean, it's a close to quarry finish, right? So you want to try and hold on to those more Western compounds with this type of circle. And MS Chonburi were able to get himself in that position, able to frag out big time, get himself 12 eliminations, total of 27. But there's something, I look back on my screenshots of circles of other games. I have the impression, Kalaris, unfortunately, that Enigma Galaxy find a really strong compound that sometimes ends up being the game-winning compound, and the team that actually ends up winning crashes them super early and then they win. It's just, we need to see Enigma try and defend those sometimes, because it's just so unfortunate. They could actually potentially get wins sometimes.
I mean, that's the thing about these compounds, right? A lot of the time when I'm looking at Sanhok, I'm like, all right, who has nice compounds? All right, the circles favor them. All right, they win. But actually, MS Chonburi, as you're mentioning here, did have to put in some work to claim the compound, taking it off Enigma, and then play from there. So I'm very pleasantly surprised to see that kind of unfold. But yeah, the big victim, unfortunately, is Nigma. Once again, 0 points. And I know that this team is capable of far more than what we've seen from them over these couple of days. But they're significantly behind now in terms of points down towards the bottom, Jason.
Oh, yeah, and we'll obviously jump into that a little bit later on. Before, I think it was 21 points they were behind TJB, so if I can do simple addition, it'd be around 25 points now.
Jason, they have not had a kill in... Oh, no, okay. They did get 4 kills in round 9, but I was scared because between rounds 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, they've had 4 kills. Other than that 4 kills in that one game, they've had 0 kills across those last couple of games. That's got to be rough for Enigma. Really rough.
It is rough for them, but on the other side of that coin, it is an upside for Infinity, finishing 4th place with 12 points. Again, showing that they are really good on Sanhok. Even DRS, 3rd place with 15 points. So we're starting to see DRS get back to that consistency yet again. But now NC2 coming in for MS Chonburi, 596 damage with the 3 eliminations. And as you pointed out before, I mean, a very critical fight up against Enigma Galaxy to take that compound. But ever since they had that compound, I think, Close, you were saying they were there for about like 17-ish minutes?
Yeah, so they obviously kind of looting near this area anyway, but then just like move a little bit north, find themselves one of those compounds, and then just hold on down. I mean, again, when you're looking at these kind of compounds, Max was talking about it earlier, you take one of those compounds, you know that you're going to be effectively protected quite significantly just by the position of where Quarry is as a whole. And then from that point on, of course, all you have to really worry about is some of the north, some of the west, and then you're going to be fine and dandy from there.
Yeah, for a quick second there, we thought that DRS actually were going to get the upper hand onto Genesis Dogma because they were not really too sure that a team would actually make it through Quarry itself. I mean, that just doesn't happen too often, but still really good attempt from this team altogether. But if we're looking at especially another team that I'm really happy to make it far into this one because we showed that they could potentially get some wins on Miramar. I mean, they were really strong on Miramar. It was getting stuff a win on Erangel, and they got really close towards the end there. It's Reject, and now I think that we got to the point, Jason, where they showed that they are capable to get, maybe not close off games consistently, but at least get to that late game consistently enough where they are going to look very, very comfortable at the end of all these super weekends to make it in the league finals. So, I mean, yeah, Reject are looking really good to the point where they're still standing in 7th position, but the point difference between really 2nd and also 8th is minimal right now. That's just 1 game difference, except for Infinity just building up a really big lead even after this good Sanhok game.
Bro, look at DRS, man. 2nd place, 0 chicken dinners, 130 points. The team from Nepal doing some serious work here in this first super weekend.
I think the funny thing about it is as well as I'm really critical of DRS. I was not impressed by this team coming into this tournament, as Max Man could probably kind of attest to what we've seen from them.
I think we agreed,
in more recent tournaments. But look at it. I mean, the numbers speak for themselves. And I think when you look at guys like Mafia Ninja, etc., on that roster, putting up what they're able to put up here so far, I can't argue with it.
I just want to jump in here for DRS. They finished 20th place last year at PMGC in the league stage. They didn't even make it into the finals. This is such a big turnaround from this team, and we've seen it happen for quite a few different teams, but they definitely deserve that massive shout out here. And as we're saying before, talking about Enigma Galaxy falling further behind, I mean, look at this, 72 down to 47. Even TJB have actually surpassed Cryptics here, able to get themselves into 14th place, but they still have a big gap between them and Nova. 24-point difference between those two teams.
Yeah. I know maybe a lot of people watching the stream are going to be a little bit scared, like, wow, Nova this low. Oh, wow, they fell off a ratio. Everything felt like on Twitter for a second there. But I mean, Nova here are a team that we know, like last PMGC, did not qualify to one Super Weekend. And they're still currently the reigning champion. They might try and go for back-to-back. So this is a team that is actually using this precious time to make sure they're somewhat comfortable to hopefully make it into the league finals by default. But they're using it to try things out. But also, teams are adapting a little bit to them. They go for these usual central wide splits. And teams are adapting to that pretty well. They lose a player or two pretty damn early. So they're using this time really well to try and improve and potentially find different strats before the league finals. And I think that hitting those big games in the finals, that's when they're really going to show what they're made of.
Yeah, you guys just saw there. Just to interject really quickly, you guys obviously need to follow us on all the social channels. Also follow us here below our cameras. But also, if you guys can make sure to get your fan favorite votes in, currently still going on until the 27th of December. And if you do so, you can unlock some permanent rewards. Vote for your favorite teams, your favorite players. Maybe one day we can convince them to put in casters as well, so you can vote for your favorite casters. But let's be honest, when Kalaris is going to gloat in front of us for an entire year long of, hey guys, who was the fan favorite caster? And he wins. Maybe I don't need that in my life. Maybe I need to rethink that.
That's correct.
You would do that. Yeah.
I would do that.
No, man. All right. Well, anyways, Maxman, you were talking about Reject. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, you wanted to talk about the rotation into that compound near Quarry. Am I correct?
That is true. You are correct, Jason.
Nice.
Congratulations. Your analyst brain is once again working immaculaately, if I said that correctly. But yeah, so we're going to have some plays to talk about, especially towards the end of that game. But the rotation that I love to see done time and time again on this map of Sanhok is done by Reject, because as we know, they drop Trifecta. But their typical rotation is just so well executed every single time, is that they just cross the river super early on in the game when they know where the circle's going to go. That's what Trifecta allows you to do. And they just play the really good high ground hilltop down south of Bootcamp, which is a really good overview on pretty much any circle that happens to go over to the eastern mainland. And because of that, they picked one of the most contested compounds in this game, getting a lot of information. You're safe on what's happening from the east because you have Quarry over to the eastern side, so you're not going to get pushed too easily from that position. That is why scouting is so important. A lot of people say scouting is not about scouting. You have third parties happening. It's all over the place. But if you spend just a little bit of information to actually get access to these compounds super early, and teams are not willing to breach you because of the terrain advantage you have. I mean, Reject got themselves in a position and barely had to fight until the very end. So that scouting coming out from them every game is just allowing them to potentially consistently get to the late game.
This zone, by the way, if it goes north, if it stays north, Reject wins. If it goes southwest, MS Chonburi probably wins. If it goes southeast, Genesis Dogma probably wins. It was really kind of one of those, like, flip a coin and see what happens. And obviously, we saw it went southwest, and Reject and Genesis Dogma couldn't really recover from that. But then again, you can't really expect them to.
No, indeed. It can be a little bit rough here. I mean, with the terrain that it works out here in terms of MS Chonburi potentially pushing down from the position if it does end up going southwest, I could see a world where they might have the right cover from the right direction to be able to make something happen. But Genesis here, there's no way. It is very difficult to play these kind of lines of sight, etc.
I actually thought for a second that the fact that they got the knock on to the side of MS Chonburi for a quick second, I thought that was the lack of information that would potentially help Genesis Dogma to push their way forward, but clearly there was not going to be enough because Jasper was just clinical, holding the angles behind that. You can hide that hitbox and also get the information with that third-person perspective. Nickel did try to push himself forward, or as I like to call him, you like to call Jimmy Jim. I like to call Nickel Snickle. That's his little nickname for him, but yeah, it worked out good to see a win for MS Chonburi.
You're really digging there on that one, Max. But either way, yeah, you and your boy Snickle. Sorry, I'm not allowed to call him that. I mean, at least able to get themselves a decent finish. And again, really needed points to create that buffer zone going forward. We talked about some permanent items you can win when it comes to the fan favorite vote. There's also permanent items in the treasure chest going on. The treasure boxes, this isn't a pirate. You're not a pirate whatsoever. You're just a viewer here wanting to get some free things and also enjoy some amazing PUBG Mobile actions. Just head into the esports center or continue to watch here on YouTube. And you guys will get currency that you can use to unlock some permanent items for yourselves. 1 of 3, but there'll be 2 more chances later on throughout the duration of PMGC. Which dates? Well, I saw none of you followed me on Instagram, so I'm going to keep that secret to myself. Oh, no, wait. Max followed me back finally after like 2 years. So, Max, I'll let you know in the break what's going down with that one. Cars, I'm still waiting to follow me back, even though we've worked together for over 9 years of time.
Longer.
Yeah, you definitely want to follow Jason on Instagram because I get some very cute messages in the morning from Jason. Really cool.
You got a great picture from me.
I got a great
morning.
one.
I can't admit.
Oh no.
I can't admit to. I got a great one back as well. And follow us both. Maybe we'll send you pictures. Maybe. Well, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how we're feeling. But gentlemen, we're going into our last match of the day shortly. We got another Erangel coming through. I think most of my focus is on teams trying to end off your Super Weekend on a high note, so you can go back into league play performing well. I think ending here, if you're Enigma Galaxy, you end this final match. If you go out, 13th through 16th place, I feel like you're going to be on a really big downward spiral going into next week.
It's been a rough day for them. I mean, if you look at the stats coming in from Enigma Galaxy as well, the top damage done for the day is Hamodi with 649 damage, and that's 44th in the lobby. They just cannot gain traction here right now. I think is fair to say. But I mean, aside from the teams that kind of want just that little extra points, those little extra buffers, quite honestly, I would love to see Deadeye's guys get them round themselves out a win. I mean, already today, if you look at Turu Love, obviously he's been a focal point of kind of who we've been looking at throughout the day, despite them not getting real wins. He's number 1 in terms of damage right now across the 4 games with 2,162 damage. So Deadeye's guys, they're showing that they can put out the numbers, but can they convert it to a win?
Yeah. We're talking about teams doing really well. I'm going to go on a more negative aspect onto this one, and you talked about it there, Jason. You want to try and potentially end on a high note. Just to explain how things are going to work out for the second week of the PMGC, you have currently 4 teams that have a chance to qualify for their first time in the second Super Weekend. That means that if you're in 13th position or below, you are currently at risk of potentially being pushed out of the top 16. Of course, you still have another Super Weekend for that to potentially change. But right now, if you're Nova, if you're Dongjabao, if you're Cryptix or Enigma Galaxy, you are the first teams that have the chance to be pushed out of that top 16. So these are the teams that we need to see potentially push himself. 12th, 11th, 10th at the end of the at the end of the day, if you want to potentially make it. Otherwise, teams are going to be eyeing out those positions to snatch it away in the second Super Weekend.
And I think it's scarier considering that we spoke at the start of the day about this topsy-turvy nature of the play, right? In terms of league play, all those top teams were at the top and we had the bottom teams at the bottom, blah, blah, blah. But now that's kind of flipped. I think that is not only a symptom technically of these hard circles for these teams that are playing it, but also it talks to how how much closer the lobby is in terms of skill compared to what I thought was going to be a little bit more of a top-heavy lobby for some of those bigger names up towards the top. So it gets especially scary for some of those teams down towards the bottom because they know that there are some powerful wolves still barking at the door to try and kind of break things down and maybe knock you out of that top 16.
Well, Claris, I believe wolves howl, not bark. I think that's dogs you're looking for. I mean, you should have all about bark. You got a little mini floof there probably waiting to get her chance to be on camera. Maybe we can have that happen, but we won't find out until we're after this break, which is coming up right now, and we'll be here in just a few for the final match.
PUBG Mobile fans around the world, welcome to the 2021 PUBG Mobile Global Championship. To the top teams across all regions, we have a message for you. The Middle East. You have proven your worth. Now, make your formidable debut on the PMGC stage. South Korea, forget the past. This year, show the world you've ascended. Remind the world of South Korea's raw talent. Japan, you came so close last year. But what doesn't kill you only makes you stronger. Bring it back better than ever. The Americas. You're the alpha dogs that dominated the West. Now, lead the pack on the world stage. Southeast Asia. You took down so many strong teams on your journey to the top. It's time for a comeback on the global stage. Europe. It's now or never. Push your limits and surprise us all. This is the moment to create your legacy. South Asia. You were the dark horse of 2020. Amaze those who would underestimate you again. China. You carry the crown of last year's PMGC. Now, with everyone's eyes on you once more, can you secure back-to-back victories? PMGC needs a champion. The world needs a champion. Who will stand victorious in the end? Who will be next to glory?
Showtime!
Play around that vision. The damage is good, but eye shots falls. A 1-1, and it's Stalwart to snatch.
He is getting hounded and he needs to somehow stay alive. The UMP comes out. He spots one.
What?
Spots two. There's a
Two?
double knock coming in from AJ. He's going to finish him off as well. Jumper. This nade could be everything. He's going to
Beautiful.
Is he going to find anyone? Yes, he is indeed. But shot actually from the sidelines, getting a knock. Now it's all down to attacker. The 1 versus 2. The lone standing member. And they know exactly where he is. And that is going to be Team Secret.
Suppress this line, but more nades continue to go through. Jimmy in danger now. A beautiful nade to the back finds the flush, and King goes low as well. 2 players from Reject swelling over the hillside. 1 goes down, but is traded evenly with Jimmy. King now up to bat, looks for the shots, but not going to find it. Has to go for the weapon swap, and the drop shot is good. Nova taken down by Reject. Going and Nox going back and forth as nades start to fly on our main screen as well. DRS pressuring the Infinity with nades. Someone else on my window is unhappy about the Infinities taking the nades as well. The horns are blaring, and the nades are fragging on out. Nox coming through thick and fast. The Infinities down to 1. Eye shots low. Top
They're so
presses
low.
at advantage. Looks for the shots. Not going to be able to get the
That's a
damage
miss.
back into the smoke. Needs the reload. Gets it off and moves through the smoke now, trying to play around that vision. The damage is good, but eye shots falls. A 1-1, and it's Stalwart to snatch it away from Team Secret right at the
Setiap saat chicken dinner.
I saw the first light, the first steps. Now I see much more. I capture Earth in all its beauty. I see action. I see drama. And I see it in the finest detail. Moments of inspiration. And the first steps. I am the 1+9.
And we are back. Zatar with Magic Tricks. Maybe some more to show here when we get into Erangel as the final match of our very first Super Weekend, meaning we only have 2 left to go until we have our top 16 teams to get into our league finals, all playing for that chance of getting $6 million in prizes. Predictions out the window. Rotations can be definitely discussed here because we have seen, I'd say in general, maybe minus a certain rotation we saw back on Miramar. I think that was actually Genesis Dog, when now I think about it, with Boom surviving till the very end. I've been very on point here, Max, and I know you've been really critical and really looking quite in detail about how these teams are going about so far. But if I'm not mistaken, you've mentioned not a lot of teams have changed things up just yet.
Yeah, it's been a little bit slow, I think, especially for a few of the hot drops. I mean, you can look back on that Sanhok game too. You still got the hot drop happening in Paradise Resort. You still got MS Jumburi taking that fight versus DRS that's still happening towards the now Polyana. So there's still things to be adapted. But, and this is something that myself and Kalaris talked about a lot, and we're really happy to see, is teams have secondary drop locations, and even potentially 3 drop locations, which I think is the case for Infinity, right? And no matter what playing path we have on every single map, they're going to be able to adapt to it so well. So that's one thing that I would say, compared to the last PMGC, this is the biggest improvement. Our teams are adapting a lot more to the environment, and that just makes me super happy. I don't know, I sound like Mario there for a sec. That was weird. But yeah.
We'll take it. We'll take it. I mean, there's some teams, yes, that have been a bit static in what they want to do, but there's some teams that have accommodated for the way the circles are working so far, and you're seeing a little bit more leeway in them doing the wide rotates. I still think that there is room for some of these teams to be rotating even into the blue, circle 3, circle 3, circle 4, and then finding yourself another position on another side of the circle if you think there's gonna be a barrier of teams based on how that circle has shifted. And I think we saw Team Secret have a little bit of that, which has some success. I think that's cool. TJB was trying it, of course, with limited success, but that's not to say you shouldn't just take that, you know, kind of failure of a wide rotate and think, okay, it's never going to work. No, like a small sample size, wide rotates for some big circle shifts can work and absolutely should be utilized.
Yeah, and I mean, like you were saying before, we see this happen quite a few times, but obviously it depends on the zones and then depends on the homework everyone has done between each other. I mean, I don't really want to do predictions here. I don't want to overdo it with those, but I'm kind of curious about who you guys think are going to be doing well in this final match, because we've had, again, things be all topsy-turvy. I think the way you came in, Clara, saying that at the start of the day was like the perfect way to describe how today is. You had two teams who are at the bottom of the table take a chicken dinner so far and get themselves up a little bit further in the leaderboard. My eyes are still looking towards the Infinity and towards DRS, who have been having still some pretty solid matches, I'd say, so far.
It makes sense, right? If you look at the numbers coming in as well, the numbers don't lie across this super weekend. The Infinity Newsy, #1 in terms of damage done right now with 5,600-ish damage, which is crazy stuff coming out from the Infinity. I think one of the crazy things as well, actually, about all of this is that Paraboy is #4 on damage done with 4,400 damage done, despite them kind of being middle of the table. It shows that a team like Nova still has huge firepower and huge capability, but just can't quite find those spots. I'm thinking about the Erangel next to those apartments, right? They're dead in the water in the position that they're in.
I mean, not even middle of the table. They're currently in 13th. So them being in 13th and having Paraboy being so high in terms of damage, like you said it earlier, they just can't convert it into kills and into positions, apparently. So, I mean, trying things out. Am I really scared for Nova? Not really. I mean, we expect them to go far into it. And when the points really matter, that's when I expect them to go for the big plays to try and potentially confirm those chicken dinners and really show how consistent they are, like PMGC for the Grand Finals last year in Dubai, where they were just absolutely shredding it from start to finish. So, we'll see. I go off teams, but also to answer your question, Jason, about potential predictions, there are teams that I think are going to win, and there are teams that I would like to see win. On this last one, if there's a team that I would like to see win, it would have to be Enigma Galaxy, but I just have not seen what I want to see from this team. They're just the shadow of their old selves right now, and it's just really weird to see. But if there's a team that I think can win, it's for Rivals, Jason. I'm going back. Okay, I'm going backwards for Rivals.
Give it up.
I'm going to predict it until they win. Mathematically speaking, that should happen. They should win, right? So I should not be wrong, I believe. I don't know. Don't believe my math anyways, but yeah.
Sorry, production. I actually am hearing about for Rivals. They actually copped themselves a new OnePlus 9. Funny enough, our sponsor here at PMGC, with its flagship performance and immersive 120Hz display and hyper-touch technology made specifically for gamers. The OnePlus 9 and 9 Pro, your best shot to climb the leaderboards, and for 4 Rivals, maybe their best shot to get a chicken dinner here. If they do get it, by the way, Max, I feel like you have to get me and Claris one of those OnePlus 9s as well, and yourself a OnePlus 9, because you said you played in PMCO last year, and you didn't fare too well.
Can we? What?
I never forget, Max.
I need to make it through the qualifiers, man. Come on. Why you do me like this?
Guys, I already have a OnePlus. I don't even need one. What are you talking about?
You got one OnePlus, but how about second OnePlus?
Oh, yeah. That's a good idea.
Or a 9th OnePlus. I mean, I had my OnePlus back in the day. I think it was a OnePlus 2. And I definitely love that phone, but I gotta copy maybe a OnePlus 9 coming in.
This is
with
too
about
much
45
for Max.
It is. There's too many numbers.
Get me off.
Well, you have about 30 seconds until that does happen, Max, so don't worry. Okay, so I think for me, a lot of teams I'm focused on in terms of just mentality is like just have a strong finish. Enigma Galaxy need to perform well here to kind of get some pressure off of your shoulders going into league play. And I feel like going into league play as well, Coloris, I mean, you got Big Clan, or not Big Clan, wow, they're not here. You got BTR, you got FaZe Clan, I kind of combined the two. Really gunning for these positions, and they're going to prey off the weak.
Find yourself a buffer, find it strong. It's got to happen now.
Okay, well, ladies and gentlemen, I believe it is time to head into that final match of the day. We've got Imperium Blood once again to bring you all the action for the final game of the Super Weekend. It's crazy how fast this has flown by.
Well, thank you once again for that, Jason. This time I've made sure I'm not muted. I made sure I haven't messed anything up. But we're going to be jumping into the final game, the final map of the first Super Weekend. And Imperium, I know, everyone kind of has their favorites. Everyone wants to see someone pop off. And this is a fantastic plane path. But I want to see Enigma Galaxy deliver in the very final game here.
Yeah, it would really kind of like, I don't want to call it a Cinderella story, but it would give them so much more confidence leading into Tuesday. Of course, their confidence is at rock bottom at this stage, really. It's at the bottom of the barrel, and I feel for them because it can often be so hard mentally to get out of that rut, to get out of that mold, which is, it's a constant feeling of self-doubt, questioning your move, questioning your rotations, and yeah, okay, it requires a very strong IGL to get out of that, but also just naturally as a team, it's very difficult. So I'm with you on that one. Enigma Galaxy, come on, give us a game-winning performance in the final game of the first Super Weekend. I'm looking for it.
Oh, I definitely am. Imagine how close each and every one of these teams are going to be, apart from, of course, the team in the tippity top right now, Infinity. But apart from that, everyone's going to be pretty much neck to neck looking at the first zone. Yeah, it's going to pretty much follow the plane path. I feel a lot of these teams are going to be very comfortable. It's even skirting a little bit off the military island. So for Stalwart and Infinity, they're going to be pretty happy campers.
I wonder, will Team Infinity kind of be a little bit more aware and learn from any potential mistakes from the previous Erangel game where they got bridge camp by 6-8. I don't think it's going to be so much the case this time around, maybe because Reject Scarlet are dropping by Ferry Pier, so a little bit of pressure is being dealt onto 6-8 for the time being, but we'll have to wait and see. And what is scary about Team Infinity, is Erangel is actually their weakest map so far the first Super Weekend. They have an average of 7.9 points per Erangel game compared to Miramar, which is 14.3, and Sanhok, which is 15.3. Yes, the asterisk is that we've had a lot less Miramar and Sanhok maps, but at the end of the day, if the Infinity can increase the average of Erangel and step a little bit more up to the plate while holding on to a strong Miramar and Sanhok average, they will be a very, very, very scary team.
Oh yeah, for sure. This Die team have definitely caught me off guard. I'm sure they've caught a lot of viewers, teams, fans as well off guard too. They've looked incredible. And as you said, that is a ludicrous stat when it comes to Miramar and Sanhok. Yes, there is a caveat that it is still a pretty small sample size over the course of the Super Weekend as well. But still, impressive consistency considering they have played 3 Miramars, they have played 3 Sanhoks. It's not like just a 1-map showing or a 2-map showing. 3 is still, a decent number. Not that great, but still a decent number. So yeah, that's a very cool stat and something I'm sure that they should be very, very proud of. Now, Infinity, yeah, they're just gonna be looting up right now, but yeah, I do wonder what they're gonna do here, considering what they had to go up against in the form of 628 bridge camping them in the previous in a couple of maps prior. But if they do head towards the eastern side, there is Stalwart and there is Genesis Dogma, who might not be a top dog, but they're more than capable of getting a couple of squad wipes very convincingly.
And that's where, honestly, Team Infinity will be better off waiting until Phase 2, really. Because at that point, most likely the circle will shift north. Teams like Stalwart, 6-8, maybe Genesis will be much kind of less focused on that bridge camp, and it'll be a little bit easier for Infinity to make their way across. So we'll have to wait and see how they do play that out. The Battle of Yasnaya is kind of hovering around. They've yet to really tickle each other too much. DRS have sent AJ away from Yasnaya closer to Mansion, so I really like that proactivity from DRS. And this team has really kind of slowly crept up when it comes to performance, when it comes to games. Like a couple of teams, they haven't looked the absolute flashiest, but one thing that I really think, at least right now, they've improved on compared to previous tournaments is the consistency of the games. How solid they look from game to game as a team performance. I made note of the fact that in PMPL South Asia, there was times where they would play like the tournament winning team, and there'd be games where they would play like a, with all due respect, the tier 3 team, right? In this PMPL first Super Weekend, it was a little bit of a shaky start, but they have slowly crept up that consistency from game to game, and it's showing with their overall position in this first Super Weekend.
Absolutely, and second place with 0 chicken dinners.
Yes,
mind you.
exactly.
It's just nuts. And even when you take a look at the team below them, like Rico Infinity, they have 3 chicken dinners. So yeah, it just goes to show how this team has really grown as a lineup overall. And I go back a few months, I go back a year, you know, you look at DRS, they dominate, or, you know, they come out on top when it comes to the South Asian region. They qualify for some of the global events, some of the invitationals and whatnot, and they kind of fail to deliver, right? It could be the nerves, it could be I don't know, not maybe having a good time, not feeling comfortable, not able to be that adaptable. But the really cool thing from DRS this time around is, yes, they still drop to us, yes, Naya. Every single time there's death, there's taxes, and there's DRS dropping on Yasnaya, some of the sureties of life, but it doesn't feel as one-dimensional. And the really cool thing is that we've seen this in a couple of other maps which are not called Erangel, or even in Erangel when the circles might not be favoring them. They're not doing the usual playing at the edge of the circle, right? Taking it slow and just gatekeeping everyone coming in from outside. They're being kind of a bit of a wild card, which is such a cool thing if you're a Nepalese PUBG Mobile fan.
Yeah, big time. Represented the country in a massive way in this PUBG Mobile Global Championship.
DE as well. Can't count them out, man.
I was just going to say, along with Deadeye's guys, 110%, and I've watched this region grow big time. I remember casting the 2019 PMCO Spring Split Wildcard, where there was 7 Nepali teams, and the fan support in that event was insane, and it's only grown since then. So it culminating to this kind of performance from the 2 Nepali teams is pretty damn big. The blue zone is closing in. Teams are starting to make their way in towards the center of the circle. Nobody on Potato Hill for the time being, before rivals are certainly getting closer to the top of it. Nigma, once again, even though I want to see them get a strong performance, the failings of leaving it too late to rotate out of Pachinki is potentially going to hurt them as Nova get closer to them. Once again, Tong Jiao Bao get closer to them.
Tang Jiao Bao, they've had their very first taste of that chicken dinner, which has long eluded them. Still at the bottom 3, but 72 points is much better than where they were alongside Enigma Galaxy early in the 40-30 point range. So another decent game here, and suddenly they're going to be in the company of, you know, of the Reject, of Genesis Dogma, of the Xavier, right? A 30 point game, or even anywhere close to it. So definite chances for the Chinese side to really climb the ladder. MS Chonburi as well, you know, a couple of good games here and there. They have been kind of decently, kind of had their ups and downs, I won't lie. But one good game for any of these teams in pairing, from the 7th position all the way down to the 15th. And you could easily leapfrog, like, what, 6, 7, 8 teams even?
Big time. 3rd place to 14th is only 28 points. That's nothing. When you really think about it, when the average, roughly the average points for a chicken dinner is around 23 to 27. Like that is really nothing. Of course, you can't take into account what other teams get points wise in the game, but yeah, one good game and you're shooting yourself up there. Just like this phase 2 circle is shot in front of our eyes, it is centered quite nicely. Still a tickle of the military island in play, but it shouldn't pose too much of a threat for all of these teams. The Infinity doing what I suggested, which is waiting until phase 2. The likes of 628 have prioritized that mainland a little bit to the south side of the coastal line, so there's a lot more space and freedom for the Infinity to move on up. Tong Jiao Bao is still overlooking and bearing down Enigma Galaxy in Pachinki, but because that circle has kind of centered / gone a little bit to the east, the likes of Nova are not hanging on to Pachinki so heavily, as well as Reject, who are down south of Potato Hill.
Stalwart Esports as well, mirroring what Infinity were doing, however, on the Eastern Bridge. Now, DRS, they've gone for an early entry deep inside of the zone, and while leaving MS Chonburi behind them. That's the big difference we wanted to point out, right? As to how DRS approaching this game. But Infinity, they might not have been bridge camped by 628. However, they're gonna take the fight to the Chinese side. A little bit of sweet vengeance here for Infinity as they do find one member. There's still another one right beneath them under the cliff. And I don't think Infinity, do they know? Oh,
Yes,
they know.
do.
They know. Yu Yang, 1 HP, 1 nade, 1 Molotov, 1 bullet. That's all they need. And they will find a Tunny to put them 6 feet under. And 628, they lose a couple.
Words of Eminem, one shot, don't miss your chance to blow. This opportunity comes once in a lifetime, and they certainly made an opportune moment of that. The Infinity, like you said, getting some sweet revenge, and 628 are caught out. They're down to 2 players. Tongja Ban now moving away from Pachinki based on the circle shift. They've gone to the southwest Pachinki Hill, which is a great spot to hold on to as Genesis Dogma control onto some beautiful buildings and compounds in play. Dao Shi gets knocked. Sunan left as the last player.
Bit of a rough time for 628. I feel like 628 are a team who live and die by the bullet. They live and die by the gun, right? They want those fights. And sometimes they fall flat, and sometimes they just obliterate anyone on their path. So unfortunately, it's the form this time around for 628. But they're gonna be okay. And I still have a decent number of points.
Oh, Sarah!
Okay, Sarah saving his team in a duello. He was the moving bait. Oh no, 628. They lose everyone. The only team to have suffered casualties thus far in the final game, the final map of the first Super Weekend.
And it kind of sums up what has been a downhill trend in the Super Weekend. Day 1, it started very strongly with a total of 62 points, the highest scoring team in Day 1 of the Super Weekend. But then in Day 2, they only got 26 points. And they've ended this Super Weekend with only 13 points in Day 3. So yeah, unfortunately, they'll have to dust themselves off and prepare for League Week 2. Phase 3 shows itself, and it does shift up north. Apartments in play, and MS Chonburi wants to try and get hold of that compound, possibly to learn from what DE and the likes of Rico did in the previous game. Nigma rotating around Potato Hill on the south side of it. Nova have a big spread. They can't really take full advantage of it, and Tongja Bao also getting close by.
Rico Infinity. Oh no, MS Chonburi. They seem to, I don't know, but today it feels like MS Chonburi, they are a bit of a tear, a bit of a, on a warpath, and anyone coming across them seems to be facing their wrath here. MS Chonburi making a very quick work of Rico Infinity. And now, do they see Cryptics? Because they might be going up against it.
Yeah, Ponzai knows.
Oh
yeah.
no.
If he could hold things down, remember, it's very hard to breach up the stairs of those apartments, so it was always going to be relatively, like, safer for Ponzai, and the fact that the rest of the team cleared out Rico Infinity so quickly, it's allowed them to set themselves up for this fight against another MENA team right off the bat.
Right now, Ponzai is more like, you know, I'm not trapped in here with you. You're trapped in here with me as lazy boy. That's
F in the chat, boys. F in the chat.
That's a yikes for me, dog. Nice nade though. Ponzai should be careful. He takes a bit of damage, and that's going to force him to drop on down to the first floor. Marshall from afar. Lazy boy yet to be picked up. In the meantime, we shift over to get another fighter. Shifu taking a few shots in the direction of Nigma Galaxy. Very far away to quite confirm the kill though, as Ponzai finds El Chapo. Now that's 2 members of Cryptics getting knocked down. And MS Chonburi, it's like they seem to be unstoppable. Okay, Lazy Boy's been res, so that's good. But now it's a v3, a member healing themselves up. Sankai, he's kind of been a hero for Cryptix quite a number of times, and he's gonna try and group up with Marshall and try and just attempt to get a trade here. But MS Chonburi, they can taste the blood in the water, in the air, and they're looking to just take the fight to Cryptix for the time being.
The most important thing MS Chonburi did in that moment, outside of getting a kill, is they kind of pushed Cryptix to the outside of the building for the most part. Now, Cryptix have been able to reset to move into the building outside of MS Chonburi's, but it was really good play from that side, and it just shows they're playing with so much more purpose.
Purposeful is also this push from Team Secret as Enigma Galaxy. Oh, they are just getting harassed. Every single duel, every single 1v1 going the way of Team Secret. And Freak, he needs to be a freak in the game to somehow manage to extricate himself from this position. He's got a couple of meds to try and heal himself, but nades surround him. Somehow he will heal himself and run straight into 2 rifles. He gets a knock at the very least, but that's a very small consolation considering he couldn't even get the confirmation. And now Tang Jabao going up against Nova on the periphery of the play zone.
Really feel for Enigma Galaxy, I really do, and I believe they'll turn it around. Enigma Galaxy fans, stay hopeful. This is the time to support your team genuinely. When they're down at their last breath, that's the time to support them. Great push by Team Secret, just like it's a very good push by DRS onto Stalwart. 2 kills, full squad up, and the PAL are looking good.
Genesis Dogma have 3 knocked.
It's easy.
3 knocked, and wait, okay, there we go. The reses are coming in one by one.
Yeah.
But DRS,
It was a third party by DRS.
Yeah, but sure, but DRS should know where Genesis Dogma are. They should have seen the knocks taking place. Oh, Nima,
no!
Nima! Oh, he just got to run over him! Oh, Nima, you absolute lunatic! And he's somehow gonna escape as well. And now DRS are aware of where Genesis Dogma are, and they could easily clean them up, but not yet. Nima will fall. Galton in his vehicle. Very lucky, very fortunate that Daybot runs out of bullets, and DRS are looking so very discombobulated at the moment.
And Mafia Ninja, once he heals up, he should be pushing forward. That's a lovely spray for Daybot to get the knock on the AJ. Puts him under so much more pressure. You also have Sitar on the other side. Hopefully he might be able to get some sprays on board. But guess what? The Xavier are here to join in on the mix. On the eastern side of the circle, the phase 4 blue zone is closing in. A little bit wild and brash from DRS. I appreciate the confidence. They kind of deserve to be confident, but again, just a little bit brash.
I'm gonna try and theory craft a little bit
Go
here,
for
but they should have seen the knocks by Starwood Esports, right? That Genesis Dogma.
To an extent, yes. Yes.
Yeah, so maybe they weren't paying too much attention to whether, those kills were confirmed. Because it really looked like they were just scouting around, not too sure of the fact that, Genesis Dogma still had a number of players alive.
Yeah, that's a fair point that you bring on board. It's a great theory to bring into the mix. All the while, by the way, we're looking at a potential big Potato Hill finish if the next phase can continue more towards the west side. Deadeye's guys don't really have much in terms of cover. On top is in front of the rest of his team. Team Secret are putting them under pressure. The Xavier are putting them under pressure. It's realistically not looking good for the other Nepal representatives as Team Secret send their team more forward. The best thing they can hope for is that the Xavier and Team Secret get into a bit of a tussle, and this split from Team Secret, although it's very good, could prove to give Deadeye's guys a bit of an opening.
Deadeye's guys playing the 3-1 split on top, all alone. Looking at the zone though, Nova. They're feeling pretty comfortable in that Potato Hill. We have 4 rivals on the northeastern side. And now MS Chonburi and Cryptix, this battle is still going on, but we're going to get back to that later on because the Xavier tanking a bit of damage from afar. And for the time being, Frankie is going to find some cover. If you take a look at the map, Deadeye's guys, they're in some pretty intense action at MS Chonburi. They've finally done it.
So
they
good.
have taken down Cryptics. That's 2 team wipes for the side of MX Chonburi, but now they were unaware that that TJB are nearby in the vicinity. So a player knocked down, but the remaining members of Chonburi, they will strike back furiously.
Fredo throws a nade, gets a knock onto the Xavier, slows him down. Kid joining in the mix. He's staying prone for the time being. There is a third player. Actually, no, there isn't a third player from T-Seeker. He got taken out. The Xavier need to be careful because 4 Rivals, I think, can third party this. Genesis Dogma, the last player, kind of takes the opportunity to just go, hey, I'll get ahead of you guys. You can avoid me. Plus, once again, Deadeye's guys are waiting in the fold. And that's a lovely spray by Kid.
Yeah, Deadeye's guys are not making anything, well, they're not showing anything, I say, and as on top, Sir is gonna strike and takes down Duck, and the Xavier, they just get, they're struggling a bit here, losing a player, but it's still, well, yeah, it's pretty much done for them. Team Secret, though, after that initial fray, they are the edge, they are the periphery, but the team you mentioned earlier, 4 Rivals, they've been hearing all this commotion, so their focus is going to be in that particular direction, and for Reject, they're making their way in, and Deadeye's guys finally have to lock and load and go in.
I think they're confident of taking this fight because they know Team Seeker got pushed away. They know they squad wiped the Xavier with those kill confirms coming through, so the focus is going to be there for Deadeye's guys. While Nova, they've held on to Potato Hill for quite a while, and they're going to have a little bit of company in the form of Tong Jiao Bao.
MSC still have all 4. They still have all 4 standing, and now they have a little bit of respite to work with, but look at this. There are 4 teams battling it out. Chaos, that's a bit of an understatement, as Deadeye's guys are losing members by the wayside. Reject pushing in, fantastic work to find sorry, I do believe that was Turulov. Yeah, Turulov getting taken up by Sarah, and Deadeye's guys from a 4-man squad whittled away very swiftly to just on top, who was a man who was playing away from the rest of his team, and now the action, it continues. Nova now going with Sanhok. Sure, they do lose Paraboy, but they have dealt quite a bit of damage on towards their opposition in the form of TJB. Longs out in the blue will fall, and for the time being, it's a 2v3. QCL needs to patch himself up. That nade could ruin their day. Almost finds both of them. Manhan, how is he even standing, Imperial?
He's not standing anymore. He goes down just like that. If it wasn't one nade, it was going to be another. Finished off by an Nova. Come out on top. This circle shifts away from 4 Rivals and their golden compound. Reject Scarlet. They've had a poor day so far compared to yesterday. Only 20 points in total of the first 4 games. But coming into this final one, they have a full squad up, 4 kills.
I'm sorry, Appy. Appy had no idea. Perry had no idea. But when Jasper switches to the gun, he gets taken down. Now Ponzai, he's holding his own. He's got that rock. He's hugging it for dear life. And his nades could kind of ruin his day, though. Sailing on in Ponzai, he's moving around, dancing the dance macabre. And he's somehow staying alive. The nades won't quite find him. But Red Thrall's Scar L will finally knock him down. He still has his teammates behind him to try and trade. But 4 Rivals are doing a fantastic job keeping MSC at bay. And look at how low a couple of those players were. They were so lucky to escape comparatively unscathed. We're down to the final 6 teams, 14 still alive in the server.
And also 4 Rivals were a little bit lucky that Nova were in that tussle with Tong Jiao Bao, and they're now in a bit of a tussle with Reject. Otherwise, I think they could have gotten a little bit more heavily third party. Down! On top goes, down, Deadeye's goes, and Genesis Dogma still able to hold on.
That was a 1v1 between Deadeye's guys and Genesis Dogma. Genesis Dogma, they somehow just keep staying alive. 4 Rivals now on a bit of a tear. Nova, though, great opportunity to ruin Reject's day. Indeed, they will find a couple of knocks. They're going to go for the finish as well. Actually, Duelo will somehow still stay alive, but for how long? He is barely alive, hemorrhaging out in the open. And Satar from Genesis Dogma, he won that 1v1 against Deadeye's guys, and now he's gone very, very quiet. It is a 3v4v1v1. And 4 Rivals, fittingly, have all 4 standing.
4 Rivals, they've impressed us massively. Again, a little bit like Reject. They've had a poorer day, but that's also because other teams have stepped up, and you're not always going to have a perfect day. You're not always going to have an amazing day. But making the best of it in the situation they have, as they are in this final game, proves that they have what it takes to play with the best across the Eastern Global Championship region. Nova, they've laid low across the Super Weekend, but coming into this final game of this first Super Weekend, we could see a Chinese chicken dinner.
Duello, it's getting a little hot there, but he's not going to budge. Happy? Oh, those toes have been spotted. Satar will finally succumb to Nova and Happy. There we go. The shots ring out from Jimmy's M4, but not quite able to land a killing blow or a knockout blow at the very least onto Happy. And now 4 rivals aware of which angle they could potentially get shot from. They still need to be wary of where Duello is. He was burning alive a while ago, but I do believe there was an incendiary coming from Nova, so 4 rivals might be unaware.
Oh,
and
no.
He goes prone at the worst angle possible, and there you go. If this is going to be reject, Duello will strike, but Order will steal the kill away. A 3v3v1.
I don't hold that against 4 rivals. Nothing you can do. And off-angle player, solo player stabs him in the side, and 4 rivals down to 3 players.
Order just pushing in though. They want to make sure that Duello gets taken out of the equation, right? They have the high ground advantage. The only X factor in this particular battle is going to be Duello. Japanese player, he could just ruin their day, so they want to eliminate him. You can see Order as well trying to go for the flank, so they're spread apart quite thin. Duello will finally succumb. Jimmy will blow up the vehicle, and now we're down to the final 2. 4 rivals. They have been incredible thus far. For me personally, Imperium, for you as well, as you pointed out a while ago.
Yeah.
But now they go up against the Chinese side, who would be looking to get the final chicken dinner of the first Super Weekend.
Seems like it's one and done as Nova pushes forward.
Oh, he gets spotted, taken down. Order. This team, Nova, they don't like going prone in the final circles. They're going to stand and deliver. And you can see 4 rivals proning around, snaking in the grass, tossing in nades as they move on in. That nade could find something, but no, it's going to be on the wrong side of that rock. Appy's position should be known from the trajectory. And you can see Jimmy just jumping, trying to spot him. Just a difference in approach to this battle. Nova, they're looking to stand and deliver, while 4 rivals just lying prone, hoping to get a lucky shot. And Nova, they make such quick and easy work of 4 rivals, and they will reign supreme. They grab the final chicken dinner off the entirety of the first Super Weekend.
Wonderful. They're just really good, and that's the thing, like, it's a big reason why, and I know Maxman touched upon it, right, and the desk did talk about it a little bit. We haven't really talked about Nova in any kind of negative light, because at the end of the day, they're the reigning PMGC champions, and as Maxman said, in last year's PMGC, they didn't exactly play amazingly in the league stage. They know what they're doing, right? And just that little bit of a chicken dinner sends that message to the rest of the teams in the lobby going, don't count us out. You think just because coming into this game we were down in 14th that we look like we're not playing well? No. And it's also kind of part of the reason why I highlighted how close it was between 3rd and 14th, because Nova, they only needed that good result to jump them up, and that's exactly what they've done. But it was also an impressive game from 4 rivals. They held onto that compound outside of Potato Hill. They maybe could have spread out a little bit earlier, I think in phase 4, phase 5, but they still were proactive on their movements, and it was just unfortunate that the one player that flanked to the side got taken out by Duello.
Yeah, a little unfortunate they lost a man advantage because of the X factor of Reject's final player there. I do want to just touch upon as well. I don't know if it could be because, you know, the Chinese teams are using the FPP, but I've seen 2 final circles right now. Saw in the previous Erangel, it was Tang Jiabao, right?
Yes.
Where he in that 1v1, he was a guy running around while his opponent was lying prone.
Yes.
Even here in a 3v3, sure, they did have the high ground advantage, but they were not, no one was lying prone. They were all looking to take the fight. They were playing to win, while the 4 rivals, they were playing not to lose the chicken dinner. I don't know if I'm reading too much into this, Imperium. Any thoughts?
No, you're generally right with that. It's a big reason why, to an extent, the Chinese teams always look and play a little bit stronger than the global teams, because they automatically need more confidence in any move they make within their own championships, because it's in FPP mode. But I will, however, say the caveat to that in this situation is that how 4 rivals were positioned on that low ground, you're nearly always better off playing prone, because that's where the strength of that low ground position in the late game plays on. So you're not wrong, you're definitely not wrong, but I also don't disagree with how four rivals played the very end moments of that game. I do also want to touch upon, and I'm sure you'll agree, MS Chambori's fight across today's games. So much purpose with how they were moving. They looked more aggressive. They were hungry. They were playing as a team. Every single move they made was very much calculated, and they went exactly where they wanted to go.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, in the end, they only got, like, I think 14 points. When I say only, considering where they're placed right now in the middle of the pack in the overall standings, that's still a very solid showing overall. Those 2 team wipes they had, it looked clinical, right? And if they continue to grow, you know, get stronger as the days progress in this tournament, I'm going to be very excited to watch this team. But another team I'm very excited to watch, of course, is going to be our analyst desk. We have Jason Kaplan and the boys. Gentlemen, take it away.
I think a lot of people out there don't realize that, yeah, Nova might have been in 13th place, but they were 13th place with 96 points. The difference between them and, let's say, 5th place, where Team Secret was sitting, is 20-point difference. So just one chicken dinner alone with 5 eliminations, that's going to bump you up to potentially like a 5th place placing. Yeah, we haven't really talked too much about Nova in necessarily a positive or negative light, because they've just been kind of meddling in the middle of the pack, but this is the effect of just one match can change completely their ranking and really show that they're actually still a really strong team, but they just playing a little bit quiet.
Yeah, I would say just when you look at Nova, they look like a python sometimes. When they have themselves wrapped around a game and they have the chance to get access to that chicken dinner, they're just going to make it in such an efficient way. They had the perfect off-angle positions on the high ground position. I think it was Order, especially, that was off to the side a little bit more, and you were making sure that, for example, Reject could not fight back. You made also sure that, unfortunately, for Rivals could not fight back, and they just secured that win very easily. But this is one of the best positions in the circle like this in terms of information gathering, and Nova played from it really well. I mean, this is just a Nova game that you expect them to play when they have such a strong spot to play from.
I mean, we almost did a little bit of a prelude into this victory, considering we were talking about the numbers Paraboy was able to put up. Again, just before this game, 4th damage dealt highest across the Super Weekend so far, and I can only imagine maybe even a little bit of a bump up from there. But yeah, we know that from those numbers alone that they can be impactful, and then they come in with a 30-point game right after it here, providing us ample opportunity to now sing their praises after this one, Jace.
Yeah, massive amount of points, and unfortunately for Mac's prediction, or what he wanted to see, as we saw them start to get down by, I believe, Reject as well. For Rival couldn't close out the game, but still 18 points. That's a lot more points than the rest of the teams out there, and they're still one of the only teams in our top 8 without a chicken dinner. But I mean, Max, you should still be happy, right? For Rivals put on a good performance. They've done it throughout the entire Super Weekend. They should be sitting around top 3, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. I mean, they're looking completely golden, to be honest here, Jason. But I'm a little salty. Okay, I want my predictions to be right, even though they were never right in the past. But I have a good mojo. This PMGC had the impression, so I want to be right eventually, but it's not going to quite happen. In 3rd place, it was 15 points, is Genesis Dogma, and I've been actually impressed with this team and how they've been slow. It's been a slow process, but they've been slowly improving from day to day, and I think that Genesis Dogma can be very happy with where they currently stand in the overall rankings, as we see later. But on the second page, yes.
Oh no.
What?
You know what I just realized?
What?
Enigma Galaxy, 0 points on the day.
Ooh.
Wait, is that?
0 points for Enigma Galaxy this entire day.
No kills, no placement points. That's actually probably the roughest performance I've ever seen in a big high-profile tournament.
Well,
like
it can't get much worse than that, to be honest, Colors. I don't know if you can go negative points.
It's not possible. Oh no.
Well, I mean, they're in 16th place. They're going to be the first team to go out of top 16 if other teams such as BTR, BC Swell, Damwon, or even FaZe make it. So they can't afford to not qualify here. They're the first team to get kicked out if things go wrong.
Yeah. We'll get to that when we get to overall standings. But my boy Jim, MVP, 794 damage, 5 eliminations, and 30% of his team contribution. Cloris, I think we actually, besides just Jimmy here, you were talking about Paraguay. Look at the stats from the Super Weekend, and we haven't really dove too deep into player stats in particular. But what did you find about him?
I mean, just the fact that, again, he was putting up so much damage across this, despite them not being in the most amazing of positions. And I think what's great to look at when you look across this entire team, I think they're still all very capable of putting up the numbers, as you can see here, with Order also putting up brilliant numbers across the board. But the thing is about the position that they were playing here, Cast your minds back to the very first game of this tournament. Who is controlling Potato Hill? It was TJB, another Chinese team. And how were they controlling it? Almost exactly the same way Nova was controlling this Potato Hill situation. So there's very clearly a playbook to be played in this particular spot that pays massive dividends towards the end, because the circle shifts towards the east side here, Max, and then it's almost a parallel situation to what we saw in that very first game of the tournament as a whole.
Yeah. What sets these Chinese teams out of, what sets them apart from the rest of the regions, I would say, is that they are really good at concentrating all of their main firepower on a singular target, which is, we had some great sprays from Jimmy and Order at some point in that fight. But here we go, overall rankings after this first Super Weekend, and Infinity, despite having maybe a little bit of a slow finish, still looking amazing with 155 points. But, I mean, Jason, second place with 0 chicken dinners, 142, and DRS in third was 34 with 0 chicken dinners. Like, that is definitely the standout of the tournament so far for these two teams.
Oh, for sure. I think Four Rivals should be, and DRS should be extremely happy about the results in this first week alone. I mean, again, DRS finished 20th place in the league stage last year. They didn't make it into the finals. And now you have them, you know, about 16 points away from being somewhat pretty sure safe, right? It was like 150 to 190 was kind of what we're expecting. We'll probably look to hammer that down the further on we get into this event. But they're almost safe into the finals, to the league finals, where they just have to place top 9 to get into the grand finals. But as we take a look at the second page, Enigma Galaxy, as we were talking about that before, is 47 points. They have really kind of tanked, I want to say, here in the Super Weekend, where they were looking so good in league play.
Yeah, quite honestly, it's been a disaster.
Yeah, they're pulling the footballist to a little bit too hard of an extent. I think we're going to stop calling it pulling a footballist, and we're going to call it pulling Enigma. And I think that's going to be the new...
Well, I mean, they have to do it for 3 weeks, Max Ben, so...
Well, they can recover. They can recover.
Yeah, it's rough times for all these teams, and to be honest, I don't think we can even fully figure out what went wrong for them. I mean, Enigma Galaxy, when it came to league stage, were able to put up good eliminations, were able to put up really good placings. Again, they were basically the Four Rivals, the DRS of the league stage, where they didn't get chicken dinners, and they were still able to consistently place into, you know, the top points, the top positions. Don't know what went wrong for them, to be honest. They had more matches to play, and I guess the question for us is this the normal, or is this the norm we should expect out of them? Or has this just been a really off week? And hopefully we can get that answer when we get into things next week. But before we can even do that, we got a quick little recap coming in. Max, what do you got for us?
Yeah, a little recap to close off the day here for our first Super Weekend. And if there's one thing we've got to talk about, of course, it's going to be Nova, as they got himself that big 30-point bomb. And as you know from Nova, they drop Gatka fields. They like to go for the widespreads, and no one is really quite ready to contest those type of positions. But when you have a circle like this, where do you decide to go? Of course, you want to go for some good old elevation to get that information, and that is going to be Potato Hill, which they didn't go right out of the gate. No, they went towards a position next to score Mini Pachinki and actually get that position under control as a temporary location, but instantly go for Potato Hill. And what I loved, and that's also what you brought up also there, Kalaris, they go for that 2-2 split to defend the eastern side and also defend the western side, which worked out for them, because otherwise Tong Jiabao could have actually get 2 easy kills in that position, but they made sure they had that information in the first place.
The interesting thing about the rotation here as well is that normally when you see these circles, like the 2 back from this one, is that they would normally take the compound south of Potato Hill, where Rejects ended up in. But I think considering that entry point, considering that they saw as they're potentially rotating towards that location, hey, Potato Hill's open. Let's maybe take this spot, have a strong 2-2, and then split across it. Yeah, brilliant stuff. And then from this point onwards, it's once again almost exactly the same as Tong Jiaobao's hold in that very first game of the tournament. They have that high ground advantage, and if Four Rivals has a different position to this, I could see a spot where they would rival Nova here, but we'll see later on. Some of the angles Four Rivals has compared to what Nova does, it's impossible to really gain momentum in this fight.
I don't know why I'm doing this to myself. I requested this clip, but I'm just seeing Four Rivals lose again, and I'm not happy about this one. But, you know, I'm hurting myself in the process, in confusion. But yeah, and Nova with the off angles that we mentioned them already. Order just going a little bit onto the lower side, making sure they're just pinning Four Rivals on the slope downwards and also against that blue zone, so they literally have no escape. That nade could have been huge from Appy. Unfortunately, just barely connects on a rock, and then QCL has information because he saw the trajectory of that grenade, and it just got very easy. The moment it was down to Rift, they saw the smoke. They just have to concentrate their firepower, which is what the Chinese teams do best, is concentrate all their firepower on a singular target, and it's just no escape. When you have 3 Nova players and you're taking a 1v3, are you going to win it? Probably not.
Yeah, probably not. I still, though, like you mentioned, I really wonder what would have happened if that nade did land. Would he have been able to use that angle if he maybe got both them down to help 4Rival get a victory under their belt? But either way, I mean, they still get decent points. They won't get the chicken dinner, but they at least get to be one of those teams, one of those coveted teams. It's a very small group of teams who can be in that top 8 without a single chicken done for them. But speaking of done, we're almost done with the show, but I want to remind you guys at home, we have 2 different events going on at the moment. We have the fan favorite vote. You guys can head into the game, into the esports center, and vote for your favorite teams and your favorite players to get some permanent items unlocked for yourselves, some pink level items as well, so make sure to check that out. And not to mention, we also have the treasure box still in as well. If you guys are watching on YouTube or you're watching within the esports center, you can eventually get these tokens that you can use to unlock a permanent item, 1 out of 3 different items, plus 2 more boxes to come up later on within PMGC. A lot for you guys to win, but of course a lot for these players to win, with $6 million in total on the line. Before we do round out the day, though, I want to get like a quick little recap, maybe some highlights, maybe some talking points to lead us into league play coming up in 2 days' time. Kalaris, I don't see your hand going up, but I can hear it. I can hear the excitement.
Okay. I just want to say, I mean, yes, Nova gets themselves the win towards the very end, but I think we shouldn't overlook the monumental effort that Infinity put in here throughout the Super Weekend. And a big shout out, I feel, has to go to Newsy, who undoubtedly for me has to be the MVP of this Super Weekend. He did the most damage and the most kills, 26 kills going his way, almost 6,000 damage across the entirety of this Super Weekend, with 5,994 damage done by him. So I have to personally just give a big shout out to who I believe is the MVP of this Super Week.
Yeah. That was my point. He stole my answer, please. But I mean, I was going to talk about 4. I was not going to chicken them, but no. I'm going to go on the more positive aspect, which is DRS. And you mentioned it earlier, Jason, right? 20th position last PMGC, did not make it at the end into the finals in Dubai. This team has now showed us, and showed to me specifically, because I questioned this team a lot in the past, that they were not willing to make changes and adaptations to the lobby and to the environment. They've proven me wrong in this first Super Weekend, and if they can keep improving as much and as drastically they've been doing so far, I think DRS can go the entire way here, Jason. So DRS is definitely the standout for me.
Well, I mean, they've almost gone the entire way just with the points from one Super Weekend. But again, if they requalify, I would almost feel for sure certain that they will make it into the finals, where they'll have a chance to play for the grand finals. We can see here a quick little recap of the matches that happened throughout the day. Finally, TJB were able to get a victory under their belt and help propel them off the bottom of the standings, as well as MS Chonburi. But Deadeye's guys having a great day on top of things. I mean, we had a lot of teams, a lot of different teams, I'd say that had a good performance where they previously weren't able to. Yeah. All right, cool. Well, great stuff. I believe we're going to end out the Super Weekend now, as we do have a day off Monday. Let the teams rest. And by rest, I mean research everything you possibly can, because there's no rest here for you if you want to make it into the grand finals, with $6 million in total on the line here within this event. So yeah, Tuesday, exact same time, we'll be back for the start of league play back into week 2. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for tuning in. We'll see you guys in just a few days' time here for some more PUBG Mobile action.
PUBG Mobile fans around the world, welcome to the 2021 PUBG Mobile Global Championship. To the top teams across all regions, we have a message for you. The Middle East, you have proven your worth. Now, make your formidable debut on the PMGC stage. South Korea, forget the past. This year, show the world you've ascended. Remind the world of South Korea's raw talent. Japan, you came so close last year. But what doesn't kill you only makes you stronger. Bring it back better than ever. The Americans, you're the alpha dogs that dominated the West. Now, lead the pack on the world stage. Southeast Asia, you took down so many strong teams on your journey to the top. It's time for a comeback on the global stage. Europe, it's now or never. Push your limits and surprise us all. This is the moment to create your legacy. South Asia, you were the dark horse of 2020. Amaze those who would underestimate you again. China, you carry the crown of last year's PMGC. Now, with everyone's eyes on you once more, can you secure back-to-back victories? PMGC needs a champion. The world needs a champion. Who will stand victorious in the end? Who will be next to glory?